Chat! Hello! It's me! Clover! Oh my goodness, everyone's stuck in ad hell. Oh my god. Let's wait 30 more seconds. And then it'll be all that is revealed. There's like subtitles on my there's subtitles on my my OBS screen, and I don't think it's saying what I think it's trying to say. I think it's like showing the ads. I don't know. I think it's trying to show the ads. I think it is. It's kind of scary, because that's not what I'm saying. Oh, it is trying to... Wait. Okay, so, like, Twitch now captures subtitles. Wait. That's... Hi, Sato! A lot is trying to dead weight of a cell, which now captures what? Okay, don't use the subtitles. What is going on? Hello. Hello. Alright, what do you want to see first? You don't see the subtitles? They're at the bottom, like, right corner. Where you can, like, turn it into theater mode and full screen and all your, like, little settings. It right next to it has a CC button. And it's very interesting. It's very, very interesting because I've never seen that before. What do you want to see first? Oh, goodness. I suppose I'll let chat decide. Do you want to see pieces from the bottom? I guess we could go from bottom top. Bottom top? Maybe? Yeah, let's go bottom top. What do you think? What do you think? Bottom top first, or bottom to top, or top to bottom? Usually the surprise is more fun if it's top to bottom. I don't know. Let's go. Let's go. Oh. Bottom to top. Okay. We're gonna do bottom to top. You can see the tippies of my feetsies! My feetsies! The tippy taps! The tippy taps! Tippy tips! Oh, ankles! Ankles! Ah! Oh my goodness, ankles! Ah! Shines! And oh my goodness, there's brown stuff! Oh, there's like brown stuff! Ah! What is happening? Oh my goodness! Ah! What is happening? What could it be? What could it be? Oh! Skirt! Ah! What do you think? What do you think? You like my skirt? You like my skirt? So you can get all close up in person. Yeah. You can see all the details. Very tiny and cute. so cute. You can get even closer. Tommy! I love Tommy! You love Tommy! Who doesn't love Tommy? Tommy! Tommy! Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Where are they? What? What? Where are what? Where's what? Hello? Hello? The boing, the boing, I'm the boing. Ba 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 ba. Da 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 ba 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 ba. Where's my tooth? My tooth! Oh well. Look at all these yum-yums! Look, they're so delicious! You can have butter, or you can have pancake. Pancake. Pancakey. Hello! It is I! Squib Clover! Ah! Did you miss me? I missed me. Why do I have food on my head? Because I'm a delicious snack. I'm your snack. Head pats. I forgot to set those up. Whoops. Hang on. We'll just do this like this. Well, we'll just do this for now. Your dreams and wishes have conjured the squibbity squabbity. You've wanted a squib? Well, here's a fucking squib. Here's a fucking squib. Here's your fucking squib. I'm now a fucking squib thanks to you all. It's your fucking wishes and desires that made me a fucking working pup. Na 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 Oh. In for funsies. Ah! I have B9s! Calamari time! No! No calamari! No calamari! I'm not calamari! No! Sushi potato! No! Not sushi potato! You're a sushi potato! No! I am cheapy! Small, lolly, cheapy, squibbity squabbity, squish squash! Okay, thank you, Light. We're gonna be reading Hatoful Boyfriend later, so stick around for that. I just really wanted to show off Squippy. It's been so long. It's been a long process, but we have part 1 of Squibbity. Part 2 is kind of in the works, but that'll come later. I at least wanted to get part 1 out. Because it's 6 months till Christmas, and obviously I can't be a squib in the middle of winter. That makes 0 sense. Why would I want to be a squib in the middle of winter? And for funsies. I have green eyes. And blonde hair! I can be blonde now! This is one of my favorite hair and eye combinations, and I've always really wanted green eyes and blonde hair, so yeah. That's a desired trait. That's a desired trait. Another desired hair trait is also white hair, but that'll be later. That's a later thing. So, what do you think? You like clover colors? Blonde colors? Colorful amber eyes? Green eyes? What do you think? What do you think? Probably clover colors for now. So everyone knows that I'm not rebranding. Like, this is not a rebrand. This is a desired trait that everyone has wanted me to become. Yeah, I love the artists who did this. I don't know exactly what happened to them. They kind of just disappeared off the face of the earth. I really wanted to commission this artist, and I'm so grateful I got the opportunity to, but they never finished my toggles. And they've kind of just disappeared off the face of the earth. I think I have them credited. I'm pretty sure they're in my credits. I left it secret for now. I'll edit that later. But thanks to... fuck. I had it somewhere. There. This is their account now. I don't really know if they're active. They kind of dropped off the face of the earth around January. I don't know if they're okay. I hope they're okay. But that's the artist who made Squippy! Cheapy Squippy. And the design, mama, was, I think it's Bonpon. They go by Gummy. They go by Gummy now. This is, if you want to support them, that's where you support them. They do have a Discord. But I think it's closed for now. I don't know if you can join it. But yes, thanks to those two, Squibby was born! And with everyone's help in the community, we were able to make Squibby a reality. I know everyone here really likes Squibby and appreciates Squibby, so... And wanted Squibby because y'all call my fucking tail a squib. It's not a squib tail. Speaking of which, I don't know if it got rigged. It did. I don't know if it did. We'll find out. I don't remember if it got rigged. Going through all my talks. I can also take off my jacket. My jacket. Yeah, they did a great job. They did an absolute amazing job. I really am appreciative towards Kofi and Gummy. Because without them, we wouldn't have Squibby. I don't know what happened to my crying. My crying disappeared. I know I was able to cry. Pretty sure I got that done. I don't know, that was... Seems like a couple... Oh, they just make 2. I see, okay. That's the way with the... They did such a great job. I really love this artist. So I got Squibby done in their style. I really wanted. They were like doing all the chibi models for Gumi at the Gumi. Why do I keep calling her Gumi? Gummy. Her name looks like Gumi, so it's always like for Gummy. They were always doing the chibi models for. They were always doing the models for Gummy's art and stuff, and I was like, oh my gosh, I really want to be a chibi like this. I love the chibi style so much. It's very like, very like trickle almost. I love it so much. It's very trickle coded. Love it so much. Gummy worming hair, no, not gummy worming hair, no. Yeah, they actually started taking trick haul commissions, funnily enough, before they disappeared again. They were taking trick haul commissions. I should have commissioned them again, but I didn't know. I low-key think they lost the access to their Discord, so I don't think getting a hold of them is very easy. Plus, I believe they were going to school at the time I was commissioning them, so I'm lucky that I got what I did with them. I'm very appreciative. I'm glad they got delivered at all. Because at first they were like, oh my goodness, did I deliver? And I was like, no. And they were like, oh shit, here you go. And I was like, thank God. But I'm very, very happy. But yeah, the design was by Gummy and the model artist was by Kofi, and the rig artist is my usual rigger, Rappian. He's a godsend, and I appreciate Rappian so much. Because without him, I wouldn't have rigs. He is my rig papa. I love him so much. Yeah. Very trick hole, and I love how trick hole it is. Very up my alley.
especially since I'm like super into Trick Call at the moment. Like that's like my gacha game at the moment. Like out of all the gacha games right now, Trick Call is like my gacha game. I don't know, it's very fun to play, it's very quick, and I don't feel punished for not playing. Because I can usually get the characters I want in like a couple pulls. Or like with pity. And I don't ever feel punished for playing the game or not being able to play the game.
I was able to get Speaky. Speaky. 좋아요. 좋아요. 구마라치 좋아요. 구마라치 좋아요. Yeah, I love. What do y'all think? Do you like me? Do you like your squibby? Do you like your squibby? Do you like your squibby? Kiwa, what do you think? Do you like squibby? Cool. Oh.
Try Blue Archive. I've been meaning to. I've been meaning to get like dip my toes into it. I just really love Trick Call, and I've been so busy with other games like Pal Worlds and Stellasora, Final Fantasy Online.
I ate a very gassy dinner, as you can see. They had I think it was sausage. I forget. Sausage, corn, and I had one with a jacket toggle. I swear I made one. The fuck? Oh well. I'll fix that later. I can also remove my jacket. I don't know why I can't remove it. My eyes won't change, but it's okay.
I think I forgot to toggle it.
I think I forgot to give it a toggle. Rich story, but super hard to farm the gacha currency.
I'm not a fan of games like that. Where you you have to play the game, and if you don't, you're basically fucked.
Trick Call is very simplistic, very just goofy, very fun, and
you don't even have to think. The story is just not. It's very goofy. It's very, very goofy. I really love this story. It's pretty legit, actually.
My eyes are stuck. Yep. I don't remember how to fix my eyes.
It's been a minute. Oh god. What was it? I think it was this one.
Uh-oh. It's not that. Ah! My eyes are stuck! Ah! Reset. Ah! There we go. We love cute and funny girls. Cute and funny girls make the world go round. Like me, of course. I'm cute and funny, right? I'm totally cute and funny. I'm adorable. Yeah. Mom, you're queen. You should just say that. Yeah. Therefore, I am. Therefore, I am. La la, tiny squippy tummy. Eat her up. Yummy tummy, yummy. What the fuck? Ah! No, eatsies. No, not calamari. I'm not takoyaki. No. No. Meatball. No. Meatball. You're a meatball. You're like a rat. And people eat rats. Did you know that? People also eat humans too, but that's a whole nother fucking can of worms. That's not my water bottle. Gotta stay hydrated. I'm an aquatic sea creature now. Like all the cool kids. I'm an aquatic sea creature. Ah! Thank you for the hydrate. What the fuck? I glanced at my screen and this is what the subtitle said. There is like the other AIDS. What? I'm not talking about AIDS. What? Dude, to a deaf person, I must be so out of context. They probably don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about. What? Huh? Yeah, don't use the subtitles. The subtitles make no sense. I don't know what they're trying to say. It's kind of scary. I don't know. I don't like it. It's scary. It's scary. Scary. I don't like the subtitles. This is some pretty out of context stuff. And that's kinda cool. But yeah, who's ready to date some pigeons? I am. Are you? I am. Yeah. Are you? Yeah. I am. Are you? Yeah. I'm ready. Are you ready, kids? No, I'm not ready. No. I'm not ready to die again. That's probably what's gonna happen. We're probably gonna die again. Let's get this over with. Oh, I didn't capture the game. Oh, okay. I thought it was capturing earlier. That's okay. We can fix that. We can fix that. Hatoful boyfriend, where you at? Hatoful boyfriend, where you at? There you are. There it is. There it is. Excuse me. I don't know where the... Yeah, there's a ghost bunny. A ghost bunny. Bark. Bark. Alright. Oh shit, that scared me. The Christmas thieves attack. I don't... Wait, hold on. Oh my god, that's loud. Why is it so loud? Oh my god. Help. Help. It's so loud. Oh my god. I can't even hear myself.
Okay. Hopefully that doesn't make it too quiet.
Is it quiet for you all? Or is it loud? Let me know.
I could probably set it up in the preferences, actually. Oh god, there's no preferences.
Bit lower than me? Is that good or bad, though? How about now? Sounds good? Okay.
I need to play with one headphone off. Because I can't fucking hear myself.
The empty gallery, oh boy.
Oh boy, we love the empty gallery. Oh. Okay. Okay, so I guess I just click this. What's up preferences? Ah, here we go. Okay, hold up. Let me put it back to max. And I will... That should be okay. I might slow down the text speed just a little bit. That's better. Okay, I like that. Cool.
A brutal team of thieves here to steal the city's beloved Christmas trees. The Christmas thieves attack. We thought they were just an urban legend until now. They're after the tree that rhymes with T, which stands for trouble, right here in Little Dove Hachiman City. Christmas trees disappearing. A dark shadow wriggling just out of sight. Can our faithful heroes from St. Pigeonation put an end to this mystery before it puts an end to them? Please enter your name.
Oh boy, Hikoyo. Hiyoko. But we're not Hiyoko today. We are
Clover! Shikamori.
Oh my god, I can actually put my full name in here? Holy shit. In the last game, I couldn't even enter my full name. That was pretty bad last time. It was pretty sad.
Ishikamori Clover, okay. Yes. Ah! Hello, Donjo!
Hey, Ryota, what time you got? It's almost 6. You're not running late, are you? It's already dark out. Tell me about it. We're all talking about the nice autumn leaves and all just a few days back, and now I'll be darned if it ain't winter. Is this Come All Ye Faithful? I don't know, this ain't called Come All Ye Faithful. This is, na 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 na. He's singing at fucking church.
Christmas even! It's just a few days away.
Oh wait, this is the old man bird, I think. Christmas even. It's just a few days away. Swift indeed is the passage of time. We're at the cafe. Well, I'd better be heading back. Azami will be getting out of work soon. I can't talk. Be careful, Mr. Rabu. There are all kinds of hooligans out and about at this time of night. No sweat. Worst comes to worst, I can count on Azami to save me. Are you sure you're not relying on her a little too much? We put up our Christmas tree today. Please have a look at it as you leave. You did? I never saw it on my way in. I have to get a real good look at it to make up. Mr. Urushihara and I put a lot of time into decorating it. I hope you like it. You bet I will. See you all around. December certainly does feel like the end of the year. I wonder how much busier it'll be this time next year. You are a sophomore, correct? Have you been thinking about your plans for after graduation already? No, not really. I just want to make sure I can take care of my mother. Worries are an important part of youth as well. Were we sophomores in the first game? And sometimes problems simply disappear as you try to solve them. You never know. Mr. Urushihara? Could I ask you for some advice? I had a lot on my mind. But of course, I am more than happy to provide whatever assistance That came from out front. I believe it did. Let us go see what has happened. It's pitch dark outside. It's hard to see anything even with the lights from the cafe door. What on earth? Azami? No, Rabu. A Lutino buggerer is collapsed on the sidewalk. Mr. Rabu! Are you alright? Have you been injured? I let my guard down. They got me from behind. They got you? Do you need an ambulance? It must have been some birdie settling a grudge from your biker gang days. No, that's not it. There. The legendary Christmas thieves. Come to our town. The legendary Christmas thieves?
What's that? A new TV show?
No, they're real. They're out in the streets right now, spreading misery and destruction. They've been coming up on the news a lot, too. Haven't you seen the headlines? The Christmas thieves invade Little Dove Hachimon City at last. No. This is the first time I've heard of them, I think. Forget the thieves. This is the first time I've heard the name of this town. I guess it just never comes up in conversation or anything. The more you know. Do they show up every year at this time? I don't remember hearing about them last year. This is the first time they've come here. I don't know too much either, but apparently they move around each year. I worked at Mr. Ushiruhara's shop, Torimi Cafe, during the summer. The job was only until August, but apparently he decided he could use help for December as well. The wilderness gets very cold this time of year, making it dangerous to come home late, so I left it to Ryota this time. That, and I needed to study! And it sounds like Torimi Cafe is the mysterious thieves' latest victim. This smacks of drama, excitement, and adventure. I object! What was that for?
Just getting the feel for it. There's been an incident, right? I need to make sure my finger pointing is sufficiently dramatic for when I need to use it.
Please don't go around pointing and shouting at stuff. You'll give me a heart attack.
Tell me, who's the victim and the suspect?
The victim is Mr. Rabu. He was attacked from behind while texting a picture of Mr. Urushihara's Christmas tree to Azami. And when we found him, the tree was gone.
What was that for? What do you mean?
The tree was gone? Please don't shout at everything. You can just ask.
Sorry, I got excited.
Jeez. Well, stealing the tree definitely implicates the Christmas thieves. They must be wandering around the town stealing any trees they see. It's horrible. Mr. Urushihara and I worked really hard to decorate that tree, too. And now all the customers who were looking forward to it will see it will now be disappointed.
Monstrous! How could they steal Mr. Urushihara's incredibly classy, hand-decorated tree? Let's go look for the thieves. Christmas is at the weekend. They must still be in town.
I wonder. They're probably still prowling around here looking for trees. Yes. I want to get Mr. Urushihara's tree back anyway. Let's find them, Clover.
We can start today.
You two are awfully loud today. Can you not grant the rest of us a little peace and quiet?
Oh, Sakuya, listen. They've appeared. The white demons stand poised to shatter the silence of that most holy night.
You can't just go around giving things nicknames like a certain someone next door, Clover. Christmas trees are being stolen from all around town, Sakuya. Maybe you have already heard? Ah, you must be referring to that drivel the local rag devoted an entire page to. Disgusting. Is there not more important news to be run now of all seasons? How telling is it that so much attention is devoted to such foolishness?
You don't like Christmas, Sakuya?
What? From where do you think I hail, plebeian? France, right? Oh, of course. Christmas means a lot more to you than us Japanese people. The council room is already decorated with the most fabulous tree. Elle Belle overlooks nothing. I have even deigned to place it near the window so that the masses gaze upon it in awe and wonder. Be grateful. He who does not celebrate Christmas is no true bird. That is the importance Christmas holds for us. In other words, Sakuya gets extra jolly this time of year. Better take notes. Trees are being stolen from in front of shops and the sidewalks and other easily visible places, so you probably should be careful too, Sakuya. Don't let it get stolen. Humph. Do not place me on the same level as you Orientals. With your infantile understanding of private security. Did I not say I overlook nothing? I know not who this villain may be, but he shall step not 1 centimeter within my territory. The council room security is flawless, I tell you. Flawless. Sakuya, we call that sort of line a flag here in Japan. Let's start our investigation by asking people around town, Ryota. Good idea.
Let us know if you hear anything new or get robbed, Sakuya.
How many times must I tell you? My tree will not be stolen! We love Sakuya. Oh. Upon leaving the building, Ryota and I are greeted by the sight of Oko-san prancing about on the track. So that O was correctly said. Prancing or maybe skipping? I'm not sure. At any rate, he appears to be pointlessly high spirits. You're in a good mood today, son. Did something good happen? Cool! It's Christmas! Christmas is almost here! What? Another Christmas fiend? Is there something about Christmas that wakes the ancestral jollity inside a dove's heart? Cool! Cool! Everything is sparkly on Christmas! Oko-san is excited! Cool! Cool! And everything smells like delicious food! Oko-san is very excited.
Western pastry shops always look so tempting this time of year.
You spend a lot of time in department stores, right, son? Have you heard anything about the Christmas tree thieves? Who? Who? Villains out to steal Oko-san's delicious grub?
Villains out to steal pretty Christmas trees.
Cool, cool! Christmas trees? Yes, Oko-san knows all about them. Cool! The trees at Oko-san's favorite high society seagull department store disappeared. High society seagull department store. Do you know where that is, Ryota? Yeah, I've worked at the sample table there. I'll show you the way.
Here we come, High Society Seagull Department Store.
Hoko-san.
I don't remember. I don't remember. I need to check. I swear we were still I think this is taking place in the middle of Hatoful Boyfriend during the second term, like for winter, like right before Valentine's Day. Because if everyone remembers from our last Hatoful Boyfriend stream, we kinda die on Valentine's Day. That is the canonical day we die. So, like, I think this takes place before that, from the sounds of it. I'm pretty sure we are a sophomore during our, like... So, obviously, the good ending, the best possible ending hasn't happened yet. So, it could also be an alternate universe. It's hard to say. It's hard to say what's going on right now. But right now, it feels like it's taking place in the middle of our school semester from the first game. It'd be very interesting to see where they take this. Department stores always feel a little unrealistic, a little decadent, maybe. It makes it so hard to go in. They're okay, really? Just don't think about that and it'll be fine. He read my mind? More importantly, we need to ask a clerk about the thefts. Right. Excuse me. Yes, may I help you? Do you know where you're going, young lady? This is the High Society Seagull Department Store, right? That is correct. The High Society Seagull Department Store. Say it once more. The High Society Seagull Department Store. Good. This store is of high society, by high society, and for high society. It is no place for obviously low society humans. Please leave. I object. This is blatant speciesism. I hope you're ready to swallow your words or defend them with steel, cretin. Draw, man. Draw before I stick you like a rotisserie chicken. Calm down, Clover. Getting into a fight here won't do us any good. Please don't act like San. And just what does Oko-san have that makes him so much more high society than me? Please, we just want to ask you a question. We'll leave right away. Did the Christmas thieves really break into the store? They did not break into the store, no. They were not allowed in. However, as you know, the store faces onto the street. The 3 Christmas trees we had arranged outside were stolen. Trees placed outside? Just like a Torimi cafe. Yeah, it looks like they're really aiming for easy targets first. They seem to be quite crafty. I think this might get difficult, Ryota. I can feel the thrill of the chase. My hunter-gatherer blood boils. Right on time. I knew it was a good idea to ask you along. The stolen trees were of little value. We have already sent away for the new ones. Do you think you could wait a little before setting them up? The thieves might come back. True, but Christmas is almost here. If not now, when will we put them out? Christmas trees are just so much rubbish once it's the 26th. They're not rubbish. You can use them every year. Were there any witnesses? You know what? Fuck you, lady. I'm gonna put up my own Christmas tree. Just because you said that, you fucking bitch. Fucking bitch! Where's my tree? I had a tree. I know I had a tree. There's my tree. It's so empty and sad. Look at it. It's so sad. I'm gonna put it on my head. And we're gonna put the tree decor on it.
Oh god. How am I supposed to pin this? Oh goodness. Wait, I know. I remember that. I remember that. That was amazing.
Welcome! Steel Wiz! Welcome to Heavens! Nebula! Yo! Welcome, welcome.
We're trying to make a Christmas tree right now. It's not exactly going as planned. We're gonna have to just sit it in the corner. We're gonna make the Christmas tree that kills the stream again. I need a star. I guess we'll go with this star. Yeah, that's okay. Just put it right there. Oh god, it wiggles. It's like an earring.
I guess we'll go with this star. Yeah, we'll go with that star.
We're decorating a tree because this lady is saying that trees are not meant for year-round, and it upset me. So I want a tree. You know what? I'm gonna put on a hat just because. Just because I can. Just because it's totally not trash. Just celebrate Christmas outside of Christmas. Move head pet. It is time for the hat. The Christmas hat. I don't remember what actually happened in my other head pet, but I think it's under something else. But we'll go with this head pet. Oh god, it's not. We need this filler for we need to decorate the tree. It's not okay. We need the tree. I remember having sunglasses. It was like sunglasses. Pretty sure I had sunglasses. Oh shit, not my hat. Not my hat. Oh my god, I keep fucking grabbing my hat. Okay, there we go. No, it's not in front of the tree. Fuck. We'll go with those ones, I guess. I thought we had bulbs. I remember having bulbs at one point. I remember there being... Oh, there's so many things. There's so many, like, assets I have. I just don't remember them all.
Oh.
What the fuck? I forgot about this. It's going on the tree.
No, it doesn't go on the tree! No!
No! Wait, really? The Australians do? That's interesting. I'll have to ask Radish. I swear I had more fucking Christmas stuff. We have a wreath. Oh, is it under Xmas? It's under Xmas. I see. Okay. Okay, it's under Xmas, so I have to just type Xmas. Okay. I was typing Christmas, not Xmas. Because why would I think to type Xmas? You know, why? I wouldn't think to type Xmas. Oh my god, these sunglasses are gonna be the death of me, bro. Oh my god, this is gonna take forever. You know what? One single bulb right there. It gets one single bulb. I don't have the patience for that. Here we go. Okay. The trees were in a blind spot between security cameras, so alas we have nothing. Too busy staring down your own noses to look out the windows, were you? I hope I never see you again here, young lady. Well, that was a disappointment. About all we found is that the thieves aim for trees placed in vulnerable spots outside. Maybe we should leave? Leave the store, stop by the furniture section, stop by the clothing section. We'll stop by the clothing section. All these pretty clothes make me feel out of face. Wait, why are they human? Wait. So my theory is correct? So they can magically turn into pigeon forms? Okay, so my headcanon was always that, like... like, that they can turn into, like, humanoids. And, like, they're all just pigeons. Like, they just go to school as pigeons and stuff, or humanoids, just to make Hiyoko comfortable. Hiyoko is the MC's actual name, but, to make her comfortable, they turn into, like, a humanoid form. All these pretty clothes make me feel out of face. It's out of place, not face. He did it again. Can birds even wear clothes like these? Are they just for decoration? Shops are always so pretty this time of year. I feel like I'm looking into a different world. They do look a little unreal. Do you like Christmas, Clover? My family's Shin Buddhist, so I've never really celebrated it, but I do like it when every birdie's all festive. I'm not exactly Christian, but I like the atmosphere too. Actually, I don't think that many people celebrate it for religious reasons anymore. There's all kinds of work this time of year too. I always end up really busy. You dress up as Santa, right? Yup. You're a young... with a mini skirt? Yup. Why does Ryota get all the female maid character jobs? That must be fun. I'd like to try doing something cute in high school girlish like that sometime too. I'm not sure how costumes are high school girlish, but I could refer you. We could go together next year. Cosplaying as Santa right before junior year exams. Just thinking about it makes my heart flutter. There's nothing more to find here. Let's look somewhere else. Alright, where to next? The thefts have gotten onto the news. If we ask around, we should find some eyewitnesses. Sounds good. Oh god, is that Oko-san? Huh? What? Some glass object splinters with a monumental crash behind us as we make for the exit. I turn around and... Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas! What are those? They look like a little like doves, but not really. Are they? Maybe they are doves? In any case, a pair of bizarre white creatures are bludgeoning themselves against a number of glass Christmas trees and reindeer. What are those? Are they doves? I'm not sure. I've never seen anything like them. Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas! The creatures frolic through the Christmas display like fuzzy wrecking balls, leaving behind nothing but broken glass and lost profits. There! The white children! Oh dear, that's no good. You two, where are your parents?
Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas!
In any case, I'll have to take you to the employees' lounge. High society does have rules.
Merry Christmas.
The creatures trailed dejectedly after the security guard. What were those? I can't believe people let their kids run loose like that. I'd love to see the parents' faces when they get billed. I guess Christmas gets everyone pretty excited. Sort of like demons, which rampage during the full moon. Ryota and I spent some time asking around town, but no one ever had caught sight of the thieves. Apparently trees aren't just being stolen from outside, but from inside houses as well. If only we knew what the culprits looked like. Thank you for your efforts. We searched around where we had the tree, but we couldn't find any clues. I'm sorry, Mr. Urushihara.
You didn't see them either, Mr. Urushihara?
Correct. By the time Mr. Kawara and I got outside, the tree was already gone. That said, was there something else? Please, look at this. Mr. Rabu sent it to me a few minutes ago. Mr. Urushihara proffers his cell phone. A smartphone! Fancy! Wait a second. Are those the two children doves we just saw? You mean these shadows are... Mr. Rabu said he took it just before he was rendered unconscious. Suspicious shadows carrying away the tree. They must be the culprits. Those silhouettes look awfully familiar. Maybe it's just my imagination. Nah, they look very familiar. Probably nothing. I wouldn't have gotten this far in the vicious food chain if I was worried about little things like that. There are two of them, then. They're awfully small. It's a little hard to see in this picture. Mr. Rabu has always been one for strange local phones, so it would seem that the resolution is not particularly high. That does seem like him. This will help us a lot, Mr. Urushihara. Thank Mr. Rabu for us, too. How is he doing right now? Azami is taking care of him. Rabu always seemed a little incapable, or like he's in a subtly bad position. Sort of like he's always stuck being a background character. It's not much, but we found a clue. We'll pick up the trail tomorrow morning. Later that evening at St. Pigeonations. Salutations, Mr. One. It is a rather chilly night tonight, isn't it? You're still here, Sakazaki Yuya? Haven't you been instructed to leave with the other students accepting emergencies? There is a little something going on, actually. Aside from the usual. And what would that be? There have been orders to investigate the Christmas thieves. High priority. That's the string of thefts involving Christmas trees, isn't it? It's not as if they're growing legs and walking away, after all. And it's a little hard to imagine them spontaneously disappearing. And what is a night of sexy and luxurious discussion of sweet holiday love without a sparkling tree? I'm quite happy to take up the job to defend everything the ladies and gentlemen of the town have worked so hard to prepare for this special season. You certainly seem eager enough. It's good to have a little zeal, but don't go letting down your guard just because the case in question is completely idiotic. We never know who may have laid traps for us where. Roger that. I'll carve it into my pigeon heart, Mr. One. I'll go take a look at a few things then. There is a tree here on campus, after all. First I've heard of it. Where's it set up? In the student council room. You can see it from the grounds. Sakuya must want to show off his big, fine, all-natural tree. He doesn't let any birdie touch it, but you can always see it from his window. It's really quite childish. Nothing wrong with a little vanity while he's still young. To a point, at least. Anyway, I'll go take a look at the council room and then head into town. I'll send my report to HQ later. Adieu. The Christmas thieves? Stealing the town's festivity is hardly an admirable pursuit. Suppose I'll see if I can rustle up any gadgets to give Kazaki a hand. The council room has certainly gotten some fancy renovations since Akuya arrived. But this is him I'm dealing with. It'll look like sneaking in is going to be hard, but knowing him, he'll have overlooked something obvious. What was that? Bah, this could be bad. I smell explosives. What? It's cold. Really cold.
The morning air this time of year is dangerous indeed. Makes my nose hurt. The birds are all in full winter plumage. I wonder if it's like wearing a down comforter everywhere. Wish I had winter plumage. Sadly, my skin is as bare and tender as my heart, so I might as well hurry up and get to school.
A cockatiel in a pigeon world. I mean, it's not just pigeons. We have literally a Shu Iwamin is a partridge.
There's an awful lot of activity on the grounds today.
A crowd of birds is milling around the side of the building. Hey, it's our teacher. Kazuaki. Isn't that his first name? Yeah, we used to call him Mr. Nanaki. We're calling him by his first name. Unless that's his last name. I'm pretty sure Kazuaki is his hidden name. Pretty sure it was Mr. Nanaki. Kazuaki is the name they give him after we find out his name. No, we would have called him Mr. It would have been Mr. Kazuaki or something like that. If it was last name, it would have been Mr. Pretty sure that's his first name. Which means this takes place after? But we know his first name. What the fuck? Huh? We don't learn his first name until much later, though. Also, this tree's a little big. I'm gonna make it a little smaller. That's... I don't know how to feel about that. That doesn't tell me anything. I'm pretty sure that's his first name, though. We don't call him by his first name. We don't learn his first name until much later, though. We definitely do not call him Kazuaki. We call him Mr. Nanaki. I'm 90% sure about that. That's kind of fucking weird. Stay calm, everyone. It may be dangerous, so don't get too close. Let's make no birdie gets hurt, alright?
Mr. Nanaki!
See? Right there. Mr. Nanaki. We called him Mr. Nanaki. I remembered. We don't call him Kazuaki. I remembered. I was like, wait, that's not the name we're supposed to call him. Okay, so there's definitely big differences. Okay. So it's hard to say. Is this past tense? Is this before we die? Is this after we die? I don't know. Could be alternate universe, but I didn't look too much into it. I didn't want really any spoilers. Because this is the second game. I didn't want to know too much going into it.
Mr. Nanaki! What's happened? It must be bad if you're up and about and all wide awake at this time of day.
Oh, good morning, Shikamori. Well, it looks like the thieves broke in, I suppose.
The thieves?
Could he mean? That's right, the Christmas thieves. Apparently they broke in last night. Seems they took the tree from the student council room.
Nice work, Sakuya! Nice flag retrieval. But Sakuya looked so self-satisfied when he was talking about his perfect security. What happened?
Well, look up. Up? As in, at the council room? Oh shit, they actually blew it up. They straight up blew up the school. So they're terrorists. The council room's window, or rather its wall, is blasted open.
Wow, they're not just thieves. I bet they had to break in at least 5 more laws to pull that off.
They certainly do want Christmas trees. It would have been better off just asking him, though. Huh? The tree was placed near that window, right? If they broke in like this...
Ah!
I let my gaze drop as I was lost in thought and I could see something white on the ground. It's extremely hard to tell with it mixed in with some of the broken glass and bits of plaster, but it looks like some sort of fur. It's not a feather. Looks like something that came off a stuffed animal, or maybe some sort of mammal? But I'm the only mammal in the school. This could be a valuable clue. Standing here won't help me find anything out, though.
I need to get to Sakuya to tell me exactly what happened. I might as well check out a few other things along the way. Where to first?
The council room or the library? Well, we need to find Sakuya, so I guess the council room. How would we go to the library, though? Guess we'll just go help Sakuya out. The council room is wrapped in an unusually serious atmosphere, as if a robbery weren't enough. There was even a bombing. Out of those two, the latter is almost certainly the more worrying.
Clover! Oh, Ryuta, good morning.
As you can see, Sakuya has
Magnificently recovered the flag he raised the other day. As expected of an aristocrat.
Haha, yeah, that was definitely a first-class flag retrieval. He certainly got me looking at the thefts more seriously.
Now then, off to the crime scene.
Wait, am I supposed to interact with this?
Wow!
Sakuya's flawless security has been completely destroyed. What is this lunacy? Do you mean to tell me that bombing school buildings is common practice in this barbaric land? No, I don't think it is. I've never seen anything like this before. This is beyond pale. Who conceived this wretched plot? Who?
Wasn't your security perfect, Sakuya? I thought you said it was on a completely new level compared to our primitive concepts.
It was perfect. Around the door, at least. What kind of rascal blows their way in through the wall? If they're going to break in, why not act with some semblance of decency and come through the door? Blowing up the window isn't exactly a common way of forcing an entry, but isn't it a little bit of a problem when there's only security on the front door? Did you see the criminals at all, Sakuya? No. I, too, only learned of this upon arriving this morning. But, look at that! He gestures at the corner by the window. There's a pile of blackened stuff on the floor. What is that? Looks like powder? Wait, is that the Christmas tree? Or what's left of it? Looks like it got blown up along with the window. I was wondering if something happened to the tree. It was right next to the window and the wall that got blown up after all. Nothing's left but ashes. They've left a criminal ultimatum next to it. An ultimatum? They haven't done that before, have they? Let's take a look. We've oopsied. We're very sad. The tree went boom. Sorry. Merry Christmas. Wait. Merry, Merry Christmas, Christmas. Yeah, it's those two birds. They're saying Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas. Yeah, it's the two little doves that we saw at the store.
We oopsied. We're very sad the tree went boom. Sorry. It's a little lonely, but we're taking Mr. Sparkly Star. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas.
That's the ultimatum? It reads more like a kid's note apologizing for breaking Auntie Mildred's antique vase. Those scoundrels! To take the tree topper, the most valuable part, and run.
Tree topper?
The star that sits at the very top of the tree.
Oh. So that's what it's called.
They destroyed the tree and stole the topper. This dreadful affront to my illustrious name. I swear I shall seek them, find them, and impose them on them strict judgments.
And that would be vigilantism, Sakuya. Japan is a constitutional nation. You can't do that.
But it's not as if I don't see where he's coming from. If I spent that much time and effort decorating something just to have someone blow up the room it's standing in, I'd be pretty angry too. Mr. Urushihara's tree stolen, Sakuya's trees reduced to cinders, and the topper stolen. We have to make sure these tragedies don't repeat. But we can't really find the culprit just from this apology or Christmas card or ultimatum or whatever it is. Let's ask Mr. One if he saw anything. He's on night shift, so he should have been here.
Oh, good plan.
Lead us there, Shikamori.
Stop treating me like your underling, you satin pantsied prairie chicken.
You two go ahead. I'll stay here and see if I can find any more clues.
See you in a little while, Ryota.
It's awfully cold in here. I guess with that large hole in the wall, I might as well be outside. Dr. Iwami? I hadn't expected to see you here. I came to see the corpse. What corpse? Where did you hear there was a corpse? Oh, no corpse? And here I had my hopes up. Please don't say that with such a genuinely dejected look on your face. I imagined it with a genuine dejected look. I'm not even joking. I knew he was gonna be depressed about that. I knew it. I knew it. I fucking knew it. Well, no matter. It is still quite the fascinating crime scene. I suppose I shall take a look around. Please don't mind me. I have no intention of interfering with you. I see no reason to tamper with the evidence. Just yet. Alone with the doctor in a half-collapsed room. I hope I make it out of here alive.
Excuse us.
What is this depressing room?
It's the maintenance office. Mr. One's night quarters are here too. I think it's comfy. It feels very lived in.
Comfy?
Let us do whatever we are here for and leave before the poverty and reprehensibility rub off.
Huh. So we know Mr. One. But Sakuya doesn't. What the fuck? Okay.
Mr. One, are you in here?
Salutations, mon ami. Did you come to visit me?
Yuya!
He's sitting at a low tea table. Oh no. The irresponsible, slightly worn-out Yuya just might be a little too attractive. I knew it! A place as disgusting as this is bound to draw disgusting company. And a very fine morning to you too, Sakuya.
We came to talk to Mr. One. What brought you here, Yuya?
I'm holding down the fort while One is out.
Out? Immediately after a break-in?
Suspicious indeed. I suggest we apprehend him at the first opportunity. You misunderstand. He's taking care of a few things so our investigation of the theft can go more smoothly. After all, he and I both saw. Yuya and one? You saw the crime in progress? What? We did indeed. It's not easy being a hero of justice. Trouble always seems to come to you. Why did you not notify me immediately? Filthy mongrel! Notify you how? I've been asking for your phone number for months, and you always blow me off. Gah! Did you see the culprits, Yuya? Yes. Fearsome foes, indeed. Stick your beaks too far into this and you could lose them. Don't say I haven't warned you. Humph. Like you, mongrel, to cower in this filthy hovel out of fear. I, for my part, shall find these wrongdoers and have my revenge. I, too, shall swear to retrieve the stolen statues. Statues? What the fuck? What statues? Hello, Clover? Hello? I, too, swear to retrieve the stolen trees on my honor as a hunter-gatherer. How brave of you. Let me reward your courage with a little evidence. Yuya picks up a number of photographs lined up on the table and holds it out to us. They were already on their way out when I arrived at the scene. And alas, I was unable to keep their trail. But I am a professional. I couldn't just let them get away. I made sure to capture them on film. These are the culprits. We did see them. We saw them. Me and Ryuta. I fucking knew it. ... Sakuya. ... What are these? White things. Oh! See? They even shock a bold lady of hunter-gatherer origin. That's not it, Yuya. I know these creatures. Oh? Are they friends of yours? Friends with a terrorist? Who are they, and where do they live? Tell me this instant. I don't know who they are. Exactly. Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas! You two, where are your parents? Merry Christmas! In any case, I'll have to take you to the employees' lounge. High society does have rules. Merry Christmas. Those are the two things who got scolded by the security guard in High Society Seagull department store, aren't they? They were caught breaking things in the Christmas section of a department store yesterday and got taken away by security. What in? Looks like they'll go after anything with Christmas on it. Though I can sympathize with their enthusiasm for the Holy Night. I thought they were only going in after easy targets. But it looks like once they get sight of something, they won't rest until it's theirs or destroyed. The entire city is filled with Christmas decorations. We have no way of knowing where they'll strike next, thus no way of ambushing them. Not necessarily. We could lure them as easily with an extravagant tree in an obvious place, don't you think? They've got guts, but they don't seem to have particularly intelligence. I don't see particularly intelligent. I agree with you. I think you should try to bait them. Then it's settled, and the best bait would be the finest tree in the city, right? Sakuya? The finest tree in town? Do you know of a good one, Sakuya? Are you suggesting we use the Labelle's family Christmas tree as a lure, mongrel? Of course! Given how much work he put into the council room tree, he almost certainly has a gorgeous and decadent tree at home. Seems like the best choice. And you aren't about to just let them get away with having burned your other tree, are you? Of course not! Where's your tree set up, Sakuya? In the main salon. It's not visible from the outside. It would take a great deal of time and labor just to move it outside and redecorate it. I would not think that it is a realistic option. Well, we'll have to rely on the newspaper ads and word of mouth then. The Labelle family moved here to Little Dove, Ho Chi Minh City from France, is displaying its gorgeous Christmas tree to the public, or something. Who said anything about opening the mansion to the public? Why not take the opportunity to show it off a little? It's your first Christmas tree here, after all, and it should help to spread the Label family's reputation.
Come on, Sakuya. Open it up to the whole city. Let everybody know you have an extravagantly decorated tree at home. The thieves should hear the rumors and they'll come to see. And then we can catch them.
Very well. I shall assist you. Cool. I'll get everything ready for an announcement in the evening papers. Something like the Label's family tree is open for public viewing tonight. All Christmas enthusiasts welcome. We'll be fine, right?
That sounds good. But what kind of super high school student are you to have that much clout with the local newspaper companies?
Any male dove would be super for a lady as lovely as yourself, mon ami. I shall be off then. Adieu. Loose-tongued cur!
Yuya's laying the bait for us, so... Should we work on a plan to catch the thieves at your house, Sakuya?
A reasonable suggestion. We shall plan our strategy after school, then.
It's still midday, but the wind is cold. At least today was a half day. It would be freezing in here if it were already evening. Why are we having a meeting in here, Sakuya?
Is it not obvious? Because this is my domain. Your domain, though despoiled? Scum! Do you mock me? There is no despoiled in the dictionary of labels. Whatever.
Let's just make our plan already.
Sakuya is unexpectedly good at getting off topic.
They use explosives here. How do you think they'll attack the mansion?
They might pretend to be normal guests and sneak in through the front entrance.
They might, yes. But their goal is the tree. So even if they get inside...
They will not be able to remove the tree. Yuya photographed showed them to be quite small, so there is no way the two of them could carry it out.
How could they get it outside then?
I think they would need some sort of heavy machinery. So you think they'll show up in a truck or something? Any suspicious vehicle approaching the mansion will be neutralized immediately.
So we'll have guards watching all directions for any sort of truck or crane.
The mansion opens at 7. Should we be there this evening too? Yes. That should help things go the most smoothly.
I'll see you two there then. We need to catch these thieves before Christmas itself arrives.
Still some time before I go to Sakuya's house. Not quite enough to go home myself. What should I do? Maybe I should go pick up some sort of weapon in town. Didn't Angel say something about one of the old shops in town starting to stock Excalibur? Maybe I should go there. A familiar figure emerges from the chemistry lab. Okay. Calm down, Clover. You're okay.
You're okay, Clover. It's okay.
Doctor? If it isn't Miss Shikamori. You're done with classes for the day, yes? What business have you here?
I was just heading home. What about you, sir?
He appears to be trying to hide the large rack of test tubes he is carrying. I was doing some tests to confirm some things. To think that I would only get access to these samples now. It is simply unreasonable. He looks genuinely displeased. Has he ever been this openly emotional before? Maybe the test went badly?
Well, I'm not sure what's going on, but... Cheer up, sir. I'm sure something good will come of it.
Something good? That is the last thing I want. And with that blunt remark, he heads off towards the infirmary. I wish I could share some of my cheerfulness with him. I have so much I could brush my teeth with it. Tell me, Miss Shikamori.
Yes, sir?
He stops and turns around. Do you have any food allergies? Allergies? Like to peanuts or fish? To soybeans, for instance. No, I don't. I don't think I do, at least. Is that so? He walks away, a self-satisfied expression on his face. You need to explain why you're asking, sir.
If you just walk away looking pleased like that, you'll get reported.
Oh, is this taking place after? We know everybody. I have no fucking idea, bro. I really fucking have no idea. We know everybody. If we know everybody, then... makes no sense. If we know everybody, then... Because we know Yuya is a detective. We know... Is it possible that all the routes happened and somehow we lived through them all, so we're all technically romantically involved with all of the birds in this? In some weird fucked up alternate universe? I don't know. I don't know. Because we know everybody's... we know his name. But we're calling... Watami, Mr. Watami, I guess what we called him. Start log. Sakuya's Christmas tree will be open for display in just a few minutes. Staff birds walk busily about the mansion. In the center of the grand salon. It looks normal. That must be the tree. Such a vast presence, even in a room this large. It certainly would be difficult to carry it away by hand. There appears to be quite a crowd gathered outside already. Apparently, there are plainclothes security officers scattered throughout the line. There are, of course, a great number of security personnel within the mansion as well. Have no worry, have no fear. The classy, reliable Gold Guard is here. Ah, the Gold Guard. Stern when necessary, and an iron hand masked in a velvet glove. I feel safer already. Your house is really huge, Sakuya. Isn't it tough to clean? I cannot comprehend your question. Why should I worry over such things when I have servants? I didn't even know how to use a mop until just recently, after all. That sort of foolery is for commoners. It has nothing to do with a noble such as myself. Aw, what a waste. You have the makings of a domestic genius, Sakuya. Yeah, you were always way more help at the end of the year cleanup than any of us expected. Ugh. Sakuya appears troubled, no doubt unsure if he could take that up as praise or as an insult. In any case, I have deigned to reveal my magnificent Christmas tree before the eyes of beggars and plebs. Are you sure the thieves will come? I think that depends on them. You did a good job of getting the word out. I think we can safely say they know about it. I have deployed elite bodyguards in the employ of the Label family throughout the entire area. The thieves will be captured within 2 seconds of arrival. Master Sakuya. What is it, Albert? A letter has arrived, sir. Here it is. What does it say, Sakuya? They've got guts. It's a letter announcing their nefarious intent. It says they're coming? May I see? Sakuya hands the letter over to Ryota. It says, "We want the big tree. Merry Christmas." This, I guess, is a letter of intent? An awfully cute one. It might almost be a Christmas card or a letter to Santa. They want the tree? And expect us to hand it over? If they want it, they can come and claim it. Merry Christmas. They say they won't give it to us. Merry Christmas. They say if we want it, we should come and take it. Why did we understand them? Sakuya, behind you!
Merry Christmas! It's time for Plan B! There! It's them, Sakuya, the Christmas thieves!
What? After them! Seize them! Have you not holes for eyes, you confounded gull? How did they get this far? Were they hoping to get the tree just by asking nicely?
It's no good, Sakuya. I tried my best to catch them too, but they got away.
I've received no word from the security teams either. It would appear they have escaped. What a dreadful waste of an opportunity. They said something about a plan B before they left, right? I don't think they had given up yet. We better stay on guard. I am well aware. Let us return to the mansion. Oh, it's cold. And the thieves haven't shown up yet either. It's almost midnight already. Maybe they've gone home for the day and are all snug and cozy under a kokatsu.
I want to be under a kokatsu.
Patatsu. I have prepared some ginger tea for you, miss. Please.
Oh, the butler. Thank you so much. I always thought black butlers just know what you needed.
Indeed, miss. What word from outside? Nothing to report? Scheduled check-ins from all teams are on time, master. Nothing to report. Have those cowards given up already? It's way too late for us to be up and about. I wish they'd just tell us if they're not coming. What was that noise? Enemy armor in the northwest sector. We're under attack. Sakuya,
Ryota, let's go.
The nighttime streets are filled with sudden activity. That guard mentioned armor, right?
Which means
they brought some sort of vehicle, like a truck or something. It matters not. My elite Belle security will have them neutralized in a matter of seconds. A report, Master Sakuya. The Label security forces were neutralized in seconds. You see? This is what happens to those who stand against the Label family.
Sakuya, wait! That's not what he said!
He said, were, not have. What? Indeed, sir. This noise. Something's coming. Look at that. They're bringing a fucking tank. What the fuck? Wait, this is the tank I had in my thumbnail. What the fuck? It's the Christmas thieves. In a tank? Wow. They weren't bringing just a truck? This is way more than I expected.
Merry Christmas!
We're stealing the tree! We're stealing the tree! Oh, shit. That's one way to steal a tree, alright.
It's coming, it's rumbling, it's coming for your tummies!
Yeah, what do we do? It's headed right toward... They brought live ammunition? Stop! Stop! What sort of demons would damage my beautiful mansion? There are still birds inside. I'll go get them out of there.
They blew up the council room without a second thought. At this rate, your house is going to end up looking like mine.
I cannot have that.
We need to stop them.
What can I do? I need to stop the thieves' tank. Fist of the teenage girl or mailbox attack. Fist of the teenage girl or mailbox attack. Fist of the teenage girl, I believe. I clench my fists and assume the stance. The enemy is straight ahead. They cannot dodge. I can feel the strength of Gaia beneath me. My love, my life, I place in this hand. I make my declaration here,
Empress arrives! Take this! A mobile fist of irrational teenage girl!
Nothing. It did nothing. At all. I'm sorry, Sakuya. I've never tried to hunt an animal made of metal before, so I don't know where its weak points are. Even my elite guards were no match for it. There is nothing a bird or a human can do to that thing. A sharp crack echoes through the night, and the tank stops. Non. A gentleman dove must never give up so easily, Sakuya. What? Yuya! And you've kept a lady up this late? Never mind the thieves, you're the real villain here. Please forgive him, mon ami. Oh no, it's fine. I wasn't able to do anything anyway. You rascal! What is that thing? What kind of high school student has one of those? This? It's an anti-material rifle. A must-have item for young men in Japan these days. Do not mock me with jests! But Sakuya, even I have a broad axe. Of course, fashionable young man like Yuya is going to have an assault rifle or two. Precisely. I've hoped you learned something about Japanese culture today, Sakuya. Japan truly is a complicated and confounding place. Yuya, look out! It's still moving! It would seem so. Alas, I was hoping to have things cleared up and be walking the sweet lady home by now. Don't lay a finger on Shikamori, lecherous cur. She is my underling. Since when? A lady never likes a man who tries to monopolize her, Sakuya. Don't bend my words. I had no such thing in mind. Are you sure? Anyway, it's time to end this. Adieu, mysterious thieving duo. It stopped. Nice job, Yuya. You're acting straight up cool for once. Why, thank you, mon ami. I am honored by your words. Merry Christmas. Connect this with this. Merry Christmas. Stick that there. Merry Christmas! We fixed it! Yay! It's not dead yet. Oh dear. I thought I had immobilized it. Have you no other plan, Kerr? I have not prepared any more ordnance, no. It seems I have met my match. Forget preparations. Would a super student like you really give up this easily? I'm not done yet, mon ami. That said, those two possess an unusual degree of... Clover, look out! Clover, are you hurt? I'm fine. Yuya, wait, your tail! Your tail is burnt! It smells delicious! All that matters is that you're safe. A little burn like this is just another medal of bravery. Sakazaki, you fool! Don't go raising flags here! Come on, we'll withdraw. You seem to be having difficulties. What the fuck are you doing here? Who'd have expected him to show up here? Dr. Iwamin? Yeah. Why are you here? I took the liberty of examining the council room this morning. Rather interesting. I could help you out, if you like. Of course, if you don't need my assistance, I will leave. I do have other things to be doing after all. I can't really see his face in the darkness, but he sounds even more uninterested than usual. Maybe he's in a bad mood again. But even the doctor would bluff about something like this, right? I think you will find me more reliable than the singed and self-confident dove at your side. What a sharp tongue you have, Doctor. Please, Dr. Iwamin, if you have some way of stopping those thieves, please help us. I had hoped to take them alive, but at this point I won't object if you decide to obliterate them entirely.
Sakuya, no! They're doing bad things, but I could never live with myself if I let you kill something that adorable.
I have no intention of killing them, Miss Shikamori.
Yes.
The doctor tosses a ball, or rather some sort of oblong metallic lump to me. Throw it at the tank. You should be able to lend it enough force to rupture the casing.
Ah!
It's a grenade!
Leave it to me, sir. Hi-ya! Look! I did it! I did it! Hole in one!
Well done. You have a good throwing arm. But what did that do? There was no great explosion. A tear gas bomb, right? Huh? The tank is swabbed in some sort of gas? Whoa! Doctor, we must withdraw. We'll be affected too, and we won't be able to secure the thieves. Can you stand here? Yeah, we need to get... The gas is spreading throughout the entire area. Why would he make a tear gas bomb? We need to get back to the mansion and send out guards with gas masks. The gas has no effect. On us, anyway. Huh? Oh, is that why he was asking if we were allergic to soybeans?
Ooh.
The tank hatch opens and the two white creatures stagger out. Huh, they look terrible. Finding an allergen specific to them was quite simple. Found plenty of samples to work with in the student council room after all. They are currently experiencing symptoms similar to those exhibited by people suffering from pollen allergies. The allergen in this case is soybean flour. Mr. Sakazaki had already created quite a number of holes in the body of the tank, so it diffused in quite beautifully. I am pleased to see it worked. How kind of you to give me some credit, despite my miserable failure. I hadn't expected that from you. You're an exemplary teacher. Thank you, Mr. Sakazaki. You flatter me. Sir, how did you know so much about these previously unidentified creatures? Siri, go away. Go away. Looks like he's still in a bad mood. He's staring off into space. Were the tests he was doing this afternoon for this? If so, it was an undeniable success. Shouldn't he be happy? Anyway, they're ours now. Tie them up! And so our freezing midnight war came to an end of sorts. Accept your fate, Christmas thieves. You nowhere left to run. Identify yourselves.
Merry Christmas. You won't get to go home any quicker by looking sad. What are your names? Miru! Kaku! Merry Christmas!
Miru and Kaku? That's all? Oh yeah, we are calling him Shu. We aren't calling him Iwatani, Dr. Iwatani, in this game. Interesting. Why did you two do all this?
Quite frankly, I don't give a hoot about Christmas, and as far as I'm concerned, it's just so much as capitalist, commercialized rubbish, but there are plenty of birds who really care about it. It's not nice to ruin their fun. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Christmas is all Miru and Kaku have. Merry Christmas. Christmas is ingrained into Miru and Kaku's very instincts.
They told Miru and Kaku they were never meant to be born. No one was to give them life, but they were born on Christmas Eve. Because they weren't meant to be born, they had to be removed. So Miru and Kaku were abandoned. Miru and Kaku aren't real. Miru and Kaku are alive, but Miru and Kaku are different. So Miru and Kaku couldn't be put outside. But Miru and Kaku couldn't stay, so Miru and Kaku were going to be burned. So Miru and Kaku said goodbye. Miru and Kaku said goodbye to their home. I thought they looked more like some sort of strange mammals than like birds, but I never would have guessed they had some backstory like that. It's too cruel, Doctor.
To create a pitiful hybrid beings in your mad scientist experiments and then tried to kill them? Maybe you felt your creations violated the laws of nature, but artificial creatures are still alive, just like us. They have the right to...
Please, do not misunderstand. I am not responsible for their creation. What? He's not? I thought I was being clever, but I think I've made a terrible mistake.
Merry Christmas! Miru and Kaku's daddy was a merry daddy. He liked parties. Merry Christmas! Daddy celebrated all through December, especially Christmas. They looked excited to the point of getting their memories mixed up.
It is a story from long ago. An accident in a certain lab caused the birth of 2 hybrid life forms. None of the researchers had expected their creation. At first, the new life forms were hoped to hold great scientific value, but they soon proved to be almost identical to existing birds. Once the investigation was complete, they were to be disposed of, but there was one researcher who acted irresponsibly. The researcher was charged with taking care of them. May I ask what you intend to do with them? Do you need to ask? They will be tried in the court of law, naturally.
But they're unidentified creatures, born of the excesses of modern science. Can they even have trials?
The laws only cover humans and birds. Even if they look like birds, I don't think they can. So then, they do not have the right to be tried by law. All they can do is wait to be called.
I object! They may have done some bad things, but no birdie was badly injured. The worst was Yuya's burn. We can't just kill them.
I have a proposal, Mr. Shirogane.
Yes. Dr. Iwami?
Shall I take them?
You would? We can't, Sakuya. Giving them to him is like sending them to a fate worse than death, no matter how you look at it.
Please do not be so agitated. I have no intention of harming them. Just yet.
In other words, you probably will later.
If you are willing to take them in, sir, I have no objections.
Be respectful towards Dr. Iwami, you 2 rapscallions. Merry Christmas! And make sure to tell us where you hid Mr. Urushihara's Christmas tree, okay? Merry Christmas!
And so, with the help of Dr. Iwami and Yuya, we captured the Christmas thieves, Miru and Kaku. No one need fear for their decorations again. But why was the doctor so happy to help? He didn't even ask for compensation. Normally he would have asked for something. That will be 1 leg, please. Maybe his idea of a Christmas present?
Oh, 3 a.m. already? That's way too late. We got them to tell us where the stolen trees are, so I should go home and eat udon and sleep.
Miru, Kaku. You still have your caretaker rings from the lab, yes?
Merry Christmas! Caretaker, look!
Let me see. Ryuji. Okay. You. You never did leave anything behind but trouble.
Mr. Urushihara, we've got your Christmas tree back.
Oh my, thank you. It is really calming to look at, isn't it?
I'm so glad yours is intact. Sakuya's was completely incinerated.
At least the big tree Sakuya had at home was saved. I guess that's some sort of consolation. And that's the end of the investigation. I'm looking forward to working here over the break. But of course, I'm pleased to have you.
Tomorrow's Christmas Eve. I've got the rest of the trees back to their owners, and now I'm feeling cheerful. Christmas only comes once a year, and I want to spend it with having fun with every birdie. Winter break starts tomorrow, too. I'm just excited thinking about it. What happened to Miru and Kaku anyway? Did the doctor take them to his house? That seems pretty cute. Dr. Iwami living with the seasonal mascot characters. No, it's too surreal. I can't imagine it. I do wonder, though. I think I'll ask the doctor before break starts. Excuse me.
Interesting. His lab has changed. The infirmary is transformed. Sir? What happened? Are you actually even more enthusiastic about Christmas than Sakuya? I have no fondness for superstition. Have I not mentioned before? The doctor's transformed too. Maybe it's protective camouflage? Sir, what happened to you? Don't tell me you finally got that lobotomy. They always give me another as soon as I've taken it off. It's easier to work if I just leave it on. It's beautiful. True.
So Miru and Kaku are... Merry Christmas! They're here. You're keeping them in here, sir?
Yes. They would only get in the way at my house. Not that they don't get in the way here. Grumpy as usual. He seems to be putting up with them so far, but he hardly looks happy about it. I wouldn't count on their heads staying attached for too much longer. They should calm down after the New Year. They are mostly excited by Christmas, after all. We keep making death jokes, so we're aware we get killed by him. We're somehow aware of all these things that are happening, like, to us, from all the other past events. Because we make a lot of death jokes about, like, oh, we haven't made, like, too many, but that was the first time we've actually referenced, like, him slicing off heads. Because that's what he did to us, and then he put our brains in our, he put our head in a jar. No, literally, I guess we're transcended. You don't think you're pushing yourself too hard, sir? What do you mean? Maybe I'm imagining it, but you don't quite look like you mean it, sir. It is your imagination. It is tiring to have them in here all the time. Perhaps I should make a hutch for them outside. It doesn't look like he's using them for research. What is he thinking? He's treating them awfully nice, though. I've never seen him act that nice. Maybe he likes cute animals? I'm going home now, Doctor. Thank you for everything this year. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Thank you. Merry Christmas! The Christmas thieves attack Finn. So it's a bunch of stories? Huh. So it's a bunch of, like, little short stories, I guess. Oh! We can change their... Today is the last day of Ryota's job. Job meaning the usual work as a Miko. It barely needs saying by now. I'd like to try wearing a Miko outfit sometime. I feel like I would give so much fighting spirit. Evil disperse! Evil disperse! Anyway, Ryota invited me out to lunch after work. When I think about it, he's been really busy with various jobs since the end of the year. I don't feel like I've had a chance to talk to him since Christmas. He says this time of year always has the best opportunities to make money. It's the natural hunting season. Ah, my wild spirit stirs. Oh dear, just look at the time, I better go. New Year's is a few days gone, so the shrine is practically empty now. Ryota is... Oh, look at him, he's so cute! In a Miko outfit! Oh my god, he's so cute. Oh my god. I'm adding that to the wardrobe list. Hold up, I need to add that to the wardrobe list. Because kimonos are different from shrine maidens. Maybe. Oh, Clover!
Ryota! Wait, you're still in your battle gear.
I'm assuming it's an aftermath of the first one.
I guess the uniform is battle gear to part-time worker, but I don't think that's how people usually refer to Miko costumes.
Oh, is it that time already?
Yep, you said to come a little after 3, right? And I did. Sorry, I didn't even notice. I'll be done as soon as I finish cleaning around back, so would you mind waiting just a few minutes? There's a little lounge next to the office. They have warm tea and stuff, so why don't you rest there and... No, I'll help you. Many hands and feathers make light work, right?
That's really nice of you, Clover. Thank you.
Of course.
Thanks, Clover. The priest said thank you, too. Opening the new year with a good deed. Karma paid off, please.
Let's head into town, then. What would you like to eat?
I got my pay, so I'll treat you.
Really? Are you sure? New Year's generosity?
It's my thanks for helping with the cleaning. And I've got to work a lot this year, so I've got a little to spare. You sure like udon, Clover.
It's good. Yeah, it is.
I'm really impressed that you get it even when you're eating out at a family restaurant, though. I can feel the strength of your conviction from here.
Don't make me sound like some weird cultist who only ever eats udon. I have days when I don't eat udon too.
Maybe 6 months or so? That often? Sorry, I figured it was more like once every 3 years or so. I guess you don't eat it all that often after all.
Stop profiling me.
How is it?
It's really good. It's different from when I make it at home.
I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, Clover. Seeing you eat so happily makes me happy too. I hope I can learn to cook to make you that happy someday.
That was great.
That was fast, almost unbelievably fast.
Ryota and I spent a while after that chatting about whatever came to mind. School, friend, udon, Sunday morning TV, udon. Talking with Ryota is always so relaxing. I hope I can learn to be as Yashike as him someday. Wow.
So does this like unlock them? Do we get to use them as actual humanoids? That'd be amazing if so. I don't think so, but that'd be amazing. I would totally be down with that if we could actually use that. Hopefully it doesn't give too much spoilers. I don't know. Maybe I want to finish my noodles. Go ahead and grab my noodles. Birdie loving with birds.
Happy New Year!
I got called out early to go to White Dove Shrine with Sakuya. Why did he ask me to come? Maybe I should check his email again. It seems that New Year's Day is regarded with the foremost importance in Japan. My mother informed me of many bizarre traditions having to do with this day. As an aristocrat, I wish to study the ways of the locals most closely. Such knowledge might be as well useful in a diplomatic mission or the like. Designate you as my personal guide. Be grateful. Okay, so these are all like New Year's. So I'm assuming these come after the story? I'll come back and read them after. I'm assuming they take place after Christmas. Because we haven't gotten to Christmas yet in the story. I'll finish reading that. Or finish reading those after. I could finish reading Sakuya's though. Actually, let me just finish reading Sakuya's. Yeah, we'll read Sakuya's since we were already reading it. I wish to study the ways of the locals most closely. Such knowledge may be useful in a diplomatic mission or like. I designate you as my personal guide. Be grateful. Be at White Dove Shrine at 9 a.m. on January 1st. How on earth does he manage to type so well when he can't pry his eyes away from his own nose? I wonder what he's planning. Label things, probably. I don't think much of being treated like an underling by my own classmate, but I don't have any other plans. And this is his first New Year's in Japan, so maybe he's nervous. I guess I can lend him a hand. Oh my god, I forgot how hot his human form was. That took me off guard for a second. That really took me off guard. Hey, remember, Yuya, his older brother, is supposed to be hotter than him. Sakuya's really attractive. Wait, I just realized something. He doesn't know that that's actually his older brother, does he? So maybe the canonical ending hasn't happened. The canonical ending from the first game. Well, it's too early to assume that, anyways. God, they look like Rune Factory characters. It's impressive. What's Rune Factory? Finally here, are you? It's a terrible thing for a commoner like you to keep me waiting, you know. Oh, sorry, Sakuya. So you finally got here already? Unlike you, yokels, I have a busy schedule. A true aristocrat must always plan his schedule out down to the very last second. Okay, I'll be more careful next time. Hey, it's barely 20 seconds past 9 o'clock. Did I not just say that I have to plan my schedule out down to the very last second? Gosh, if you keep nitpicking like that, people will end up calling you a bickery old spinster. How dare you question my masculinity? That's not the part you should be objecting to. Let it be. I shall forgive you this time. Be grateful. Yeah. Come on, let's go in. This is the White Dove Shrine. Maybe you should think of it as being kind of like a church? I know that much already. I did not come completely unprepared after all. I also know that Japanese shrines are inhabited by witch doctors called onmyoji. Onmyojis. I think that's how you say it. Onmyoji? And then on every night they crawl out of wells and appear on television screens in various places. Any who see their image on the screen will meet a terrible and bizarre death before long. A terrifying tale indeed. And yet all these people gather at the shrine once a year. Japan is a mysterious country indeed. And you heard that story from my mother. Yeah, I thought so. Oh no, I'm getting terribly interested in Sakuya's mother. What kind of person is she? Did she tell him these things in honest misunderstanding? Or was she just setting him up to embarrass himself later in life? Unfortunately, I don't think there are any onmyojis around anymore. They show up in old stories, but I've never seen one myself. I have heard that they are special beings who live in the world beyond our own. It does not surprise me that a mere high school student like yourself has never seen one. I wonder about that. Your mother taught you most of what you know about Japan, right? Have you ever tried asking about your butler about things? Albert? He has never left France before now. I do not think of him as a reliable source for information on foreign cultures. I don't know, he seems like the serious type. Maybe if he'd been more well informed about Japan, Sakuya wouldn't have come here with all these strange ideas. Anyway, I wish to throw some coin. Where is the target? Direct me. Throw some coin? You mean give an offering, right? You Japanese celebrate the New Year by throwing coins at evildoers, do you not? I wish to try it. Where do we go to partake?
Sakuya, no! No birdie throws money at people now! If you put it like that, it's like the offering box is some sort of criminal.
I have brought with me some heavy silver coins of classical Roman manufacture. I believe we will find them impressively lethal.
Sakuya, I'm trying to tell you, don't throw the money at any birdie.
I bet he gets the please listen carefully written all over his report card. Explaining ethics to him from the ground up is going to be hard, but he did ask me for this. I better do my best. Honestly, I think it's cute that there's the option to, like, switch between human and birdies. Like, it definitely doesn't, like... I don't think it ruins the story at all. But it would have been funny if they had the option for humans, and then they didn't actually give us the human forms, and it was just the birds still. That would have been really funny. Alright. Let's start part 2. Folly Chronicles, Absolute Zero. The Holy Crusade to which brave warriors flock twice a year. The Crimson Angel of Judica descends upon the sacred ground. What will he find there? The laurel crown of glory? Or the thorn circlet of despair? What will the fallen angel find through the guidance of the Golden Apostle? Please enter your name. Clover. Shikamori. Is Shikamori Clover okay? Yes. Again. I've lost. Again. Why? Why is the beauty of my craft not recognized? Why? His research holds no beauty. Mere reason is not enough. All meaningless without the sense of an artistic soul. So then, why? Why does this happen? No, if I remain here, my genius will only rot. I cannot allow such a loss to the world. I am done here. I shall find a place where I am valued for what I am. I shall not return here. This affront will not be forgotten. I will have my revenge. One day. Consider it punishment for your lack of imagination. Remember then, my name. Unlike you, I have pride in the name I carry. You will not find me using some ridiculous alias. I am Tori. Nishikito. Nishiki Koji Tori.
My hands are too cold to move.
This is my last day in the library for the year. Once I've put away the returned books and written down the list of editions, I should be done, but...
What is it with this library? Why can't a big school, nickname school at least shell out for some decent heating?
If you have the energy to be shouting at the bookshelves, you should be try writing a petition.
Oh, sorry, was I bothering you?
Yes. I can't read with you making so much noise next to me. Nothing goes into my head. Please forgive my dreadful sin. That language is supposed to have effects on the spiritual world. The cold doesn't bother you, Nigeki? It doesn't. I feel fine. I see. Having plumage must make it
must really make a difference. Maybe they don't bother with heating because all the birds are fine. I don't think that's the case. So birds are cold in here too, then? Well, there's one freezing to death right over there. What? I follow Nageki's gaze and I see a rather familiar-looking bleeding heart dove freezing to death on the floor. Angel! Are you alive? Speak to me, Angel! Is that you, Edelblah? Where is this? Have I fallen once more into the eternal prison of ice? No, look around yourself. It's just an unreasonably cold library. Do you mean to keep my fallen wings in this world, Edelblah? If you walk with me the blood-stained path of the conquest, I don't care about that. Why are you on the verge of death in here? The day of judgment draws near. I speak of Ragnarok, Edelblah. He's incomprehensible as always. The desk he was sitting on is covered in sheets of paper. Oh! Are you drawing a manga? Great prognostications of the future. An epics of heroes long dead. I must complete them and bring them to the battlefield of gods. It is a lonely, lonely battlefield. Let's see. He's in the manga club, so maybe he's working on a club zine? Even though the festival was ages ago. How admirable. You can do it, Angel. I'm sure you'll make it on time. But it's cold in here. Don't you think you should go home and work on it there? Do you worry for my flesh? Very well. Perhaps now is a time for repose, as you say. Farewell, Edelblah. He happily gathers up his papers and exits the library. He comes in here quite often, though he would be better off working elsewhere if the cold bothers him so. He must have some reason. Maybe the atmosphere in here gets him into the perfect mindset for the story he's telling. But bleeding heart doves are from the Philippines, so they don't fare well in the cold. He shouldn't push himself so hard. So he's a Filipino. Later that evening, Fantasy Harvest Moon, but more anime. Oh, that sounds cute. Ah, I'm going numb. I should have bought that blanket robe I had my eye on when I was in town. The price will make my purse weep, but this cold makes me weep more. Huh? Someone texted me. It's Ryota. Meet me in town. I wonder what's going on. Doesn't matter. My body is rapidly approaching its crystallization point, so I'll head into town and avail myself of this wearable blanket on my way to meet Ryota. I want that blanket. Sorry to keep you waiting. Oh no, I just got here. Clover? I know it's cold, but are you sure you want to be walking around in public looking like that? Huh? But it's a wearable blanket. Wouldn't it be more strange not to wear it? Well, I guess that's true. If you're okay with it. Anyway, you wanted to talk to me? Oh, yes. I wanted to ask you a favor. You hardly ever ask me for my help. I'll do whatever it is with flash and pizzazz. So what is it? Do you have plans for end of the year? Not really. I finished cleaning and everything. Even New Year's Eve? I was planning to laze around all day, like always. Would you... maybe... be willing to be a sales girl for a day? There's no pay, but... a volunteer sales girl? Is it at the flea market or something? That's not far off. Do you know about Kamiket? Kamiket? How should I explain it? It's like a flea market, but not. A lot of their birds get together and buy and sell manga that they've drawn with their friends. So, sort of like a manga club's booth at the festival. Yeah, something like that. Just on a much larger scale. I was wondering if you could run a booth for me. Would you like to? Sure. Sounds like fun. Did you draw something, Ryota? No, I'm just another sales girl. What does that mean? So, one of your friends asked you to find someone? Yeah, Angel. What? Oh. So that manga he was pouring his lifeblood into in the library was for this Kamiket thing. But why are you asking me? You never mentioned it to me.
I've been a sales girl for one group but for the past 3 years, but somehow Angel found out. So... Textors Melodia Funeris. The battle of the gods, the judgment draws near. My soul has not the strength left to continue on alone. Become my light! He asked me to help him. I'll be lonely on my own. So please come with me? I think so, yeah, but I'm already helping someone. I can't be in 2 places at once. So you're asking me? Yup. What do you say? Want to? Of course. It'll be a good learning experience. A learning experience? Well, you'll certainly see some things you wouldn't anywhere else. It is Ragnarok, after all. I think any name Angel comes up with is going to be confusing, but it does look like a battle to end all battles at times. I'll need a weapon, right? Just tell me what to bring. Will I want to bring something with range, or will it be close up? Don't take it literally! I just meant that there will be a lot of really impatient birds with no social skills. It can be confusing at first. So you probably should do some research ahead of time. If you search around, you'll find plenty of guides for first-timers. Kamiket lasts 3 days, and I think Angels is on the 3rd day. The last day is always the worst, so make sure you're ready. Okay, I'll study hard. Sales girl at Kamiket. I have no idea what this will entail, but from what Ryota said, it may as well be hell on this earth. My bloodthirst for combat. Time to go home and scour the internet for Kamiket tutorials. Aww, look at the birds. They're so cute. They're super adorable. God, I miss this game. It's a little different. We're not actually romancing the birds, though. Is that a Keela? There's a Keela in the corner. In the corner. In the corner. Let me hide the other Keelas. The other Keela. Mixing the perfect amount of cute animals and anime dating sims. Exactly. It's really comfy. It's more story this time. We need a sort of energy in the Power World visual novel. I want that released. I want it. Right now. I need it. I need it. Y'all don't understand my addiction to Power Worlds. You have something to say, Keela? Oh, they should... It's the bunny! Yeah. Hello, bunny! There you go. Now my hat! There we go. Any birdie. And birdie. Keela, where's your Christmas spirit? I don't see you wearing a hat. Keela's not wearing a Christmas hat, chat. Tell her to wear a Christmas hat. Tell her to wear
Christmas angel coffee. Have you forgot?
Yay!
That kind of works.
Keela has a hat! A hat! Now let me put on a Christmas hat. The very same one.
There we go.
Here we go.
It's attached to my halo now. Clover?
Yeah? What?
I can only hear you through stream, so...
Oh. My bun! My bun! My bun is a hun! My son! My bun!
Hey, there we go.
Mm-hmm. Also, hello, Isaac. I forgot to say hi.
Hello.
There's-
Hi, Missy.
I think this is supposed to be Yuya and Sakuya. I feel like that's supposed to be them, like, together. I think that's supposed to be them. I'm still blocking the picture. But yeah, I think that's supposed to be them. It looks like them. So I'm assuming that's supposed to be them. Today's the 31st. I am up at dawn so that I may meet the the brave angel who throws himself into the fray of the holy war.
Beautiful.
Wow, what a crowd! Is every birdie here going to Comic Cat? Correct, Ado Bleu. Oh, Angel! See you, Ado Bleu? The holy land of the chosen, the abyss of madness. Tokyo's big sight. So that's the big sight. It's an even more bizarre building than my investigations had led me to believe. Let's go inside, Angel. It's cold out here. Be not in haste, Ado Bleu. The time is not yet come. Wait for the nightmare sage who shall guide us. Who? Where? You mean the doctor? Does he have a second helper? Good morning. Chilly out, isn't it? Oh no. Okay, it's our teacher. Mr. Nanaki? We have awaited you, Sage of Nightmares. Why are you here, sir? The manga club's advisor asked me to look after Higuri. So you're standing in? I suppose he's busy with winter cleaning and everything. No. The advisor's here too. He's here, but he wants you to be Angel's chaperone? Yes, that's right. Apparently he's busy. He said he's helping at a company booth. A company booth? I feel like the internet said those can end up swamped from the start of the convention until closing time. Each bird must do battle with himself in this holy land. I do not blame him. How mature of you. Looks like I'll be selling Angel's manga with Mr. Nanaki all day. Better do my best. It was pretty crowded outside, but if anything, it's even worse in here. I'm a little worried that some birdie's tenderfoot or wingbone might get broken with this many birds crowded together. What kind of manga did you draw, Angel? The Tales of the Dark Angel. That is very indie. Oh boy.
Is that also watercolor?
That looks like watercolor. Might be ink versus watercolor now that I'm looking at it. Like smudged ink into the paper. You can rub ink pretty well and make it look like watercolor like that.
It looks like a spray brush too.
A what?
Also looks like a spray brush.
Oh, I could agree with that. Oh, like a Copic maybe.
Copics.
Yeah.
Like Copics almost.
Hello, Grayson.
Hello.
The Tales of the Dark Angel. The Forbidden Epic Saga. Oh, sounds pretty goth. Yes, that's nice. Very like you. I studied a lot to prepare for today. I'll show these idolaters my super salesgirl moves. Let us ride to battle side by side, Adelblur, and it is dictated by the contract of old. Dot, 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 dot. What should I do? Time is passing by, worryingly by. The epic poem of the Dark Angel stacked on the table exactly as we placed it when we set up. Angel? Should I use my voice a little? Like they do in the markets? It is well, Adelblur. Needless effort will only raise more barriers before us. Oh, okay. It is rather chilly in here. Why don't I get us something warm? Oh yes, please. Man, they're probably not coming to our table because I'm a human. Racism.
True. Maybe.
Dot dot dot. Dot 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 dot. What kind of expression should I have right now? A sea of birds floats by on clicking feet. The far wall is lined with enormous queues. Those must be for the big circles. Some of them have even started packing up. Have they sold out already? Just how many Burks were in those stacked up boxes? It's like looking into another world. Clover! Pretty Kore? You know Pretty Kore too? Yes, I do!
Hacho catch, Pretty Core! It's that one Sunday... It's the one that's on Sunday mornings, right? You're so cute!
Hey, can you do that
Thing? The signature line?
It's embarrassing.
Just once. I want to see it once.
Okay. Alright, Keela, you gotta read this. I believe in you, Keela.
Diane?
I believe in you, Keela.
A single flower blooming in Aspen Grove. Core green.
That's so sad sounding. What the fuck? Try it again. With more oomph.
Yeah, the whole text wasn't there, Clover, so I don't know how to read it.
Read it again.
A single flower blooming in Aspen Grove. Core green.
Yes, yes! That's so cute! Just like in the anime!
I'm just wearing it because I was helping out today.
Do sales girls cosplay?
Sometimes. Not every birdie does, but they always tell me to make sure I come in costume. The circle I'm with just sold out. We're cleaning up now, so I better go back and help. Good luck, Clover. Corey Gray. Ryota strides gallantly off with some sales slips and duct tape. The aura of an old veteran hangs about on his shoulders. I've never seen Ryota looking so competent. Meanwhile, our table's fucking dead. It's almost closing time. Excuse me. Da-da-da. Angel remained silent, looking mildly tortured. I didn't realize sales girls were supposed to cosplay Angel. Next time I'll pour my tribal blood into a costume. Do not blame yourself, Adelblur. This sin is mine alone.
Don't say that. You did your best, Angel.
An unerasable sin. I'm carved with my black past. That is my punishment. The unescapable cross I must.
Excuse me. Which one of you is representing the circle?
Who? A rather gaudy, upholstered bird appears for us.
Wow, colorful.
He's a golden pheasant. A phasianad, like the doctor and myself, you know. I'd never thought something with such extreme plumage was related to them. I am sovereign of this domain. And you are? Ah, it's you? I thought as much. Your bearing, your countenance, so artistic. I can feel your aura,
So unlike any other here. It is unlike any other. He's certainly unlike any other, yes. Forgive me, I have not introduced myself. Wait, isn't he the owner? Mr. Baishiki Kikoji Tokishiki. What the fuck is his name? Baishiki Koji Toshiki.
Welcome back, Grayson.
Welcome back.
Nishiki Koji Tori.
Not, might I add, a pen name. It has been mine since hatching. I am rather proud of it. It is a good name, yes? And the next time you get it wrong, I will make you wish you had never crawled your miserable way into this world.
Yeah, Clover.
Oh dear me, what am I saying? Please pay it no mind.
Golden Weekly.
That's the new Splash Hit magazine.
So you know of it. I am flattered. I am the editor-in-chief, and I am here looking for new talent. I noticed you from far away. Ah, your unparalleled artistry. Your vast imagination. Yet, yes, these are the attributes of one who will change the world.
Golden Wing Messenger, could you be the one written of this Crimson Tome augury?
Precisely, I am here to aid you. There is yet much talent that seeps within you. Is it not so?
A great power locked within.
Yes, exactly. I am here to tell you that I can help you wake your powers. My firm's location is shown on the back of this card.
Please come talk to me in the new year, Angel Sir. I thank you, Golden Winged Messenger. Let us enter a pact of blood. Wow, Angel looks so happy. He's grinning. I guess he has a pretty worldly side to him, too.
Imagine a world painted with your ability. Ah, how I long to see it. I shall take my leave now. I pray your new year will be abundant with artistry.
The golden pheasant walks smartly off through the crowd. What an impressive coloration. Mr. Baishiki Koji was a very strange fellow, wasn't he? Nishiki Koji Shikamori. It's a confusing name. You're so sharp you'll cut yourself one of these days, Mr. Nanaki.
Then again.
Mr. Nanaki looks Angel up and down and then tilts his head, staring off after the golden pheasant. I don't know very much about manga, but maybe I'm worrying too much. He looks like he wants to say something but falls silent.
He's worried the boy's gonna get kidnapped, bro.
I'm a little worried too. But I can't say anything in front of Angel like this. Didn't someone once say that a serpent speaks with a silver tongue? And Mr. Nishiki Koji was very suspicious. I just hope he was a normal editor here to scout talent.
Angel, none of us mentioned your name to him, did we?
The mysterious pheasant in the convention hall crowd. Who is he really? And so they left the Holy Land, Angel full of zeal. Kazuaki and Clover full of doubt. Pigeons! The first day of school in autumn is always a little slow, but the first day after winter break is painful in its own special way. I don't like winter mornings, but being with every birdie is so fun. There's nothing really wrong with school itself, huh? Isn't that? Good morning, Angel.
Is it you, Adobla?
You're here on honor student time?
Do you go to bed early? The twilight invades my crimson breast. I cannot expose my flesh to it for long.
That means you go to bed early, right? When do you usually sleep?
Before the blue-tinted moon leads its ghouls through the night. 10 p.m.
That's early. That's really early. I am bound to meet the Golden Winged Messenger on this day. He wishes to gather from me the Vorpal Souls. Vorpal Souls? That's a new one. It would take him a while to explain if I asked, so I think I'll leave it alone. Also, it's 10:14. Angel's asleep right now. That's the Golden Weekly thing, right? So you're going to meet with Mr. Nikishiki Koji?
It is so. And I shall gain new powers.
Mr. Nishiki Koji. The mysterious golden pheasant who appeared before us on the holy battlefield on New Year's Eve. Is he really trustworthy?
He seemed highly suspicious.
Aren't you nervous, Angel? Could I go with you?
Be at ease, Blah. Some battles must be fought alone. This is a trial that those born under the demonic Scarlet Eye cannot escape.
Is that so? Well, if you say so. Let me know if I can help you.
Angel marches triumphantly into his classroom. I bet his bag is full of manga manuscripts. Now that I think about it, he's going to show his work to an editor. It would be a little odd for a classmate to tag along. I'm worried about Mr. Nishiki Koji, but it looks like he is the editor of a real magazine. I can set this one out. Some days later.
I was thinking of eating in the cafeteria today, like you always do. Want to go together?
I'd love to.
Cool! Oko-san, stomach calls for food! Let's go! Let's go! Want to come with us, Sakuya?
Do you tell me to sit at the same table as commoners?
Today is when the second winter menu goes up, and the mixed bean sukiyaki udon is really good. Cool! It is superb and only available for a few weeks. You can't possibly attend St. Pigeon Nation and never had the sukiyaki udon.
Is it truly such a food of great prestige?
Yes, and who doesn't think noble when they hear sukiyaki? Noble means sukiyaki, and sukiyaki means noble.
So it is a high-class dish here in Japan? I suppose if all this is so, there cannot be much harm in trying it.
Yay! Let's hurry before they're out.
Is sukiyaki really something aristocrats used to eat? No, I don't think it is.
Yum! The mixed bean sukiyaki udon here is the best. Here, let me give you some of the meat for mine.
If you want it.
Are you sure?
If I eat all of it, I'll feel sick later.
All right, in that case. You can have some of my beans. Here.
So this is sukiyaki. I wonder if the undignified flavor, but it's not bad.
It's good!
San, be careful, you keep swallowing them whole like that, you'll choke.
It'd be kind of odd to ask for it in the summer, but it is a little lonely only being able to eat it in January. Maybe the fact it's seasonal makes us think it tastes better than it really does.
That was good, huh?
A familiar figure appears by the tableware return area. The famous eccentric Filipino banana boy.
Angel!
I don't usually see you here.
Oh, it's you, Hatoful.
His reply comes somewhat slowly. Are you okay? You don't seem as energetic as usual.
Oh, don't tell me Mr. Nishiki Koji said something nasty to you.
It's okay.
Don't worry, Angel. You're still in high school. If you keep working like you have been, you'll be a pro in no time. That'll show him.
Do not be anxious, Hatoful. The Golden Winged Messenger shall guide me on the path to glory. The stars travel the paths they must.
He walks away grinning happily. Glad things went well with Mr. Nishiki Koji, but he looks a little pale, didn't he?
So you think so too?
But I've never seen him acting that tired.
Me neither.
Unlike me, Ryota is attentive and careful. If he sees it too, it can't be just my imagination. Maybe he's staying up late for work on the next issue. 1 week later.
Wow, what an oversleeping. Wow. I'm late for the Sunday morning program.
At least I can catch the second half of Pretty Kore.
Pretty Kore. Open my hato. A single flower blooming in the asphalt road. Kore gray. A single flower swaying in the exhaust fumes. Kore light gray. A single flower shredded by the BB gun's rage. Kore dark gray. Hatoful catch. Pretty Kore. Ooh, so cute, so cute.
It's always good once all three of them are in the fight. And the transformation scenes are so pretty. That was fun. So much fun, I almost forgot today's a makeup day. I'm awake and alive now. It's time to go to school like a good girl. Huh? A rather familiar-looking bird has collapsed at the foot of the stairs. Angel! Are you okay? Did you slip? Are you a Dojikona? Ado Blur? Are you alright? Did you sprain your ankle? Blood. My crimson breast. It craves blood. Be silent. Is he anemic? Angel, you're white as a sheet. Let's go to the infirmary. Angel has fainted completely by the time he arrived. He usually starts ranting about demon spores or something if he gets too close to the infirmary. So maybe it's better that he's out for now. So I brought him here. Is the doctor gone? Yes, he's overseas for a week doing research. And I'm watching the shop while he's out. Merry Christmas! The boys seem a little sluggish today. January's almost over after all. They start winding down pretty soon after Christmas. Merry Christmas! Actually, are they boys? I haven't wondered about their gender before. Just, what are they? Could you take a look at Angel then? Isn't this just low blood pressure? It does look that way. Which isn't to say it couldn't be dangerous. Let's rest him for a while. Thank you for bringing him here, mon ami. I'll be here when he wakes up. Thank you, Yuya. He's been going to see that magazine editor all month. He said he was going for ordeals to show the way in times that must come. TL deciding on a pen name, but... Why is he so weak all of a sudden? I'm really worried. Maybe I'll talk to Mr. Nanaki about it. That is a little worrying. I know he's busy working on manuscripts, but I still feel like it's a little strange for him to be so weak. He was really energetic even when things were hectic before the convention. I can't believe that he'd get so drained so quickly. The school does encourage independence in studies, in students, but I don't like to interfere with someone who's working hard on something, but... What did you think of that golden pheasant, Shikamori? Mr. Baishiki Koji? Mr. Nishiki Koji, yes. He even remembers his name. Amazing! I only met him once, at the Snowball Battlefield, but my tribal instincts are telling me he's too dangerous to be let out of sight. Yes. My quail instincts are telling me the same thing. Do you think you could go with Higuri next time he goes to the company, Shikamori? I suggested that to Angel, but he said it was something he had to face alone. But I can't just leave this as it stands. I'll go undercover and tail him. Just like a detective movie. Let me know if anything... It's been so long! He hasn't fallen asleep in so long. By my title as the Apostle of the Blue Sky, Ado Blur, I shall courageously tail Angel into the Golden Weekly headquarters and conduct investigations of the most covert nature. The building is right across from here, so there's no way I'll miss him as he's going in. Oh, there he is! Angel enters the building, a massive manila envelope under his wing. Is that full of comic pages? Time to go in after him. This building is actually the secret base of an evil organization, is what I would say if it were. However, it looks perfectly normal. There are only a few birds walking around inside, but nothing suspicious. I can't imagine Mr. Nishiki Koji fitting into such a completely ordinary-looking company, really. Never mind a sore thumb. He must stick out like a thumb that's been nearly lost in a freak machining accident, and now it's attached through elaborate bandaging in a last-ditch effort to save it. Yep, he stands out. Hello, I'm so glad you could make it today. Been waiting for you. Indeed, it is time for us to carve out a new creation under the auspices of the Spirit of Reason, Golden Winged Messenger. Yes, of course. Let us engage in creative acts fueled by the finest substances of our imagination. I have secured a special room for our meeting today as well. This way, if you please. The incredibly conspicuous golden pheasant and the similarly
conspicuous bleeding heart dove disappeared into a door at the end of the excessively ordinary hallway. The conversation just now didn't sound at all suspicious, but my danger sense is tingling. After them! This is the room. Huh? There's a light above the door. It says, operating. This is a publisher's office, right? Not a hospital? What? What? No one answers me. In any case, Angel's in danger. Enough sneaking. It's time for actions. Loud ones. Coming through! In the very unmeeting room-like room are Angel and unconscious in. What is it now? The operation is in progress. Didn't you see the sign outside? The flashy pheasant drawing blood from him. What are you doing? You're not drawing any manga at all. You're just drawing blood. We are in the midst of a grand creative act. A beautiful artwork fashioned in his blood and mine. Saying creepy stuff like that while draining some birdie's lifeblood away is an awful lot like a certain fluffy heretic. Release him now! Or I'll take him here by force. Oh my, how gallant. How gallant. Would you be his sweetheart then? No! We two are linked by the karma of our previous lives, a disaster of the soul. See, your word view is every bit as unique as his. Birds of a feather, eh? I had a thought your face was familiar. We have met before, yes? So, you will be taking him home then? And if I were to say no? Think I can't do anything because I'm a human girl, do you? Plenty of people have regretted that before you. Take this! Acrobatic starlight kick! Oh my, isn't that dangerous? You've knocked a hole in the floor, young lady. Rather think a direct hit might leave my beautiful plumage disgracefully singed. He dodged it? He's in better shape than the aforementioned fluffy heretic. I feel no artistry in you, but your physical ability holds value. It is beautiful. Thus the flamboyant heretic happily praises me. Oh, stop. I'll blush. Wait, no! I am Clover of St. Pigeonations. I will defeat you and bring my classmate back with me. Ha ha ha! How gallant indeed. Prepare yourself for the end, Mr. Baishiki Koji. Did you just call me Baishiki Koji? Did I? Maybe I did. Jeez. What's between you and Mr. Nanakia? Girls just can't get away with a little slip of the tongue around here. And I believe this is the second time you have done it, so is it not? Mr. Baishiki Koji, wait. No, I mean Mr. Nishiki Koji's cheerful tone of voice is suddenly gone and his words are now barely audible. This must be what they call the calm before the storm. You are still a child, so perhaps you do not know. Do you understand what a serious offense it is to misspeak someone's name? Particularly my name. My name is special. Because I am special. It is the only name of its kind. Nishiki Koji. Tori. This is the worst affront imaginable. I did not tell you I would make you wish you had never... I would make you wish you had never crawled your miserable way into this world if you misspoke it again. A flash fills the room as he shouts, What? What's happening? Whoa, the room's all messed up. What did he do that for? Good thing I got Angel out of the way. That could have been vaporized. Thunder? That can't be. Some sort of laser weapon? I'd rather you did not think of it as some lonely laser beam. Hello, very Varustus. How are you? Hello. Welcome, raiders. Welcome. How do you pronounce your name? Very Varustus? Various fine. Okay. Welcome. Welcome to Heaven's Nebula. No, welcome. Oh. Which part are we in right now? Well, this is a holiday. This is the Holiday Star game. This is the sequel, quote unquote. We're trying to figure out where we are. Thank you. I just debuted it today, actually. It's my Squibby form! My Squibby form. But hello,
viewers, welcome, welcome. My name is Clover Shikamori, and we are currently reading Hatoful Boyfriend, Holiday Star. We are in the second chapter with Angel and him being, I guess, molested by some golden pheasant dude, as you can see on screen.
And with me today is Keela Chikafuji, my fiance, my beautiful, cute girlfriend.
Hello.
Ah, yes, we're in the middle of committing war crimes.
What are you playing? What are you playing? Also, welcome. It's just Ace the Heavens Nebula. Welcome, welcome.
Welcome.
Welcome, welcome.
Yes, we're committing war crimes. With Angel. We are entering our delusions, as it were, as it's mentioned. We're entering our delusions.
So, because, you know, Angel has the power to... Yep. I love this game, though. This game is so great. That's why I waited till the anniversary of 6 months till Christmas, because I thought it would be the perfect day to play Holiday Star. I was waiting for this moment all year after I finished. Because I read Hatoful Boyfriend for April Fool's, I think it was? Or was it Valentine's Day? I think it was April Fool's.
It was on April Fool's, I think.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was April Fool's. And it ended up becoming, like, my favorite game, like, to date. Like, my favorite, like...
The game was gonna be, like, a joke game?
Yeah, we thought it was a joke. It was definitely not a joke. It was anything but that. Also, let me give you a shout out. I've got to give you a shout out. What were you playing, though? What were you playing, Very? What were you playing? Tell me all about it. I'd love to hear what everyone was up to. I need to take a pause and drink water anyways. I haven't been drinking water. I can hear my voice cracking right now.
Yeah, you should probably do that.
Probably gonna need to make tea in a bit. Take a small pause after this chapter and make tea so I can keep my voice going. Because I really want to read the next chapter. The next chapters. I want to read it all. I need to consume content. You were playing Resident Evil 6 multiplayer. Ooh, whose chapter are you on? I actually played that with one of my mods, Logan. We did all of it. All of it. Mine was obviously Ada. I love Ada, but the next chapters are so long. Ooh, they're long. Oh, I'm excited. I'm excited. Who are my favorite birds? Guess. I want you to guess. Let's see if you can guess correctly. Let's see if I'm an easy to read type girl. Am I easy to read? I need you to guess. Guess. That's... yeah, guess. Oh, you finished Shirley and Jake? I like Jake. Jake and Shirley are cute. I actually ship them really hard. Do you like the teacher, mayhaps? The doctor? Yeah. Yeah. Yep, that's me. I'm a doctor. I'm a Dr. Sip. I'm a shooey mommy girl.
Well, that was fast.
I'm easy to read.
Very first to welcome to Heaven's Nebula. Oh, welcome, welcome.
I'm easy to read.
Ads.
We'll type it out.
We'll type it out.
I can't believe he guessed it on they guessed it on the first try. Can't believe Barry guessed it on the first try. You seem like the type to like the doctor. I am. I'm that type. I'm the type. I also like the teacher. Those were my top 2 choices. When I first started reading the dating sim, I literally was trying so hard to get the doctor the doctor arc, and I just couldn't get it. And I got the teacher first, which was kind of disappointing because I didn't actually like seriously like do his story, and it made me very, very sad. I got the teacher without even trying, and it made me very sad because I actually didn't try to get him. I wasn't trying to get him. I was trying to get Shu, and somehow I got Shu versus, or I got the teacher versus him. It was very interesting. I'm excited. I love Shu and Kazuaki, I think that's his name. Mr. Nanaki, as we call him in this game. Well, we don't call him that in this game in particular, but we call him by his first name, which is fucking weird. I do like the hard to get ones. I do. Keela knows all about that.
Yeah, something like that.
Shu's story fucked me up though. Oh my god, in the first game. It's why I'm here for the second one. I don't know why, but I'm here for more torture. Can't have happiness. Must find happiness somehow. If I don't find happiness in this game, I swear to God I will write my own ending. Also, I think my headset fucking died. Give me a second.
Okay.
Oh no, it didn't die. Okay, Keela's just quiet. No happiness. I will have happiness. I demand it. As queen, I demand it. I demand it.
Well, good luck with that.
Yeah. I demand it. Alright, let's get back to the story, but yeah, I really fucking love Hatoful Boyfriend. Like, I've been waiting to read this all fucking week. I literally had this planned, and I was Speaky does not need to speak English to know to have it in your head. If I remember correctly, Speaky is saying something like, oh shit, what is Speaky saying? I don't even remember. It's been a minute.
It's been a while.
I know she's like complaining about not being stupid. Like the whole thing is she's not stupid and she's an intelligent girl or something like that.
She's pulling a corner. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a great song. It's a great song.
It's pretty funny.
She's a very pathetic creature. If you've ever played Trick Hall, you should get into it. Trick Hall Chibi Go. You can download it on Google Play Store, I believe. And I don't know if you can. I think you can play it on iPhone as well. I don't know though. I would not know.
It's not really that demanding either.
It's a very easy to play. If you're a PC gamer, you can just download BlueStacks and just play it on BlueStacks. What's it about? It's a very derpy, chibi game. Basically, you get isekai'd into a fairy kingdom, and basically, you've been kidnapped, and you are now their lord and savior. And if you do not save them, they are helpless. They are helpless fairies who do not understand what is going on in their world. And the queen just wants to eat everything. And, you basically are their, caretaker.
Yeah, pretty much.
You're their caretaker, and if you don't take care of them, yeah. It's a really silly and cute game. It is so silly. Yeah, I can type it. I think the exclamation mark has to be in there, so make sure the exclamation mark is in there, because otherwise you might not. It obviously pop up probably by the end of your call, but the exclamation mark is a part of it. It's a really good game. I highly recommend it. Highly recommend it. It's like my favorite game. I love that game. It's so cute. And like the character in that song that you just played, her name's Speaky. She is a priestess / nun who like helps the queen, and she loves pumpkins and Halloween decor and stuff like that, but she's kind of become the mascot of the game because of her Korean voice actress. It's super goofy and super cute. Really, really goofy. Goofy game, you'll love it. Trust me, if you love Hatoful Boyfriend, this game is definitely up your alley. It's very, very, very goofy. And you like pull on their cheeks. It's a gacha game. Just a warning, it is a gacha game. So if you don't like gacha games, it is not super intensive. So like you could play the game, drop it, come back to it, and you can still probably get the characters you want. Like everybody's always put into pity, no matter what. And the pity is so cheap. It's like pulling is literally you don't even think. So goofy with dark undertones. Yes, there are dark undertones, but usually it's lighthearted. It's all usually lighthearted, but there are some dark undertones here and there. It's a very, very good game. I really like it. And the story's very, very, very interesting. It's a really good game. I highly recommend it. I would rather you did not think of it some lowly laser beam. Nishiki Koji Masterpiece X768 Optical Ordnance Imaginal Ray. It is the ultimate weapon, utilizing young Higuri's unique physical properties. Is it not beautiful? Angel's physical properties? He must be talking about that. The thing where he draws other people into his fantasies when he gets excited. Oh! There are 2 birds attached to the laser. What is this? This must violate some sort of basic aviarian right. I suppose this is the Ray's first introduction. Very well, I shall explain. The pheasant inflates his chest and begins his lecture. He was angry up until a minute ago, but now that he's talking about his creation, he seems pretty happy. Is his personality that simple? The factor behind Higuri's ability to draw those around him into mass hallucinations is abundant in his blood. In other words, with his blood, anyone can have the same power. And so, it came to me to try intensifying an already powerful fantasy and converting it into energy for a weapon most doomless. Why am I shivering?
What people on this earth have the least love for the world and live for their fantasies the most? Where could I find them? My research was long and arduous, but then I found the answer. The best candidates are at Tokyo's big site. That's too cruel! How could you use a couple of harmless otakus as weapons to hurt others? Cruel? Whatever do you mean? Inconceivable! It cannot be! How could they not rejoice at becoming a part of my beautiful creation? They are like confused paints, to which I have added scheme, sense, artistry. Is it not wonderful? Pretty Corée is so mooi. Corée light so mooi. That sounds like a disgusting paint. Wait, I think this is the first time I've seen an otaku who says mooi in real life. This weapon is useless. What good is it going to do now? We're not at war. Release those otakus. Useless? Oh no. It has a purpose. A very important one. I am going to use this weapon to destroy your school. What? More specifically, what lies beneath your school. And one bird there in particular. Wait, what did we do? Is this revenge for your dead parents? No, though it is revenge. For me. Or perhaps I should call it a settlement? So it's a personal grudge then. Is that it? I don't know what's going on, but I just can't stand by now that I've heard this. I'll stop you here and now. I'd like to see you try. I can't get close. Otaku truly have amazing imaginations. I can see no limits to their use. I can't fight very well while carrying Angel either. I think I might have to pull out for now. I will stop you, Mr. Nishiki Koji. I will! Please, do try. I hope you can come up with something by tomorrow. I already gotten all the blood I need from Higuri. None can stand in the path of my artistry now. And so I recovered Angel and fled from the Golden Weekly headquarters. Crazy dream, huh? It was a dream? Nope, just kidding. It remains a troubling reality. Jeez, don't confuse me like that. It looks like this is more serious than we thought. I don't think any birdie would have expected to find an operation room in a giant laser in a publisher's building. I'm just glad you and Angel are okay, Clover. Forgive me. To think that my cursed blood now powers the light of dark judgment. Why would you be donating blood at a publisher's anyway? Did you notice what was happening, Angel? No. My consciousness wandered into the gray void. In other words, he'd go into a meeting, be stunned, have blood taken, and then go home feeling dazed and anemic. That's too much! How did he not notice? Mr. Nishiki Koji said that I would have to come up with something by tomorrow. I think that's when he's planning to attack. The laser at the office blasted through the floor. It was about as powerful as my starlight kick. He's probably more powerful. He probably has a more powerful version prepared. We destroyed the school. That seems likely. I tried calling the police, but they wouldn't take me seriously at all. Calling up and saying, "Excuse me, officer, there's a comic book editor and he wants to blow up my school with a giant laser," probably wouldn't get more than an immediate disconnection. I guess we'll have to defend the school ourselves. Looks like it. Let's have some tea and think about it. I think I'll have peach tea. I would like a melon soda. I would like the pulsating blood blessed by the blessed by earth and sky, blood orange juice. You three are awfully relaxed. Who is Mr. Nishiki Koji trying to get revenge on anyway? Since he's targeting the school, it must be a student or a teacher here, but... Must be Shuiwa, I mean. So you got another proposal accepted, huh? The second division sure is impressive. I know this song. Cub Scouts uses this in his videos. Oh, naturally. We are talking about me here, after all. I feel terrible for all the biologists here, having to work under an empty-headed bird like you. I can't Wait, why does he look like Shu? Soma? I can't see any reasons why the biologists here would need pity from you. What's that? Who is he? One of yours? Oh, is this the first time you two have met? This is our newest friend, Isa Soma. Come on, Isa, say hello to Nishiki Koji. That's definitely not. I am Isa. A useless leader and researchers who don't even know how to greet their betters. The future biology division is the bleakest thing I have ever seen. What are you talking about? Isa's great. He'll probably be the department's head someday. I bet you two will get along just fine. That's definitely not Isa. Again? My results cannot be inferior to his. This is a dream. Just a bad dream. Isa Soma. I can never claim the spotlight as long as he is here. But I must be the best. I've already decided I must. I was worried about that pharaoh, but he was no trouble. Our spheres of research have never overlapped. Nothing good has come of Isa's taking over the division. My beautiful, glorious Septic and Optical Weapons Division. How can its name be so trodden to the ground? Isa's origins are a mystery. Something's definitely not right here. The value they place in him must be mistaken. Only his proposals ever get accepted. My talent will rot in his shadow. This tragedy reeks of deceit and intrigue. I have no wish for depravity and decay. I shall gladly leave. The next day. Today is Mr. Nishiki Koji's silly destroy St. Pigeonations with a giant laser day. We have to protect our school. Oh, it's Yuya. Salutations, mon ami. This is Sakasaki. I'm in front of the Golden Weekly HQ. Over. Report situation. Everything's as you predicted. There's a giant laser inside the building. It's installed on the roof, and I think they're adjusting the aim. Take a look with the telescope. They're preparing already? Where'd I put the telescope? Failure to act with such speed in such a situation is. Here, use this. Thank you. You're always so well prepared, Sakuya. Let's see. The building over should be... Wow! It's huge! It appears to be charging up. What's wrong with Japan's public security forces? Why is he able to have a weapon like that? My thoughts exactly, given the size. I knew it. He's got even more otakus hooked up than the two I saw yesterday. This is too much. If he turns the fantasies and delusions of that many otaku into power for a weapon, it might just be unstoppable. We could be obliterated at any moment. What are situations like this called again? Attention or die? Emergencies? Yes, those! Can't you even remember basic English terminology? Humans, I swear. Anyway, we need to prepare. Aren't you on defense? Leave observation to me and return to your station. Yes, sir! That's right. I have the extremely important job of defending from whatever attacks come our way. This is a real battle. If we fail, the school burns! My blood is boiling already! Ah, Shikamori. We were waiting for you. Hurry, we need to get ready. Sorry to keep you waiting. The hour of judgment draws near. We must disrupt the light of dark judgment with the arcane waves. Angel, Ryota, Mr. Nanaki, and I are all in defense. Time for Operation Pretty Kore Shield. Sorry, there's like a hair in my eye. Fight fire with fire and hallucinogenic Filipino dove powers with hallucinogenic Filipino dove powers. If Mr. Nishiki Koji can power his weapon with Angel's ability, we can fight him off with those same abilities. If we try hard enough and believe in each other, Angel's power can make us all into magical girls. Ryota is Kore Gray. Mr. Nanaki is Kore Light Gray. I am Kore Dark Gray. And Angel's the fairy who granted the pretty Kore girls their mighty powers, Harikot. With the four of us together, we can raise a pretty Korei barrier to protect the school from Mr. Nishikikoji's nefarious plans. Are we really going to save the school with a joke like this? This isn't a joke! This is pretty Korei! I'm not sure, Shikamori. Would a pretty Korei shout like that? I shall invoke the defense right of old, shining pretty Korei field!
Angel's giving it his all. We just have to believe in each other, okay? We can do this!
Ah, an excellent day. Hardly a cloud obscures Japan's lovely face, and every corner and recess of Little Dove City is laid bare before me. The ghosts of the past, which have pained me these long years, that damnable partridge, who was always in my way, and the institution which let my genius wither. It's time to say farewell to them all. I shall wash them clean away, then it will be time to step into a brand new world of imagination. As the sun rises above anew. Chief Editor, sir, should we set the deadline for this year's new Face Award to the end of March, like last year? Oh, yes. Also, we've got Takakishi Poo doing the announcement cut, so make sure to follow up with him. Got it. Thanks, sir. Where was I again? Anyway, this is not only revenge, this is a ceremony which I must undergo and usher in my new self. Tremble, Philistines. Be awed by the artistry of my beautiful creation. I'll expect an apology in the next world. Isa Soma!
It's starting! It's starting! Come on, Angel!
Light of magic and hope, the twists throughout this world, grant the Chosen One's power to defend this land.
Pretty Korei, open my heart! A single flower blooming in the asphalt road. Korei Gray! A single flower swaying in the exhaust fumes.
Korei Light Gray!
A single flower.
Vivid in the gravel lot, shredded by BB Gun's rage. It's BB Gun's rage.
Shredded by the BB Gun's rage. Korei Dark Gray!
We want to become seniors here and graduate. We won't let you destroy our school. I just finished grading the proficiency tests, and it was a lot of work. Couldn't you at least wait until after I've returned them?
I don't really want to think about how I did on my proficiency test. So, I guess even if the school got destroyed, it wouldn't be all that.
You must not let your heart waver, Edo Bleu.
Right. I'm scared about my test, but it'd be worse to let our school be blown away. Mr. Nishikikoji, your plot ends here. Pretty Korei barrier! It's holding! We can do it!
We can save the school! Uh-oh. I see. You recover remarkably quickly, Higure Angel. Or perhaps you remain able to manifest illusions, even when weakened. But did you really think I didn't have a backup plan? Prepare to trigger the fangirls!
Something's happening, Shikamori. What is it?
He's adding power!
He's adding power! The second attack will come soon! Cinder Racing Dove Uke Moi! Semi-Ping Pelican Moi!
The first wave was just a raging shot. I've got more than just Moi-loving pigs, after all. I have heard that the fantasies of fangirls far surpass those of any fanboy. Watch and be destroyed!
Hurry! We need to block it!
Ugh! It's too much Korei Dark Gray! We too seem to be getting squeezed. So my evil half truly does have the power to destroy this world?
We can't give up. We have to defend the school. We're not the only ones.
Who can? Woo! Everything's all sparkly! Oh no!
Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas! We can't give up yet!
We cannot!
Merry Christmas! We have to help the pretty Koreis with our miracle pigeon light!
You can do it, pretty Koreis! everyone cheering us on. Pretty Koreas are warriors of love. Their kindness makes us stronger. It's very reassuring, isn't it? You still resist? Pitiful. Allow me to end it for you. Remove all limiters. Output to the maximum.
He's tsundere and noble, so he must be the uke? You dumb newbie! Everybody knows racing dove times tree sparrow is practically canon. But butlers are so hot! Black wings still slit, and pink pelicans are the best.
What is this? Why is the emergency converter becoming so unstable? Your time of judgment has come. You who would use the blood of the Crimson Angel of Judica to sate your greed, golden winged messenger. Pure spirits of light, gather and strike his golden hue. Shining pretty Corey, burst!
We did it! We did it, Angel! We deflected the Otaku laser! Look! The Golden Weekly building is practically destroyed!
Yes, that abominable evil has been checked. We probably won't be back in business for a little while. I wasn't so sure we could do it. I'm so glad the school's okay. This was my sin. I should have realized sooner that he meant to harvest my blood for evil. Forgive me.
Don't worry about it, Angel. All's well that ends well.
It was Mr. Nishiki Koji's fault anyway. It's wrong for an adult to go around tricking high school students like that. Try not to get tricked by any more bad grown-ups, okay? Yes, I shall carve this lesson into my crimson chest, Sage of Nightmares. I did not account for this in my calculations. My creation was perfect. It was the materials that failed me. Those fangirls' fantasies were dreadful. No one told me their energies would be so unharmonious. It wouldn't have broken down if it weren't for those fangirls. Oh well. No doubt he saw the power in my artistry. This was a declaration of war. Golden Weekly Chief Editor Nishiki Koji Tori speaking. Ah.
Mr. Nishiki Koji. This was very childish and irresponsible of you. Understand? I want you to think about what you've done.
Shut up! This isn't over yet.
Wow, even his closing line sounded like something a movie villain would say after his evil organization is destroyed, and he has no chance of winning.
When did you get him to say he'd give you... When did you get him to give you his number? Anyway, it looks like he'll probably retreat for now. Hopefully we won't see him again anytime soon.
I guess this means your manga's back to square one, Angel. But don't worry, I know you can do it.
Be not afraid, Ada Bleu. The star that shines within my soul has not yet lost its luster.
You always try your best, so I'm sure you'll debut someday. And I'll be there when you do. Now then.
Salutations, mon ami. Good work.
Yuya, how do things look over there? I hope no one's killed.
Don't worry, the building is badly damaged, but we've already extracted everyone who was kidnapped from the big site. We've got it from here.
Good work. Thanks, Yuya.
So even that mongrel can make himself useful once in a while. He has all sorts of shady connections, so he's really nice to have around in situations like this. Looks like everything's settled. Actually, who was Mr. Nishiki Koji trying to get his revenge on? Maybe I'll call him up and ask later.
Achoo!
Oh dear. Am I letting myself catch a cold? Perhaps I should have brought an extra sweater. Fallen Chronicles, Absolute Zero. Thin. Interesting. We've unlocked the next chapter. Alright, this is where I said I will pause for a second so I can grab some tea.
I suggest you all go use the bathroom. Now's a good time for a potty break. And grab some snacks. Yes, this is where we romance pigeons.
But I don't know if we can romance them in this game. I feel like this is technically a sequel, and we haven't really had the opportunity to romance any of them yet, theoretically.
But the first game is where you date them, and court them, and you love them, and you snuggle them, and you go on dates, and You chase and simp after your favorite love.
But yeah, like I said, I'm gonna go grab some tea. I need to fix my voice a bit.
I'm getting too into this. I love this game. This game's too good. Alright, go get some snacks, get some water, juice, go pee, etc. I'll be right back. So stay close. Don't go too far. I'm back! Hello! Hello, hello. Did you miss me? Did you miss me? Hello. Can't hear Kila, but hello, Very.
Hello. We're back.
Thank you, thank you. I got herbal tea. I got ginger and turmeric tea. Got the good shit.
Because I want to read. I want to read.
I do not care about my voice. I could just take tomorrow off or whatever. I need to read.
Wait, what is this? There's a heart now. Oh, shit. Short episode, Legumintine's Chronicles. This is also new. The most nervous day of the year is here again. Oh, Legumintine, this is when we give the beans. The beans to the bird of our boy that we like. But it looks like there's someone here who doesn't like this heart-throbbing romantic day. Please enter your name. I feel like this is gonna be long. I'm gonna come back to that. That's also new. That wasn't there before. I need to read. I have no time to worry about myself. We have stories to unlock.
They could be doing like seasonal chapters leading into a main story.
Oh,
my
true. Maybe I should read those then. Because we definitely have done New Year's. Because this was all New Year's stuff. And we just did, technically, this is New Year's. This was New Year's, so this must mean this is Legumintine's. Okay, so we'll do this, I guess, next. Let's do the human dating sim because it's fun to look it up. Wait, didn't we do? I thought we did Sakuya. We did Sakuya. I know we did. Why is Ryota's lit up, though? Today's the track team's first training day of the new year. Oko-san suggested we do independent training over break, but... Oko-san, it's cold! It's way too cold for my featherless human skin. Cool! You shall not whine! Whining is bad! Yes, he doesn't have a human form.
This poor man.
They need to make an anime of this series. I'm not even joking. Oku-san would be the only fucking bird. That'd be so funny. You shall not whine. Whining is bad. Lazing around your heated room all through January will make your body and heart alike soft and weak. But Oko-san, my house is completely unheated. Cool. Oko-san, no. Oko-san said no complaining. Neglecting your training is bad. You will run. Oko-san, wait! You're too fast. I can't keep up with you if you go that fast. Meow. Coo! Coo! Clover has become slow! Oko-san is disappointed! I'm sorry, Oko-san. I did give into the code and skip training a little over the past few weeks, so like Oko-san said, my body's gotten soft and weak. But what is his heart made out of? He went shooting out of the blue all the way here. And now he's bouncing around energetically while I'm completely winded. I don't think all the cruelest roads and tracks in the world together could stand in defiance to Oko-san's steel-plated cardiovascular system. Cool! Can you not run anymore? Then we have no choice. It is time for a break! Thank you, Oko-san.
And so we took a break at the White Dove Shrine. It's still really early, so there aren't too many other people here. Did you come here to make your offering on New Year's Day, Oko-san? Cool! Oko-san believes in the pudding god! Oh, right. And does the pudding god have a shrine? Do you make offerings to him? Cool! Unnecessary frivolity. The spirit of Lord Putty is with Oko-san at all times, in all places. Huh? So if he's with you at all times, you don't need to go out on New Year's to say hello to him? Doesn't he have a home? Cool, of course he does. His home is in the lost ruins of Pudding. But I don't understand. Cool! The god of true pudding sleeps in the lost ruins of Pudding, somewhere in this world. Oko-san trains himself so that one day he may find the ruins. Oh, I see. I wonder if I could find a certain goal like you and get more serious about my training that way. Cool! The only limit to your ambitions is heaven above. Oko-san flaps his wings. Oko-san flaps agitatedly about for a little while. He does get awfully excited about pudding. But I still don't understand what his idea of pudding is. It certainly isn't the pudding I know. Hey, Oko-san. The god of the shrine is supposed to be a brilliant white dove who flies away to faraway places. Doesn't that sound a little like you? Well, you run to faraway places rather than fly. You're like a god yourself, Oko-san. I know you'll get to meet the pudding god someday. Cool! Oko-san would never give up! Oko-san will arrive before the pudding god! Aw, we love you, Oko-san. Ooh, do I save teacher? I'll probably go in order of people I like the most. Alright, Angel, let's go. Angel invited me to visit the shrine for New Year's today. Isn't he really Catholic, though? I hadn't expected to be invited out for something like this. Maybe it'll turn out that he lives in the shrine. That is incorrect, Hatoful. I liked his old art better. Pretty sure this is newer art, but I liked his older one better. His older form was a little better. I don't mind this one, though. Oh, Angel! Happy New Year! My parents in this world are not engaged in the business of shrines. They are a clan whose august duty is to market the silver beings to the world. Silver beings? What are those? So they're not shrine keepers. How do people refer to their job? Fishmongering. Oh, I see. I see, but I can't imagine Angel going home every day to a fish store. We must not let time slip by, Hatoful. We must attain the legendary sacred bow, Holy Slasher, before it falls into the hands of the other side. But weren't we going to visit the shrine? Ugh. My flesh is cursed. I can feel my crimson breast throb just approaching the sacred ground. Blessing is forbidden to me. I only need a blade. Let us go, Hatoful. Angel bravely enters the shrine's precincts. I guess I'll be in for another year of having no idea what Mr. Eccentric Filipino Dove is talking about. So, do you see what you're looking for, Angel? Angel silently rummages around in the shrine office. What are you looking for? Did I not tell you? I seek the legendary sacred bow, Holy Slasher. Sacred bow? Shrines aren't weapon shops. They probably don't have anything like that. Actually, in a shrine office, maybe. You mean a Hamaya? That is the name of the people in this world have given it. I'm a person of this world too, Angel. Just call it that from the start. And maybe next time bring me a dictionary and have subtitles. Hamaya. They usually sell them here. Oh. They're sold out, Angel. No. This cannot be. The sacred bow has fallen into their hands. Angel stands still, looking terribly shocked. Are Hamaya that popular? I don't think I've ever bought anything from a shrine aside from charms and the occasional votive picture. It's okay, Angel. Maybe they'll be back in stock tomorrow. Are you suggesting we stand and fight on through the suffering despite having met the deepest sorrow and despair, Blue? I don't mind. You invited me because you'd be lonely on your own, right? I'll come looking for Hamaya with you whenever, if you want. Blur. He seems relieved. So this is what it means to rescue a soul from eternity of painful solitude. I thank you, Hatoful. I'm glad we were able to fight alongside one another today. There's nothing, Angel. I hope we can find a Hamaya for you tomorrow. Indeed. See you tomorrow then? Bye-bye! Wait, Hatoful. Do you not feel something? Something? Like the winter cold? No! A creeping dread. A growing malice. Perhaps a light. A light? The sky is the same winter sky as always, and the lights from the shop windows don't look any different. What's he talking about? A world is but all the light reflected from a fragment of the broken mirror. The fragments write out the destiny of every star in the heavens. Is your reserved soul satisfied with the world and fate you see before you now? Or perhaps it has been charmed by the fate written by a different shard of the mirror. If that is the case, then I shall. Huh. So he's aware of this. Interesting. Oh boy. I guess we'll go with Yuya next. I'm going to the shrine for a New Year's visit with Yuya. Even though New Year's was a few days ago already. He hasn't come to school much since sometime last semester. He seems really busy, but what has he been doing? Maybe he's been job hunting? Anyway, he said he didn't have any time over the holidays, so he asked me to wait. And then he texted me out of the blue last night to say he was free today, so... Happy New Year's. Salutations, mon ami. He's so cute. Ugh. Oh, Yuya. Happy holiday salutations. Sorry to keep you waiting, Clover. I always try my utmost to never keep a lady waiting, but alas, I wasn't always able to get away until just now. You're still really busy, aren't you? I shouldn't have pushed you so hard to take me. No, don't make that unhappy face. It doesn't suit you at all, mon ami. I cannot express with mere words how much I have looked forward to seeing you again, Clover. Time spent with you always flies at the speed of light, so let's go. Yuya takes my hand and leads me off to the shrine. He seems like he's in even more of a hurry than usual. He must be really busy. How long has it been since I came for a New Year's visit? Quite some time indeed. And the season is practically over now, anyway. It's true. The shrine was crowded during the first 3 days of the New Year, but it's practically empty now. I don't mind a lively crowd, but I'm glad there's none to disturb us here now. I'm not falling for that, Yuya. How many other girls have you used that line on by now? Ha ha ha. You're as cruel as ever, mon ami. No, you're the only one. You're the only one I've made time this winter to meet. He whispers to me, an unusually serious expression on his face. Stop it, you're gonna make me melt. I already know you're not completely made of cheap pickup lines of flashy floppishness. Floppishness? I haven't met privately with anyone else at all recently, in fact. Third years like you are unimaginably busy, aren't they? Don't worry, mon ami. You won't end up like me. I'm just having to work extra hard now because I've been an unusually total failure. So you're studying like crazy for exams now? No, not quite. Let me give you a hint, mon ami. Lots of important corporations have parties during the holidays. Many well-known people go to those parties. Each one is a potential jackpot for the villains who skulk around behind the curtains of society. And if you turn around, every potential jackpot for a villain is an extra busy assignment for a hero of justice. See what I'm saying? So what? I had a dream like that anyway. It was a dream? Sorry. Just kidding. Like you said, I'm just having to make up for all the slacking off I did as exams draw near. Jeez, don't tease me like that. I hadn't realized you were planning to go on to university, though. Where were you thinking of going? That's a secret, I guess. I'll be leaving the school, and it's probably best you don't know where I go after that. Don't tell me you're going somewhere so seedy and low-end you don't even want to say. Well, I wonder. My lifestyle is certainly seedy enough. He did it again. Sometimes he says stuff in that self-deriding or maybe even despairing way. He's usually so cheerful. So whenever he does it, I don't know how to respond. I think you're a better person than you think you are, Yuya. Sakuya and the doctor are always chewing you out, but you shouldn't let that get you down. Just do your thing and be yourself. That makes me happy. Hearing you say that puts some pride back into my little dove heart, mon ami. I'm glad we could meet today. I'm very grateful. Thank you, Clover. Oh, Yuya! I love Yuya. He's such a good boy. Oh. I'm going out with Nagaki today. How the fuck is he leaving the library? He said he wanted to try going for a New Year's visit, so we're planning to go to the White Dove Shrine, but the first 3 days of the year are always crowded, so it's really cold in the morning. So we decided to be a little untraditional and go just after noon. Of course, even if we waited for weeks or months before going, our first trip to the shrine in the New Year would still be a New Year's visit. Nagaki is delicate, like the first flowers of spring, so I have to make sure he doesn't push himself. You're here already. What the fuck? Nagaki? Hello? Wait. Who the heck are you? Nagaki? You sound like Nagaki. You're Nagaki, right? Yes, sorry. Did I keep you waiting? I made sure to leave on time, but don't worry, you're not late. I just came early. Wasn't waiting too long anyway. More importantly, what's up? Are we going to hold up a store or something? I mean, I'd be happy to if that's what you want to do. This thing is really weird, isn't it? No, I think it's nice. It's definitely nice. It's warm and it hides your identity. Everyone should have one. I'm behind you whatever you're playing, Nagaki. We'll do our best together, okay? I'm not wearing it. Hitori made me put it on. He said I shouldn't go out without making sure I was perfectly protected from the cold. Does that really mean wearing a balaclava, though? He made me bring a whole bunch of hand warmers, too. So I don't think I'll run out for a week. Mr. Uzune does seem to worry about you a lot. He's overprotective. I barely managed to convince him he didn't have to come with me today. That's his best friend, right? If I remember correctly. It's been a minute. That's the teacher, right? I swear he's the teacher, right? Who's the teacher? I forgot. It's been a minute. Pretty sure he was the teacher.
Hello, Jay on Twitch. Of course you want to watch this channel.
Oh my god, why is it off-centered? What is happening? Hang on.
Hello, Keela.
Hello, Jane. Oh, how are you?
Somehow I got off-centered. What the heck?
I relocked it. There we go.
I wouldn't mind if he came along. I would. I'm not a child anymore. Besides, this is my time with you, Miss Shikamori. That's important to me. I don't know if you feel that way, but I do.
Of course I do. I'm so happy I get to be with you, Nagaki. Anyway, it's time for Shikamori Senpai's guided shrine tour. Let's log off!
We avoided the most crowded time of day, but there are still lots of birds in here. I think I came by during summer vacation when there were maybe 3 other people.
Is this your first time visiting a shrine for New Year's, Nagaki?
I'm not sure. I might just not remember. At any rate, If I have, it was before I was old enough to be aware. I see. You should make up for all the lost time and make lots of wishes now then. Is it alright to be that sloppy? It's all about your frame of mind. You're not very religious in your day-to-day life, are you? I'm not. Then you can be as sloppy as you want. That seems a little haphazard. But I guess you're the one to know, Miss Shikamori.
Take this super coin toss. Zip bang!
Supposed to throw the offering money rowdily like that?
The gods will have an easier time hearing your message if you put lots of spirit into it, right?
I don't think I need them to hear it that well.
Hey, he just threw his in like a normal person. He stared at me with cold, disdainful eyes and threw it like a normal person. What did you wish for, Nagaki?
That's a secret.
Oh.
I don't really have to tell you. It's between me and the gods, right?
Aw, that's no fun.
No one else needs to know about it, so it's a secret. Well, okay. I guess you go around shouting your wish to everyone. It sort of feels like a god is going to pop out of nowhere and revoke your right to a divine miracle. I'm curious about what he prayed for, but it doesn't look like he'll tell me.
There's a tea shop up ahead that sells really good mochi, Nagaki. Let's go!
Okay. I wished to stop being the person who's only ever protected. Thank you, Miss Shikamori. I'll become stronger, and one day I'll be able to thank you with more than just words. He is so fucking hot! Ah!
I love being here.
I love Nagaki. Oh. It was a really I love Nagaki, but I love my teacher and I love my nurse. I just, I love Nagaki. He's like in my top 3. I love, like, you can see, like, this is like really hard. Like, Nagaki and Yuya are like tied for 3rd for me, personally, funnily enough. I really love Yuya. I love Nagaki, but Nagaki just a little bit more. It's very interesting though, because that route and this love confession or whatever, like what New Year's thing, implies that he is alive. He's not actually, he never died. Which would imply that Kazuaki never became Kazuaki in that universe. Maybe these are all alternate realities then. Because Angel implies that these are all different fragments or whatever. Which I definitely believe, because Angel is a very good... Before you had emotes, you had Hatoful boyfriend emotes. That's amazing. It's a very happy world. It's very weird, and I'm scared to see what Shu's gonna do.
Well, that in the Pedersona.
Because in Shu's... What happened?
I seen that in the Pedersona. He seems like a ticking time bomb.
True. I love the game just a little bit more. It's a little loud. My ears? Alright, teacher boy, let's go.
Happy New Year! It snowed last night and I think I almost froze to death, but in the end I survived okay. I'm glad it didn't pile up though. It seems like I have a near-death experience or two every winter. Maybe I should do something about that. The White Dove Shrine, where every birdie comes for their New Year's visit, is in a hilly area a little ways away from the center of town, but it doesn't look like the snow piled up much here either. There are little drifts here and there, but the sun's still out now, so it'll all melt pretty soon. Here for the New Year and gone within the day. Very wabi-sabi.
Yes, yes. Leftover snow is very elegant. Plum blossoms and snow. Soon they shall wither and fall, even if it melts.
Oh, Mr. Nanaki.
He's so cute. Ah!
Happy New Year.
But what's with the weird incantation? It's not an incantation, it's from the man Yushu. Didn't we do that poem in class just a month or two ago? Did we? I forgot everything I learned in the entire semester as soon as I turned in my last final. I do not recall, sir. Oh. Maybe the problem is with my instruction. I'm sorry. He seems incredibly disheartened. Need more emotional bronze, sir. Please don't look so down, Mr. Nanaki. I feel like I'm bullying you or something. I'm just not diligent enough. Please don't be so sad. You'll do just fine. You're so nice, Shikamori. But don't forget to review. You might have proficiency tests coming up soon. If you make me start thinking about proficiency tests first thing in the new year, then I'll be the one who's sad. Anyway, are you here to visit the shrine too, sir? Want to go together? Would that be okay? Are you sure you would like to go with me? I'm alone today too. Oh, I see. Okay then, let's go. Thank you, Shikamori. I was about to be like, wait, it's ending right there? That was very short. Holy shit. May my proficiency test not end in total heartbreaking, dream-crushing failure. May I become a little, even just a tiny bit, would be okay, less emotionally delicate. Him and Nagaki are such best friends. Holy shit. They really are best friends. Holy shit. Jeez, you can't go making a puny little wish like that, sir. That's why you're emotionally delicate. Wish for something tougher, like, I wish to attain the spirit of a mighty conquering emperor or something. Really? I'm not a hunter-gatherer like you, Shikamori. I wouldn't want that. I'd be happy just to be a little more average. Mr. Uzune said so, too. He complains about how you get offended easily and always starts crying, and it's too hard to pick up his words that carefully, so he wishes you'd shape up a little. He does always point that out to me, too. And Dr. Iwamin said he's never seen someone as delicate as you before, and he wants to use you for some experiments. What? That's scary. Did Iwamin really say that? He did, his creepy laugh, so I don't think he was too much more than half serious. There are tears in his eyes already. We pick on you because you cry this easily, sir. I'll be spending lots of good time with you all, so I do need to get better. And I'll do my best in the proficiency tests. So you can try hard with your mental training, right? Maybe you'll at least harden your tear ducts a little. Thank you, Shikamori. I'll do my best. No, come on, don't cry. I hope your reputation for total uselessness fully recovers. That's not right, Shikamori. If it did, I'd be useless again. I love him so much. Ugh. Alright, time to fucking die. Wow, what a New Year's! Wow! I decided to drop by the shrine for a visit since I was here anyway, but it's really crowded. Where do they all come from every year anyway? The shrine's usually so empty. I want to at least make an offering, but standing around waiting like this is what breaking my heart. It's cold and waiting by myself is so lonely. Maybe I should go home and come back some other day. Wait. They used the really hot image of him. I know this is probably the official art anyways, but I mean this is the official game, so obviously it is official art, but the image I saw of him was this one, so I was always like, oh, he's super hot. I always thought this was not the official art, but I'm glad to see it as official art. Dr. Iwamin, is that you? Why is he looking at me like this? I don't know how I feel about that. Yes, it's me. Or it is me. Hello, Miss Shikamori. Don't tell me he's here to make an offering too. Ugh. He's so hot. He can mob me. I don't care. I love him. He looks so sad and somber. It's true. He lost his lover, basically. Our boy is super bisexual. Maybe even pansexual, but boy is gay as fuck. More pansexual, I would assume. I don't think gender really matters to him. Happy New Year, sir. I'm surprised to see you here. I would have never expected to bump into you into a place like this. Oh, wait, that's me. I never would have expected to bump into you in a place like this. You're kind of like the devil or something, so I figured you'd get purified into nothingness if you go into a shrine. I see you are fond of foolish superstitions as always. Unfortunately, there is nothing at all unusual about a bird passing unharmed beneath a torii. Oh, okay, so I don't have to worry about him getting hit by some stray exorcism or evaporating. Yay, I'm so relieved. But why are you here, sir? Are you making a New Year's offering? No. I feel no need to plead with the hypothetical gods for help. As I'm sure you know quite well. Oh, yes, I know! Why are you here then? I heard there was a corpse. There isn't. Please stop hearing about corpses that don't exist, sir. But I was told there was a crowd here because they found a rotting corpse in the pond. Shrines are always crowded on New Year's. No one said anything about a corpse. Welcome back, Grayson. I see. That is truly unfortunate. It seems I've been misled by a falsified report. Oh, are you going home already, sir? There is no reason for me to stay, is there? But you're already here, and it's New Year's. Want to make an offering with me? It's cold and there's a line, and I was thinking of giving up and going home, but if I got to wait with you, then I wouldn't mind. So you are deliberately placing yourself in an unpleasant circumstance, wasting time in idleness, and then throwing money away to no foreseeable benefit? The mind wobbles. He gives me an amazed-looking sneer. Jeez, don't you have any hopes or dreams, you diabolical partridge? Any romance? Getting turned down like this every time I try to do something with him makes my hunter-gathering blood boil. I want to just look up a walkthrough on him on a wiki or something. I did not need a wiki. I got him first fucking try. Fuck you. No wiki needed. But this is a special day. And if I'm with you, then even if I catch you, you'll be cold. Wait, even if I catch you... Wait, I keep saying you. And even if I'm with you, then even if I catch a cold, you'll be able to give me pertinent advice. Please do not treat me as your personal medical advisor. I'm not fond of selfish children. I'm sorry. I got carried away. Now, if you'd be willing to take the place of that rotting corpse for me, then I might be interested. You want me to make an offering with a rotting corpse? What kind of pervert are you? Will you be my rotting corpse, Miss Shikamori? That's too much, sir. Don't worry. I was only joking. Yes, joking. Were you, sir? That felt an awful like you were just asking. You were asking just on the off chance. Perhaps we can come to an arrangement. I shall offer a very simple contract with only one condition. If you do catch a cold this winter, you shall become my test subject for my new medicine. That is all. You don't lose anything at all, now do you? It sounds more like I could be in serious danger of losing everything, including, but not limited to, my life. But if I don't come down with a cold, it should be fine. That should be okay, I guess? Alright, sir. I promise. I'm in the process of developing the drug now, but I haven't had much luck finding test subjects. I'm so glad to have a student as cooperative as yourself. Oh, how my heart leaps when I hear that laugh. So I spent New Year's Day with a non-believing partridge. I'll be fine as long as I can endure until spring. I wouldn't mind paying him back, but I'd rather not risk my life. So I'll pray to make it through the winter without getting sick. Why is he so hot? It's unfair. Okay, do I read the heart first or do I read the chapter first? Fuck it. We'll read the heart first, I guess. Short episode, Legamentines Chronicles. I'm scared that if we don't read this first, it's gonna ruin the chapter, but maybe we're not supposed to. I don't fucking know. The most nervous day of the year is here. But it looks like there's someone here who doesn't like this heart-throbbing romantic day. Please enter your name. Oh boy, let's do this again. Shikamori Clover, okay. Yes. We've got a lot of deliveries here, sir. Where should I put them? Deliveries? I had thought the first run wouldn't be arriving until next week. These aren't magazines, sir. They're beans. And who here sent away for beans? Oh, right, this is your first time. It's a tradition, sir. Readers always send beans addressed to their favorite characters on Legumentides. Whose favorite character is... Who? Okay, whose fucking fault is this? Who? No, this is not my favorite character. Hell fucking no. Fuck him. He tried to blow up my school because he's got a fucking bone up his ass because he fucking hates my husband. Like, leave my husband alone, you fucking overrated fucking cardboard cutout.
Excuse me, Chloe. You gotta address his name correctly.
Golden bone up his ass. Yeah, true. No, literally. Fucking molesting kids, stealing their blood. Like, what? Like, get the fuck out of here.
That's crazy.
Molesting my boy Angel like that? Hell fucking no. Get the fuck out of here. The only person who can touch those kids is Shu, and that is okay. That's different, because he's a nurse and a doctor, mind you. Who likes this fucking bird? Bro, who fucking likes this bird? Reader? Alright, this is your first time. It's a tradition, sir. Readers always send beans addressed to their favorite characters on Legumentines. They send them to their favorite characters? Ridiculous! I've never been given beans in my life, but these people who send them willy-nilly to a bunch of two-dimensional birds? Well, you're not very popular, sir. This is a gross injustice! How dare they all have fun without me just because it's Legumentines? I don't give a fuck if he's pathetic. Bro's got a bone up his ass, literally, a golden fucking bone, as Isaac said. A golden fucking bone so far up his ass, he can probably fucking taste it, and he probably can smell it. And he probably likes it. He probably likes getting pegged by that golden bone. I don't think anyone sends beans to the editor-in-chief anywhere, sir. It's really not worth worrying about. No, this is a grave state of affairs. We must cause swift and terrible retribution to fall on the heads of those who dare have fun without me. It's Legumentines! I'm here to get beans for every birdie butt. This is the place you recommend, Oko-san? Cool! That is correct. There are many beans in the basement of the High Society Seagull department store. I'm not sure if it's the employee's attitude or the employee's attitude or... It might even be the employee's attitude, but there's just something I don't like about this place. Then again, Oko-san is the biggest gourmet in this town, so if he says it's the best, it must be the best. Let's head in! Sold out. What? Uh-oh. Wait, how are all the beans sold out? They've never been sold out before. Oko-san, everything's sold out! Cool? This is not right! Are there always great quantities of beans? Are there not always great quantities of beans here, even on Legumentines? And those, and those, and those, and those? I'll take all of them. Yes, and those too. Oh, is this piece of shit again? Mr. Nishiki Koji. Hello there, Clover. Fancy meeting you here. Cool! This miserable and unmanly market monopolization. That gaudy bird is trying to corner the market. Why are you doing this, Mr. Nishiki Koji? How can you start hoarding the bean supply on Legumentines? Are you buying all these to give them to yourself? Just how vain and self-absorbed are you? You lack imagination, my girl. What a terrible pity. Why should I do something so low? I'm here to get in the way of everyone who's having fun because it's Legumentines. That's low. So low it's almost making me laugh. Tender, passionate young hens, swept up by the gentle, flowery winds of first love, flocked to this establishment in the foremost purveyor of celebratory legumens. In the city only to find of every variety, every color, every size sold out, their hopes dashed at once, and they are left in despair. Oh,
How beautiful. Magnificent artistic tragedy. This seems a bit convoluted even for a tokusatsu villain's plan.
You'll never be happy with yourself if you keep thinking like that. Act your age, Mr. Nishiki Koji. Here,
What is this?
courtesy beans. I'm giving them to you to be nice, but it should still make you feel a little bit better about your life.
Your fucking sad, pathetic, golden bone life. Do you mock me?
No,
I'm just being polite. You're mocking me. You don't want them? Don't you want them? At least this way you'll have gotten some from someone. The gaudy pheasant seems extremely unnerved by my proffered beans. This couldn't be possibly the first time he's ever gotten beans on Legamentines, could it? So be it. I shall deign to accept them. Perhaps these beans may be the seeds of some beautiful imagination. I am busy. I am going home. Having reconsidered his attempt to corner the bean market, the golden pheasant left. Coo! Clover stopped him! Clover is a true warrior! Half of these bins have nothing left but little signs saying they're sold out, but what's left should be enough. Now all the girl birds will be able to get beans for that special sunbirdie. Mature adult bird. What the fuck? Wait, I need to read that achievement. What did that say? It said something about an immature bird. Something about the true ending? Or something like that? So I guess that's the ending of that chapter, theoretically. So yeah, the next chapter will probably be Legamentines. Which means Shu should be back. Be interesting to see how they're gonna end this game. Considering there's only 4 chapters, I guess? And then we have the radio. Oh. Oh, so this is supposed to be... Okay, if that's what he looks like as a human, I can see why Angel was fucking swept up by his... He's very...
Oh, yeah, I
He's
like that
very...
design.
He looks way better this way. He's so hot. Holy shit. Also, this was fucking scary. Imagine seeing this. We want the big tree. Merry Christmas. Fine feathers make a fine bird. He is very attractive as a humanoid. A humanoid bird. Alright, what did the achievement say? Immature adult bird. Get to the end of the short episode Legamentines Chronicles. That's funny. Alright, here we go. 3rd chapter. Chapter 3. The day the night slept. Dazzling night on a dreaming star. Ruler of the stars, the dreaming king. The path to his kingdom quietly awakens in the sleeping night sky. We must not miss the train. We cross the glowing river. We follow the obsidian map into the world of shadows. Please enter your name. Oh god, are we fucking trying to catch the galaxy train again? Shikamori Clover, okay? Yes.
that is me.
I am not here. It's almost the end of the year. And Nagaki just came out to me. What do you... I am believe what you would refer to as a ghost bound to the place of my death. Or something like that. I only ever see him in the library, but I just thought he was a shut-in. I never expected this. I've seen 1,000 wonders in my time, but even I'm a little surprised, of course. He's still Nagaki. It's not like we can't be together anymore. No matter who or what he is, he's still my friend. This won't change anything. You are very strange, Miss Shikamori. Shouldn't you pick your friends a little more carefully? What are you talking about? I can't be friends. I can be friends with a ghost if I want. That's all for today. See you all tomorrow. Half days always remind you that it's the end of the semester, huh?
Indeed. There is perhaps a week left. Aw, that's so lonely. I want to stay in class 2-3 a little longer. Then you'll be in 3-3. Oko-san feels lonely too. Oko-san does not want to be thrown out of this classroom. Humph. Why not repeat a year if you want to stay that much? Must be a good chapter if you're excited for it, very. Repeating a year in high school would be a little much. You don't mind, Sakuya? You don't feel sad that we might all split up at the end of the year?
Not at all. Group mentality is for the weak.
I guess I'm one of the weak then. I hope we'll all be in the same class again next year with Mr. Nanaki.
Well, I hope to see you all in the spring too.
The year is almost over, meaning I'm almost through at the library too. I should be heading over there about now.
Oh, could you wait a moment?
Huh? We're not done?
Sorry. I forgot to tell you all something. They'll be opening the school the night after tomorrow.
Opening the school? At night?
Is it some sort of school-wide bravery challenge?
A grand tournament of guts to close the year? Perfect to make the blood boil and the flesh crawl. Think of the memories we'll make.
I don't want to make those memories. Unfortunately, that's not it. It's the astronomy club's night. The astronomy club's activity night.
The astronomy clubs?
Meaning, the astronomy club used to do a lot of serious observations, but after a while, their activities devolved into bonfire mixer parties. After a long circuitous tale, they turned into a cult and worshipped the bonfire as a god, and the student council had to enact pecuniary measures. If you want to hear more about their story, go buy that thing and listen to it.
What?
Oh, the DLC? I did buy it, so I have it. If that's what they're talking about. I have the DLC. The collector's edition DLC. I bought it.
I fucking bought it!
You know the thing? The one that isn't out in English? Wait, it's not in English. Wait, what? It's not in English!
That's not... I don't have that then.
Will people even know what to buy from that description, Clover? Ooh, it's stealth marketing! Stealth marketing! It didn't sound very stealthy to me.
A true samurai is never stealthy. So the astronomy club has started having activities again?
That's right, though the bonfires are still banned.
Good morning, Miki.
There's still going to be a total lunar eclipse that night. We decided to open up the roof so everyone could see. You don't need to be a member of the astronomy club to come. Everyone's welcome.
A total lunar eclipse? That sounds exciting. Who knows when another will happen? I think I'll go. I heard there's going to be a radical lunar eclipse, Nagaki.
It's a total lunar eclipse, Miss Shikamori. Not a radical lunar eclipse. Nagaki's stare is like the frigid wind of a Siberian winter night.
Have you ever seen one, Nagaki?
Perhaps. I may have. Or I have not. I do not remember. I suppose he only just did realize he's dead a few days ago. His memory must still be foggy.
They're opening the school at night the day after tomorrow so we can see it. Want to watch it with me, Nagaki? We could have a moon viewing party in the library. The moon's going to be eclipsed. I'm not sure how much of a moon viewing party that would be.
Wouldn't we have a better view from the roof anyway?
Oh, yes. It's going to be open after all, but can you get out of here?
If it's to the roof, then yes.
Hold on!
What? Really? Aren't you trapped in here?
Perhaps I didn't tell you. I can't leave the library, but I can move straight up and down. To the chemistry lab directly underneath us, for instance.
Mobility. Vertical only. That's amazing. I'll have to train my legs so that one day I can move like that too. So you'll be able to join us on the roof?
Yep.
Yay! That's amazing, Nagaki.
Really? I'm not sure I see what good it does us.
Just think about it. We can go sunbathing on the roof during lunch breaks and stuff. Oh, I'm getting excited already.
I suppose so. But you're already taking naps in the library windowsill anyway. I don't think it'll be all that different.
Jeez, Nagaki, isn't a change of scene supposed to be romantic? Anyway, let's watch the eclipse together. If you want to.
Well, alright.
Yay! Yay!
You're awfully enthusiastic.
Of course I am. Oh, I can't wait, I can't wait. Important notice. Huh? Please be aware. This episode contains spoilers for the Inugami clan by Yoko Mizo Seshi. Who? If you're reading it or plan to read it, you may want to wait until after that to play this game. Yasu did it. What? Otherwise, enjoy the ride. What the fuck is a Yasu Seki? What? I don't even know what they said. The promised night of the total lunar eclipse, and not a cloud in the sky. Perfect for a moon viewing party. I'm not sure exactly a moon viewing party, but I am glad it's clear. The weather report said it might get cloudy after all. It's cold up here, so make sure to stay warm, everyone. I see you brought a blanket, sir. Yes, this blanket always helps me relax. Z. Wake up, you fool! Aren't you supposed to be the chaperone? Looks like the regular crew is all here. Everyone's here. Meeting up at the school at night like this is so exciting. Coo! It is a full moon! Oko-san's bestial heritage awakens! Coo? Can you feel your bestial inner selves calling, Clover? Nagaki? My bestial inner self? I don't think I have one. I can, Oko-san! My hunter-gatherer blood boils! Looking at you, I almost wonder if there ever really was a time when humans ruled the earth, Miss Shikamori. Coo! Oko-san thinks Clover is probably not a human. No, I am a human. Can the others even see him? Oko-san doesn't seem to be having any trouble. I heard that animals can see ghosts, so maybe the same is true of older breeds? What about Ryota? Oh, hi, Nagaki. Thought you only ever showed up in the library. Indeed. You can see him just fine. Maybe Ryota and I are attuned with the paranormal? Sakuya. Is there really someone there? Yep. You can't see him? A kind of skinny mourning dove? I'm not surprised. Most birds haven't paid any attention to me until now. I'm not sure I believe it. Is this a joke? No! Oh, if it were, I'd bet you fall for it completely. Cool! Only birds who are pure of heart can see him. Oko-san is pure! What? Do you mean to mock me, you filthy mongrel? Ah, jeez, don't fight, you two. Doves aren't usually nocturnal, are they? Why do they have so much energy? Merry Christmas! Oh, fucking Christmas Christ. Merry Christmas! Oh, these two have way too much energy as well. I had hoped they would calm down once Christmas was past, but it would seem that they become more excited in response to any sort of special event. Doctor, you're here to see the eclipse too? I suppose I am. It is certainly an interesting phenomenon, and these two insisted on seeing it. Merry Christmas! It's hide and seek! Mr. Moon is playing hide and seek! Well, everyone seems to be having fun. It is almost midnight. Look at the sky, everyone. It should be starting soon. Nagaki! It's starting! You don't need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well. You'll bother the neighbors. Oh, it's the middle of the night. I forgot. Nagaki? Can I sit next to you? Go ahead. I can't tell if his feathers are warm or cold. I can barely even tell that I'm touching them at all. Could just be my imagination. But sitting here gazing up at the night sky, he looks happier than usual. Seeing his face really makes me feel warm inside. This must be all my imagination. The eclipse is starting. What? I can see no one else on the train. It is very quiet. Is this the last train? It's dark outside. I look up and address the dove leaning his head out the window opposite. Don't stick out your head too far, Nagaki. I won't. It looks so strange outside. What are those lights floating by? Are we next to a river? I think so. The rivers of a star, that is. The rivers of stars. The Milky Way. Those are stars you see. Oh, so that's it? I see blue stars and green ones in all colors. There are indeed a great variety. Dude, did we fucking die? Bro, Shu just fucking killed us. Nagaki takes a black planisphere out from somewhere and points at it. We're here. Near Cygnus. Cygnus. Is that a constellation? That's right. Maybe you'll know it as the Swan. Oh, yes, yes. I know that one. So Cygnus is the Swan. I never knew. The bright one we just passed is Deneb. I think we'll also see Alberio in a few minutes. You know a lot, Nagaki. I was always told that every hunter-gatherer needs them to be able to find Polaris. But other than that, I don't know any of them. If we pass its tail, we are nearing the head. We must be traveling from north to south. But the Swan is a summer constellation. It's a little too early for us to be seeing it from the northern hemisphere. It's still the third semester after all. Wait, Nagaki, when did we get onto this train? Who knows? Where are we going? I don't know. And the train is going through outer space? It would seem so. What do I do? We're finally on a date in outer space and I forgot my spacesuit. What'll happen if I go into a vacuum without a spacesuit on? Will I explode? The window's been open the entire time. Close it, Nagaki, before we explode. Calm down, Miss Shikamori. It's alright. This is probably just a dream. A dream? That's right. Nagaki can move vertically, but he still can't leave the school. There's no way we'd be on a train together. What were we doing? Astronomy. Oh, right. We were watching the eclipse on the roof with everyone. Does this mean we fell asleep in the middle of the eclipse? Perhaps. It's a little bit cliche, but could you try pinching your cheeks? Oh, yes. It doesn't hurt. Feels kind of unsatisfying. I feel the same as always. But if you don't feel normal, this must be a dream. I see. That's too bad. Going on a trip with you would have been so much fun, but it's just a dream. I don't mind if it is. We continue staring out the window at the pale stars. He seems more open than usual. I guess he's right. We should enjoy ourselves even if it's just a dream. We will be checking tickets now. Please have them ready as the conductor comes by. Howdy there. Please show me your tickets. The conductor appears without a sound. I never felt him coming by. He's as good as the doctor. Wait. Have I met you somewhere before? Could be. I see many people every day to know. I really feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Anyways, tickets please. Tickets? You mean we have to pay to ride the train even though it's just a dream? Oh. I see you have a scorpion flame, sir. The planisphere gets you on for free. Wow. You get a free ride, Nagaki? I don't remember getting this anywhere. Of course not. The scorpion flame is a treasure passed down only to the chosen ones. Space can be a dangerous place for someone without one of those. Take good care of it. Never ever give it to anyone else, no matter how they ask. Alright. It's a far cry from what a middle schooler might use in a science fair project. It looks antique and valuable. The stars aren't printed on the surface, instead glittering almost with their own light. Are those real gemstones? And you, miss? You don't have a planisphere, do you? I need to pay you fare too? Of course you do. Only the one with the planisphere gets on for free. Ah, what a financially troubling dream. What do I do? Do I have anything I could use as a ticket? Here! Bob White Luck. What is that? It's the fortune I drew at the temple at New Year's. You've been holding on to it for a while. Ah, that's a ticket for the green car. It is? You can stay here if you want, but you could move to the celebrity car. See you around. What? What a convenient dream. I want to go to the convenient car. I want the celebrity car. The train will be stopping for a few minutes to wait for signals. So there are traffic signals in outer space? It would seem so. Though one would think with so much room they could arrange it so that the train could never have to stop. Yeah. Oh, Nagaki! Nagaki! There's a station! We aren't really trying to get anywhere anyway. Want to get off? A station? Didn't they just say we were stopping to wait for signals? But there's a platform and everything. Look, it says Southern Cross Line. The King's Station. Let's get off. Alright, let's go. Oh, that's pretty. Wow, it's wonderful. It's like we're in a fairy tale. What a pretty town, Nagaki. I'm getting excited already. Indeed. It's almost like we're dreaming. We are! We can look around a little, right? Let's see what there is to see and then get back on the train. It's not like we're heading anywhere in particular after all. That's true, but the station's gone. I turn around, the station is indeed gone. The aged platform has disappeared, leaving only the palely glowing tracks running off into the distance. Maybe this is like that thing in adventure games where we can't leave until we completed some more events? Who knows? We can't leave the star for now anyways. In that case, we'll just have to see its sights until it's sorry. Where do you want to go, Nagaki? We don't have a map, so we should just wander around? I don't think the planisphere will help us find our way around this star. I'm fine with anywhere. Anywhere you want to go, Miss Shikamori? So I get to be his escort? Leave it to me. My hunter-gatherer instincts are telling me... Excuse me. You must be guests from far away. Welcome to the Holiday Star. We are addressed by a somewhat vague-looking dove. You must be a local? This is the Holiday Star? That's right. The Holiday Star. A happy name. Very happy indeed. We celebrate our holiday, which never ends. This is a happy star. This must be your first time here. Why not pay your respects to the ruler of this planet, the Dreaming King, our lord? We're meeting the king already? What a forward king he must be. Is that a palace in the distance where he lives? Yes, it is. If you head straight for the light atop of its tower, you will be there before you know it. Getting invited to see the king as soon as we arrive is definitely VIP treatment. Let's go! What an interesting chair. The palace was impressive from the outside, but it's even more kingly on the inside. The citizen we talked to earlier said the king would be in here, but... His Royal Highness, the king! Hello, I am the king. What the fuck? Did he just announce himself? Maybe that's how they do things around here. The crowned bird sets himself down on his magnificent throne. He doesn't quite seem dignified, or maybe he seems a little humble, or... At any rate, he's a very forward king. You are the king? Yes. The king is the king of the star. He's very assertive in an extremely plain way. The king asked, Are you from the outside? You have a very nice planisphere. Yes, we're from Little Dove Hachiman City, from St. Pigeonations. It sparkles and is pretty. The king thought he would like it. This? That's so rude. How can you ask for someone's things as soon as you meet them? Are you a selfish character, Mr. King? That was too harsh, Miss Shikamori. You've made the king sad. He's kind of a wimpy king. You can't have this, though. I was told not to give it to anyone. I'm sorry. The king does not mind. The king is not crying. The king asked, would you listen to the king's request instead? Request? The king and his people are troubled by the new restaurant at the edge of the Crystal Forest. I would think that the restaurant's opening at a tourist draw would be perfectly normal. Birds who go into the new restaurant don't come out. They go in but never come out. Once they go in, they don't come back out. Those who come out can't go in. Do you understand? So people are disappearing inside the restaurant? Well, this got creepy awfully fast. The king was very scared. The king cried. The king asked you, who have come from the outside, if you could investigate. I guess wandering travelers will always get asked to run errands if they talk to the king, no matter where and when they are. What do you think, Nagaki? Should we accept? We don't have any other plans. This could kill some time. An investigation which smacks of intrigue and danger could kill some time? You're awfully bold, Nagaki. I like the cut of your jib. Understood, Mr. King. Leave it to us. We've been walking, following the king somewhat in exact directions for about half an hour. Is this the crystal forest the king mentioned? There too appear to be crystals. Of course, with everything in the kingdom as sparkly as it is, this forest really doesn't stand out at all. That is correct. This is the crystal forest. Jeez, he startled me. Doesn't anyone here know how to make up their presence known beforehand? This is the Crystal Forest and the restaurant should be nearby. Happy New Year! Happy New Year! Happy New Year! Happy New Year! Miru and Kaku are hungry! Wait! Miru, Kaku! What's wrong? Did you suddenly turn into New Year's characters? You do realize New Year's Day is already over too, right? Merry Christmas! That's true. Merry Christmas! Miru and Kaku felt lonely because everyone forgot about Christmas. Merry Christmas! But Christmas will always live on in Miru and Kaku's hearts. Oh good, it would be a little much for them to suddenly change themes that soon after being introduced. Do you know those white things? Oh right. You've never met them. They're Miru and Kaku. They're white things that look a lot like doves, but they aren't. How vague. Well, I don't really know just what they are yet either, to be honest. It's fine. I'm Nagaki. Nice to meet you too. Merry Christmas, Nagaki! Nagaki! Nice to meet you! Anyway, I hadn't expected to even see you two in this dream. What are you doing? Are you still here looking for trees? Merry Christmas! No, Miru and Kaku have a terrible problem. Miru and Kaku are hungry. Merry Christmas! Hungry! So Miru and Kaku are going to the restaurant. Yay! No, wait! Too late. Miru and Kaku vanished deep into the forest. This must be another one of those flags. After them! And so Nagaki and I ran through the forest after the disastrously hungry Miru and Kaku. Oh god. Is that supposed to be Shu? Oh no. This is the restaurant Miru and Kaku were headed for then? The sign says Chateau Chukar. I have a terrible feeling about this. That name can't be a coincidence. Or maybe it's just my imagination. Well, if this is the restaurant the king was talking about, we need to investigate. Nagaki looks to me as if asking what we should do next. March straight in the front door, of course. It doesn't look like a restaurant. Passage, a door, and a sign. It's a little plain. Maybe they're closed? The signpost says, "The shop has many orders. Please be patient." Huh? Does that mean there are a lot of customers, so we might have to wait? There isn't anywhere for a queue, though. What do we do, Nagaki? What if it's reservation only? We're here as investigators. I don't think we need a reservation. Oh, right. Let's keep going. We opened the door to reveal an identical plain corridor. Another door, another sign in. Miru and Kaku in a bucket. Merry Christmas! Warm and steamy! Warm and steamy! What are you two doing? Taking a bath? Merry Christmas! Following instructions. Look, Miss Shikamori. Nagaki points at the sign. Please clean yourselves here. How sanitary. This restaurant must cater to celebrities. So we may hope. Merry Christmas! Next room! Yay! Miru and Kaku, looking a little glossier than usual, head through the door. This place is like an onion. Go further and it looks exactly the same. There's another sign as well. Please rub this cream into your hands, feet, and face, from the tips of your feathers all the way into your skin. Cream? Before eating? I've never been to a high-class restaurant before. Do celebrities always put moisturizer before eating? Merry Christmas! Creameru Kaku! They're covered in it. Merry Christmas! On to the next room with excitement and dampness. Yay! They run through the door, still covered in the cream. Oh dear, they're leaving footprints. And surprise, surprise, there's another passageway with another sign. Oh, those orders must have been hard to follow. What a pity. So then that one that said there were a lot of orders didn't mean to order to the restaurant, but orders from the restaurant, yes. I'm not taking instructions from some greasy diner. I do what I want. This is the last order. Please rub the salt all over your bodies. Salt? On top of the cream? Celebrities do some pretty weird stuff. This would be torture if you had a paper cut or something. Merry Christmas! Ow, ow, it's in my eye! Are you two okay? Cream, salt, and tears. I almost feel bad for the floor. It's a rather sorry state now. Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas, but that was the last one! Merry Christmas! Miru and Kaku get to eat now! Yay! They go into the next room, leaving a trail of salt and sadness. The janitor will probably have a nervous breakdown. Signed, Miss Shikamori. Huh? There's more written on it. We are so sorry for all that. You did very well. Now go ahead. We'll be so happy to have you for dinner. Well, that ended in an awfully polite note. You think so? It says they'll be happy to have us, see? Polysemy is a terrible thing. Nagaki stares at me coldly. Stop it! You leave a hole. You are reading, have you? To mean have you over, yes? I suppose so. What else would it mean? What does it mean to have something for dinner, Miss Shikamori? I think it means Miru and Kaku are the main course. What? Oh no, thanks for the explanation. Now I need to hurry. Coming through. No, not Miru, Kaku. Passage from the entrance leads straight into the kitchen? This is a bit much. Merry Christmas! Ow! Ow! They're being boiled! Are you two okay? Merry Christmas's bath is too hot. Can't they turn it down a little? Looks like we're in time. Wait just a minute, you two. I'll have the temperature down in no time, and then you two can enjoy your bath. My, you two are noisy. Are you with them? I think we all passed out, bro. I knew it would be you. Does your cruelty know no bounds even in dreams, Doctor? Why can't you at least be nice while I'm asleep? Do you not think I should behave in your dreams as you would expect me to? I guess so, but... Now then, it is not your turn. May I ask you to be quiet while you wait? Also, it would appear that you have not followed all the instructions. Please return to the entrance and start over. Here's a knife, Miss Shikamori. Let's get out of here. Humans who would be scared of a butter knife like that died out long ago. Don't worry, Nagaki, I can handle this. What should I do? Right, golden lightning spiral kick. Legendary tempest uppercut. Let's go spiral kick. Right, golden lightning spiral kick! Take this! Right, golden lightning spiral kick! Not only do you not follow the orders, but you also damaged my hardwood floors. He dodged it? Miss Shikamori, watch out! You have not adequately cleaned yourself, but there is no helping it. Become sashimi. Oh. Goods. Caramel candy, ladder, smartphone, halibut. It's a sad thing that your adventures ended here. Well, I didn't know we could die.
What? That answers a lot of things.
That's funny.
Well, if you can die, you can probably romance.
Oh god, I have to read all this again.
Alright.
Well, we just speedrun and talk about. I mean, it is possible that there's a romance option. I did see there's like a bunch of achievements. But I feel like there's no real like dating in this game compared to the first one. I don't think this one's like a dating sim like its predecessor. This one's more like a... I don't know exactly how to describe it. More like a... Hatoful was your first interaction with me, and here we go again, Wendigo. We're going through it all again, almost, but this time on a new journey.
That's always fun.
I do love this game. This story, it's so good.
Most of the time, Clever was streaming the first one. I was at work, so...
Yeah, I'm gonna have to subject you to the VOD. Well, you were here for the last chapter, I think. You were here and then you were kinda here for it.
Yeah, it was.
King is very interesting. I don't know how I feel about the king.
That's okay. As long as you lurk. You can still tune in every now and then. Over hills we go, crashing into trees. The snow is turning red. I think she might have killed me. Oh boy, here we go again.
I can't wait!
Our boys are cooking. He's cooking his sons. Alright. Legendary left Tempest uppercut!
Take this! Legendary left Tempest uppercut!
Gah! I knew you were weak on your right side. Alright! I knew that, didn't I? I fucking knew that. He can't fucking move it. He's paralyzed or something like that. He's injured on it.
I knew you were weak on your right side, Doctor.
Know the enemy and you need not fear the results of 100 battles, eh? Ugh. I had not accounted for this. I did not expect a human as strong as you to come to the restaurant.
We will be taking Miru and Kaku back now. And you're closing this restaurant. You've been making the king worry, you know.
Oh, very well. I shall defer to your impressive physique. Don't worry, I shall spend time coming up with a new way of harvesting ingredients. He's not even trying to hide the fact that he's aiming to be back open soon.
Make sure you get permission from the king when you open, okay? That's it for that then.
Yep.
Are you okay, Miru, Kaku?
Merry Christmas! Miru and Kaku are warm and steamy!
Merry Christmas. And Miru Kaku got to eat the vegetables from the bath.
And they're still on the rare side. That's good.
Merry Christmas! Miru and Kaku are going to burn off some calories now! Yay!
Some people just never slow down. I'm so hungry. And to be hungry is to be sad. Oh my, a restaurant?
Wait, no, don't go in.
What's wrong?
You can't go in there.
It's closed right now.
What?
No, and I thought I would finally get to eat some corn.
The king thought this restaurant was suspicious. You aren't from around here, are you?
No, I'm not. I'm a migrant. I'm on a journey now.
A journey?
Did you come here on the train, sir? Yes, that's right. I'd never seen the star before, so I thought I would take a look around. Journeys are wonderful. So many things to see. But being hungry is terrible. It makes me so sad. Suppose I'll keep looking for food then. Goodbye. Nageki and I watched the migrant wander back into the forest. If he had been 5 minutes earlier, he might have ended up on a spit. A lucky fellow.
Definitely.
That's how we solved the case of the vanishing restaurant goers. What do we do now? We're without a goal again. We should probably go report to the king. He must still be worried.
Ah, of course. Let's go back to the palace now then. We'll be walking more. Is that okay with you, Nageki?
Yes. I like walking with you. He's so quiet that I haven't realized. I'm glad he's enjoying himself anyways. Come to think of it, being able to go on a journey and walk around like this must be like a dream come true for him. It is a dream after all.
Wouldn't it be nice if this dream lasted forever, Nageki?
We'll wake up when morning comes. Yes, and eventually.
I know.
But until then, I want to keep walking around with you, Miss Shikamori.
Me too. For now, we can walk back to the king's palace.
The king said that would not be necessary.
It is the Forward King. You appear out of nowhere, just like your citizens, Mr. King.
Your Majesty, we defeated the owner of the restaurant. The restaurant is closed now, so there is nothing to worry more about. The king is very grateful. Thank you, guests from far away.
Thank you. You're welcome. The king would like to reward you. Please accept the king's gift. What in the fuck?
Wow, what a pretty gem! What kind is it?
A garnet. The name comes from the French word pomegranate.
Mr. Boxbones, you're on a 5-day watch streak. Congratulations.
It looks a bit like a pomegranate, I guess. But the king is still troubled. The king asked, will you listen to the king's next request? You must be having an awful lot of trouble for how peaceful this planet seems. What do you think, Nagaki? We don't have anything else to do, do we? I'll let you decide. Well, heroes are supposed to come and complete the quest set before them, right? What is your next request, Mr. King? The flowers in the garden are going to be blown away. Blown away? Is there a typhoon coming? The garden is going to explode. What kind of garden is this? The king is very scared. The king is crying. Even I would be a little unsettled if my garden was going to explode. Let's help him, Miss Shikamori. Leave it to us, Mr. King. We're back in the city, but where do you think this explosive garden is anyway? Who knows? I don't see anything likely here. Maybe it's on the outskirts of the town? And this time we might not know it even if we see it. The king might... We should have gotten the king to show us the way. The flowers blew up. The garden exploded. Nagaki, look! A crowd of panicking citizens trying to run away from something, like rats from a burning sewer pipe. That analogy is a little bit mean, Miss Shikamori. We'll probably find the garden if we go towards whatever they're running from. What the fuck? What is this lunacy? Do you mean to tell me that blowing up gardens is common practice in this barbaric star? Sakuya! Huh? Didn't something like this happen a few weeks ago? It's a nice garden, aside from the holes. And poor Sakuya, he gets to be the bombing victim in every dreamland. It is dreadful! I have an important tea party scheduled for local celebrities today. This disgrace will besmirch the Lebel family name. Oh, so he's hosting a tea party here? Geez, he should have invited me too. Though I'm not a celebrity. Do you know who did this? I haven't the slightest. There has been no suspicious activity. The garden blew up by itself. So, time bombs set before everyone got here? That's some awfully meticulous terrorism for a fairy tale world. Have you already made enemies who would want to ruin your name on this planet, Sakuya? Do you mock me? Perhaps you have not noticed, but this is a dream, and it only just started. I have barely been here for a few hours. How could I possibly have made enemies? I think Sakuya's snobby aristocratic attitude could make him all kinds of enemies within the space of a single conversation, but then again, none of the people here seem particularly short-tempered. If it's not someone settling a grudge, then who and why? Maybe they have some other, far deeper motive that we're just... What? What? Confound it! More explosions! Miss Shikamori, get down! Wow. Wow, more holes! Grr. Show yourselves, terrorists! Cowards!
That's right! Come out and fight us like men!
Wait. Someone's coming through. Looks like I've arrived at last. Yuya? Salutations, mon ami. So you're here too? This is no time for salutations, you insufferable mongrel! What have you done to my beautiful garden? Oh. Looks like I blew most of it up. Sorry, Sakuya. Looks like? What do you mean, looks like? Take responsibilities for your actions, you filthy mongrel! Cur! Look at what you've done! My garden is nothing but holes! Sorry. I had a little trouble finding the entrance, you see? There's a gate right over there.
Yeah, Yuya. Why did you have to do all this?
Guess that's what happens when you enjoy your job too much. Stop laughing, you fiend! Anyway, I'm so happy to see you. As your brother, I do worry about how you're doing, even in this dream. Adieu. What? He disappeared? He just fell into the hole. Yuya! Are you alright? There's no reply, it's just a hole. What was that all about? Down a hole he created himself. Serves him right, the licentious cur. I wonder where he went. Looks like a rabbit hole. So maybe he's in Wonderland? Can you hear me, Sakazaki? I want you to sit down there in the dark and think about what you've done. It looks like an exploding garden was just Yuya engaging in a little accidental terrorism while trying to find the entrance. Do you think that's all, Nageki? Probably. We don't have to stick around any longer anyway. Yes! Quest complete! On to the next one. And so we solved another one of the king's problems. We've been here for a while now. Time does pass strangely in dreams. Really? You can have dreams that... You can have a dream that seems like it lasts for months and a single 10-minute nap after all, right? I don't know. I don't usually remember my dreams. Oh. Do ghosts dream at all? I can't speak for other ghosts, but I sleep and I dream. Is that so? Hello again. Is this the right way to the tea party? Mr. Migrant, I heard there's a tea party in the garden just outside of town. And there's supposed to be a fine black tea and cake? To tell the truth, I prefer rice cookies and coffee, but any food does sound good right now. Unfortunately, the tea party is cancelled. What? The garden got targeted by a terrorist attack. I think it was for the celebrities anyway. So I guess as ratty as you would have probably gotten thrown out. Is that so? The city is a cold, heartless place. Cheer up, mister. Common people like us are indomitable. The cruel upper class can tread on us and grind us into the dirt, but we'll always spring back up like weeds. It's not much, but here. Oh. Nagaki hands the migrant 3 sugar cubes. I picked them up in the Milky Way. They were mixed up with the stars. I've heard that diamonds and sugar cubes float through the Milky Way along with the stars. These must be some of those. Are you sure? Yes. They're not much, but maybe they'll be enough for now. Thank you. I can continue on my journey. I'll repay you someday. Somehow. The soft-styled migrant jauntily flutters away. He's always just a little bit off. I bet whenever he goes to the store, he's always thinking about what the thing he's looking for is solid out. I didn't realize there were sugar cubes floating in the Milky Way, though. If I'd known, I would have looked for them while we were out on the train. Where to next? We've completed our goal again. That's the king's queue. His Royal Highness, the king. He's here. The bird who was blowing up the garden fell down a hole and disappeared. Though, there are a lot of holes in the garden now. The king is relieved. People who disturb the peace are scary. Huh? What just happened to the king's head? Did I imagine that? It is time for the king's reward. Please accept the king's jewels. Sapphire? Ah, it's so pretty and blue. What's it called? Lapis lazuli. He really does know everything. The king said, please listen to the king's next request. Fire away, Highness. You don't think you should word yourself more carefully, Miss Shikimori? You're getting to play the heroine for once. Should I? The king is very troubled. It looks like it might rain, so the king is in a terrible position. Rain? Have you considered an umbrella, sir? It has never rained since this kingdom was created. But there are dark clouds gathering at the summit of Mount Pudding. Mount Pudding? I know who will meet there already. Mount Pudding is a tall, tall mountain. The clouds at its peak might slip off and slide down and come to the king's palace. And it will be a problem at the palace. Guess what? It looks sturdy enough. Probably would be just fine in a storm, never mind a little rain. The king is troubled. The king's palace gets wet. The king will cry. He had another head again just now, didn't he? But he looks normal now, I think. Must have been my imagination. Why would you start crying just because it's raining? A heroine in a J-pop song or a shoujo manga might do something like that. Maybe the king is a delicate maiden at heart. Don't worry, Your Highness. I will protect your fragile heart from the cruel weather. To Mount Pudding! After a long and perilous journey over valleys and mountains and hills and dale, through dungeons deep and caverns old, Nagaki and I arrive at Mount Pudding.
It truly exists.
It is even more pudding than its name had led me to imagine. Looking at it, well, I really can't think of any other name than Mount Pudding. Coo! Coo! Calm down, son. Going berserk now won't fix anything.
Oh god. He's entered god mode.
Oko-san! I knew we'd see him here. I thought Oko-san would be here, but I hadn't quite expected you, Ryota. Oh, hello, Clover. So you're here too, and Nagaki?
So it would seem.
I see. I guess you two are together even in the stream, then. We arrived on the same train. We're a dynamic duo on a quest for the king. What about you?
I guess I'm a votaress of pudding.
And the role comes with a new costume. This time he gets to be a nun. So that means Oko-san is... Coo! Oko-san is the beloved guardian deity of Mount Pudding.
Incidentally, what does he need those things on his back for? Aren't gods supposed to be calm and composed?
Coo! Coo! It is not time for being calm. The rain is coming. Weather usually changes quickly as in the mountains, so if we wait, we should be clear again eventually. Coo! Waiting is not an option. Oko-san's pudding will be rendered gooey. Sounds like the rain would be a problem for you too, Oko-san.
The king said rain has never fallen here, so there must be something behind it. It might not go away even if we wait.
Coo! Rain is bad. Oko-san shall blow the clouds away. You're never going to get rid of the rain clouds by flapping at them, San. And if the clouds get blown away down the mountain, the king will be sad. We need to think another way. The clouds are coming from the summit. Let's climb the mountain and see what's up there, Nagaki. Alright. Oh, that was more of a climb than I expected. I never realized pudding was this hard to climb up. I suppose it is very slippery. Are you doing okay, Nagaki? You didn't get tired?
Not at all.
I flew. This is the true separator of birds and men. Well, we're at the top. There's something suspicious right over there. What the fuck?
It's like at the Yugami clan.
Nagaki, what do we do? This isn't a fairy tale, it's a murder mystery. It's Tsukikyo. The corpse upside down in the water was a diversion by the real culprit. People get it mixed up all the time, but in Ugami, Tsukikyo wasn't the man in the white mask or the corpse in the water. So this is what the spoiler warning was for? But even with the warning, it's bad form to telling people the answers to puzzles and mysteries, Nagaki. Don't do that. Anyway, if you stay stuck in the caramel for too long, he'll suffocate. Let's help him. Right. You take one leg, I'll take the other. Ah, I can breathe again, at last. Thank you. Oh, he's covered in caramel. Like a walking ant trap. We've been bumping into people who were at the observation so far, so... You're Mr. Nanaki, right? No, that's not right. I'm Nemo. Nemo? Your name is Nemo? Yes, that's right. I'm Nemo, and I've lost something. I've lost something and I can't find it. So I think I might cry. Hey, Nagaki? Don't you think the rain's getting a little heavier? Definitely. And more clouds are gathering. Where should I look? I think I dropped it in this swamp. I look and I don't find it. And now I feel sad. The sky sheds tears for you, Mr. Nemo. How poetic. Well, think about where we are. There's no need to think realistically. So to get rid of the clouds, maybe we need to solve Nemo's problem. What are you looking for, Mr. Nemo? We'll help you find it. You will? Really? That's so nice of you. I've lost my name. Your name? Hence, Nemo. How do you lose your own name? I just told you, Mishikamori. Logical thought will get us nowhere. What does your name look like? I wonder, what does it look like? Unless the question's here, bub. I don't know, I can't see anything. Is it because your eyes are full of caramel? No, no, that's not it. It's because I don't have any eyes. I ate them, you see. What? If birds eat its own beak, it will die, but if it eats its eyes, it will be fine. Nagaki! Every time Tsukikyo opens his mouth, he does terrible, terrible things to our fairy tale atmosphere. Everything he says is way too surreal. No, not really. The macabre is a long-standing tradition in fairy tales, after all. Anyway, I think I heard my name falling into the mud here. But we can't see anything through this caramel sauce. Do I just so happen to be carrying any convenient tools perfectly suited to the job? Nagaki, do you have a pond fishing set with me? You keep one of those in your person? Doesn't your tummy ever get the rumblies that only a raw pond smelt can cure? No. No one ever understands me. Anyway, maybe we can catch Mr. Nemo's name with this. I've got something! I've got something! That's a present, Miss Shikamori. What is it? Hang on, I'll have it up in a second. Ha! Look, an early Alice! A strawberry in the pudding? Mr. Nemo! Your name is Early Alice! I don't think it is. I'm pretty sure that's not it. Oh, well... I guess there's nothing for it. Catch, release, and try again. A bite! This is a big one! It's certainly pulling quite hard. Here, let me help you. Please do! We got it! This is Everbearing Alexandria! Mr. Nemo! Mr. Nemo! Your name is Everbearing Alexandria. No. I'm not a strawberry. Beggars can't be choosers, Mr. Nemo. Geez, how stubborn can you get? Nagaki and I continue fishing for a while, but we only ever catch strawberries. Just what is Mr. Nemo's name? I guess we're not finding it. Don't start feeling down, Mr. Nemo. It'll make the rain worse. We might not find it at this rate. Maybe now we should give you a new one. A new name for Mr. Nemo? Would that solve the problem? I hadn't thought of that. I guess I'm empty from the eyelids back. What? That's all we needed to do? A new name, a new name. How about Late Lucy, Early Rosie? I told you I'm not a strawberry. Oh no, I got stuck in strawberry mode by accident. I can't think of anything. What about you, Nagaki? You're leaving something that important to me? It was your idea, right? You could probably come up with a better one than I could anyway. What about Hitori? Hitori? That's an odd name. I can't remember well, but I think a long time ago when I was alive, someone very important to me was named Hitori. Are you sure you want to give me a name that precious to you? I don't mind. I can't remember anyway. You might as well have it. Hitori. I am Hitori. Yes, that's right. Thank you. I can't see you, but I can tell that you two are the most wonderful birds I have ever met. I won't ever forget this. I'm not a bird! I wonder how I could thank you. Do I have anything? Oh, here, let me give you this. Please take it. Ah, another pretty stone. It's a topaz. I feel very sunny and warm now. I always have to take a nap in the forest when I feel like this. The thoroughly carameled Hitori, ni Nemo, happily leaves the mountain. The rain has stopped. The king and the guardian deity won't have to worry about it now. The king is probably shaking and crying in his castle right about now. Let's go give him the good news. Your Highness, we're back. We're not exactly going into a friend's house, Miss Shikamori. Should you be a little more decorous? Should I? I'm already thinking the king is a friend, though. You must have an awful lot of friends. His Royal Highness the King. The king was very scared of the rain. The king cried. I knew it. Don't worry, Your Majesty. The rain's all gone now, so it's okay. Is it truly so? Take a look outside, sir. The king is relieved. The king was afraid the fire would go out. The fire? That must have been the light we saw earlier. Thanks to you two, the king's land is now peaceful once more. The king has no more troubles. The king said, will you hear the king's final request? Even though you're out of troubles? The king really wants that planisphere. Mine? No, I was told not to give it away, no matter what. Puppy eyes won't help, Your Majesty. No means no. The king is very sad. Could you give the king just one star from the planisphere's face? One of the stars? The stars are represented by gemstone shards. We could probably pull one out. What do you want to do, Nagaki? Even a single star is still a part of the planisphere. What do you think, Miss Shikamori? I suppose that's true, but the king has been giving us gems this entire time. So just one would be fine, right? That's reasonable enough. The king asked, will you give a star from the planisphere? Alright, I will. Pick one. The king said the king would like this one here. The king was very grateful. Thank you, guest from far away. You're welcome. Guess we're done with the king's request now, Nagaki. Yes. The night is almost over, Miss Shikamori. Let's go outside. The abyss of the night sky is a little brighter when we get outside. The sky is so beautiful just before dawn. And I love the air at this time of day. Do you always get up before dawn, Miss Shikamori? A hunter has to be awake and ready before first light touches the ground. I see. That must be tiring. Dawn. When morning comes, this dream too shall pass. Nagaki, I'm really happy we got to go on this adventure together, even if it was just for one night. I'll always remember this dream. Really? Cross my heart and dare to die. I'm glad I got to walk with you too. Thank you. In the real world, Nagaki can never leave the school, but one day I want to take him out just like this again. There's so much of the earth that I wish he could see. It's the start of a new day, Nagaki. And I'll see you in the library soon. Yes. It's dawn. Goodbye, Miss Shikamori. Huh? Wait a minute! Where's the sun? What about our dramatic build-up? That's odd. Dawn is supposed to come after pre-dawn, isn't it? Whatever are you travelers talking about? Everyone knows midnight comes after pre-dawn. And after that, dusk, then midnight again, then pre-dawn, and then midnight. Time swings back and forth like a pendulum, after all. The sun will not rise. This dream will never end. The day the night slept, Finn. So it's kind of a dark ending. Ooh. It's kind of ominous, so we actually did die. I had a feeling we did. I had a feeling we did die in that ending. The galaxy train comes for only those who are dead. The Astral Express. And now there's a cross. Short episode, Midnight Attack of the Nightmare. The gathering of the brilliant light shall take place in the promised land in the darkest hour when the eye of heavens closes. Can the crimson fallen angel overcome his trial and arrive in time? Is he going to save us? The season of ice, which freezes the spirit light tree, has almost come to an end. The awakening is near. New life shall bud and grow. Those of pure heart may fall victim to the servants of darkness. I must take this opportunity to investigate the dark sorcerer Wallenstein's actions. Oh. Hello, Higure. Are you here to turn in your supplementary assignment? No. No! It is not yet the time. My crimson breast tells me so. Oh? Let's do it tomorrow. Make sure you finish it in time. Ugh. A painful test. Is there no way out? Nope. Don't worry. If there's anything you're really having trouble with, you can ask when you hand it in. Oh, will you be coming to the observation tonight, Hikuri? What? Will there be a gathering of the brilliant light? Yep, that's right. There's a total lunar eclipse tonight. They're opening up the roof tonight so we can all watch. It'll be late, so make sure to dress warmly if you do come, okay? My evil scarlet eye reflects a dreadful spectacle. The dead on all sides. No! The frenzy mood was the cause of it all. We must not repeat this tragedy. The dark tree, Rufa, can wait. I must prepare the gathering of the brilliant light. He's gonna save us! The panacea of blue Vinjana. Lunario Carmine. The legendary sacred bow. Holy slasher. Will I require anything more? Hot nights when the moon is swallowed by darkness, the barrier between the worlds of the surface that which is hidden beneath it, Telna grows thin. A terrible threat shall descend when the eye of heaven closes. If it is as the forbidden epic relates, the name of that threat alone can control the great vastness of darkness.
Yoshio! Aren't you going to school to see the moon tonight? Are you going to eat before you go?
I will eat and then I will go.
Come down in 30 minutes then, okay?
When are you leaving the house? At 11. If I fall asleep, then wake me.
Okay. Thank you, Mom.
Gaze into the void of space, O holy slasher. You and I together shall pierce these accursed midnight heavens. Ugh, my crimson insides are replete? With silver beings. Yeah, she was just his mom. To think that the nighttime demon known as fatigue would be so hard to conquer. Perhaps it was a mistake to partake of that savory dinner before the battle. No, not yet. Persevere, O weak and unreliable eyelids. Angel, no, you must succumb! You cannot succumb! Ah! Nonsense! I am the Crimson Angel of Judica. I shall not be vanquished so easily.
Weren't you going to the school, Yoshio? It's past 11. Yoshio, wake up! Oh, Yoshio, if you're going to sleep, at least get into your bed. There we go.
Thank you, Mom! Aw, that's a cute achievement name. Get to the end of the episode. That's funny. Damn it, Angel, it was your fault.
We died because Yoshio wasn't there to save us. Yoshio, how could you?
No, literally. Gotta end it cutely for such a dark fucking chapter.
Is it even Christmas anymore? I don't even know if it's Christmas anymore. We're not even celebrating Christmas.
It's some fucking New Year's episode now. No more hat. But yeah, this is kind of interesting. I don't know where they're going with this.
Taro thinks your model is super cute. Aww. Why can't he tell me himself? What the fuck? What the fuck? Why can't Taro tell me himself, huh? Huh? Why does it gotta come from you, huh? Huh? Why does it gotta come from my cute and adorable fiance, huh? Huh?
She's celebrating next year's Christmas.
Hell yeah! And I'm your Christmas present. Aren't I the cutest Christmas present ever?
Because you're on the big TV screen. I'm the big TV! I'm big TV! Hi, Taro! No, you can't eat me. No eating me. You cannot eat me. No. No. But if I was a gummy, which gummy would you want to eat? No, not meatball. What you want? Yummy, delicious. I don't know what flavor this would be. Orangey, I guess, maybe? I don't know. Buttery? A buttery maple syrup flavor? Or pancake flavor? Which one would you want? Because I don't want to talk and chat because it's pain switching. Aww. Hee. Brown sugar gummy? That sounds hella good. I'm your brown sugar gummy. Am I everything you all hoped for and desired? Keela, am I everything you hoped for and desired? Both is too good to choose? Why do you have two Santa hats now? I don't know. I don't know why you have two Santa hats. Or lemon or cherry. Ooh, lemon or cherry. I don't know. You nibble cereal? I kind of want cereal. I'm kind of hungry, actually. I was actually feeling my stomach rumble the entire time, and I'm just like, I'm starving. And I'm just like, but I have like one more chapter to get through. And then I can eat. Is everyone having fun, though? How's everyone enjoying the story so far? I don't know how to feel right now. It's very different from Hatoful Boyfriend. I don't know what to feel about it. Like, it's very interesting. I feel like we definitely died last chapter. We definitely died. I definitely get that vibe, because the Astral Express doesn't come for just anyone. That's usually when you die. And interestingly enough, Dr. Iwatani was there. Why do I keep calling it Iwatani? I keep adding ta to his name. Dr. Iwami was there, so obviously we fucking died. You don't even get the reference? So, it's like I guess it's a very popular, like, I don't know if it's like Japanese or Korean, I don't remember, but it's a very popular Asian trend for the Astral Express. The Astral Express symbolizes, oh shit, it's been a minute. Let me just pull it up real quick. But basically, I know it's, I think it's wishes. This is the elation theory. But the Astral Express is powered by every single world that we believe in. And the Astral Express takes us to these worlds. But the Astral Express only claims those whose purpose have been fulfilled on their said world. Yeah, it's like the Spirited Away train. Essentially, it's like the Spirited Away train. But you can go places. It's a wish power. You have to wish for something so fucking badly that the train will come and get you. And that's why when, like, we see all these people dying, people, like, at such young ages, it's like, oh my god, are they being isekai'd? Because it's like, oh my god, they're just gone. And usually, like, when people die, they board the Astral Express. And the Astral Express takes them to a different location. To a better and happier world. It's very, very weird.
But yeah, usually it's a in some cases it's also according to what I'm reading, it's also like can be seen as like a mechanical sci-fi train that just goes on adventures, and it's a metaphor for life and death. But yeah, it's to take them to the far out universe. Generally, you die. If you are on the train, you are fucking dead. Just word of advice. If you are on an astral train, you are fucking dead. If you wake up and you're on an astral train, you are dead. Just... It is a very sad thing to realize, but if you ever are on a train and you're in space and you see the Milky Way and shit like that, you are dead. You are 100% dead. Unless you're actually in space. That'd actually be fucking badass, but probably not in this timeline. We haven't even built spaceships yet in this timeline that can, like, harbor us across vast billions of years in milliseconds. And even if that were the case, we'd have to actually run, like, path out a course where we're not crashing into stars or other planets. Because if you are traveling at hypersonic speed, you are going to blow up when you come out of something like hyperdrive or something. Like, coming out of, like, hyperdrive after, like, some big meteor shield or whatever, you are going to fucking die. Generally, you don't have those kinds of shields. That's why you have to travel through space at a relatively fast speed. And then there's also the theory of relative time, I think it's called, or something like that. So the faster you go, the slower, or something like that. It's like constant time or something like that. It's a time theory where the faster you go, the faster time is actually going. If I ever achieve space travel, I'm grabbing all the train otaku, dugging them, and then making them wake up on their new heaven. That'll be fun. But it's a very sad metaphor. I'm assuming Shu probably killed us in this chapter. He probably, like, smoked us out or something. But we were outdoors. Maybe he backstabbed us. I don't know. Maybe we just died from the cold. Because we are a human. Everyone is a fucking bird. The black hole thing to where time itself warps and stretches. Oh, they actually proved, funnily enough, they proved that the black hole is, a wormhole. They were able to get the black hole to echo back, basically. It's not just a black hole. They were able to, I guess, prove that it can exit out at some different point in space. I don't really know the details on that, but I saw an article about it a long time ago. It's a very long time ago. Very long time ago. Yeah, so if you ever enter a black hole, you never know what could happen. You could end up on the other side of it, or you can die. Fun, isn't it? Space is scary. We have giant fucking balls of gas that are millions of temperature degrees, and yet the only thing protecting us is the shield around our planet, known as the atmosphere. That is the literal thing fucking protecting us. I forgot what it's called. The shield, like the literal heat shield. I forgot what the fuck it's called. It's late. It's nighttime. I don't fucking remember these things, these terminologies. The ozone, yes, exactly. It's fucking like 1 a.m. The ozone, exactly. The ozone is the only thing protecting us from radiation, fucking death, and a ball of the sun that is literally 3 jabillion degrees and can fry us. Which is why we get sunburns, because the ozone is doing its best to protect us from that. But also, somehow can create oxygen and H2O, and it's crazy.
Our world is just a fucking vast place of craziness, and it's beautiful, and it's so fucking fascinating that we're on a planet. That also means that visit us is us from the future using tech in the use of the black hole. Yeah, it's true. If we ever... So, they were, like, theorizing that, I guess, like, a couple months back or whatever, like, by, I think it was, like, November 2025 or something, we'd have aliens or whatever. We still don't have aliens. The aliens haven't come. We're not, you know... There's no spaceships in the sky claiming, human beings for their, quote-unquote, to fuel their ships or whatever. Which means I don't think they're that evil. It could have just been propaganda, which usually is the case. Because, you know, aliens. Aliens is another word for aliens, but... But... I think it's very fascinating that even so, out of everything in the world, we are still, like, in our entire universe, we are still, like, one tiny little dot, and we still haven't figured out. Well, actually, they just proved that there is another planet making life, actually. But it won't be ready by the time we need to go there. Because they said it would be a couple billion years or something like that. I don't know, a million years maybe. But we'll be all long dead and buried, probably. Already trying to speed our way over there by the time that happens. It's very fascinating. It's also fascinating. Space is fascinating. I wanted to go into space. They found out how to make different resources through airspace. Ooh, space air.
Like what? Like what, Q?
Oh! Yeah. So they were able to recycle nitrogen. They have finally learned. The Japanese, supposedly, this was like recent. The Japanese have figured out how to recycle nitrogen and use it for fueling cars. Isn't that fascinating? That's like super fucking cool. Like, holy shit. Apparently now we can fuel cars with just the literal air that we breathe. And I guess somehow it, like, funnels it through, turning it back into oxygen or some weird fucking, I don't know the science behind it. It sounds fascinating. And apparently it works. They were able to get it to work. It'd be fucking cool if they were actually able to get it to work. But, yeah. I really hope Japan keeps it up and greedy capitalists don't shut down the research. Yeah, I think it'd be fascinating because it'd be a great way to recycle what we already are using and not have to rely on gasoline or anything, or fossil fuels, because fossil fuels are easily damaging the earth. Like, yes, the earth provides, but we also need to be careful about how we're using such things. Sorry, I saw, like, Cat Sif's tail, and I was like, what is this? Is this a brush? What is this? I thought it was, like, a makeup brush that I just shoved into my plushies, and I'm like, what the fuck? So I pulled it, and Cat Sif went, like, flying, and I'm like, oh shit, that scared me. But yeah, I'm excited. I think all the research, and all the medical research that's coming out now is crazy, by the way. Honeybees able to cure breast cancer. They found out something else. Oh shit, what was it? It was really recent. They were able to do something for pancreatic cancer or something like that. They were able to fix it. They found something to fix it. Yeah, but if we have too much oxygen, things will burn a lot more hotter, though. Yeah, that is true. Exactly. We don't want that. We want to make sure that the circle of life keeps going. Like, we don't want too much oxygen, but we don't want too much nitrogen either. We have to keep a healthy ecocycle. Because the ozone layer is also thinning, and that's the problem. That's another problem that's going on, is apparently we are also thinning our ozone layer. So that's another thing that's gotta get fixed. But that will take
years, and we would have to completely cut off like every sort of like major like electronic, etc., like computers, ACs. It would all have to be turned off, like all of it, because ACs are also kind of damaging to the universe, but because of fucking climate, we need the AC units. We need fucking ways to cool ourselves, because if we can't, we overheat and die, because the human body cannot handle a specific temperature over a specific point, Fahrenheit, Celsius, etc. Because if we hit a certain temperature point, we boil and die. Our blood literally boils and we cook. We turn into a fucking oven. Which is really fucking fascinating too.
But yeah, back to pigeons.
That was the 1:30 a.m. talk about real life. But yeah, that's the Astral Express is very fascinating. I definitely recommend like looking into it if you want like know more about it. It's very, very conspiracy theorist type area. Very, very big conspiracy theories, because people believe that you could still board it even being alive, and it's very, very fascinating stuff. I feel like it's totally up Mousie's alley to look into this type of stuff. Like, I used to be a big conspiracy theorist, so like stuff like this was like very fascinating to me. I love aliens, I love all that kind of stuff. It's all fascinating to me. No, literally, Mousy. This is why we sisters. But yeah, I just love stuff. I love Halloween. I love Christmas. I love holidays. I don't know. I'm not religious to a degree. Like, I don't talk about religion, obviously. Like, religion's something I try to like completely like not talk about, because religion's very like hit or miss with a lot of people. So, but like I still love Christmas. I love Thanksgiving. I love eating. We must eat the Mousy to give her brain power. True. I love Halloween. Halloween's got a lot of fun like history talk too. That's another fun thing to talk about. Especially like, past stuff. Oh, love Halloween. There's Valentine's Day, there's White Day. I love every holiday, honestly. I don't know if there's like a single holiday that I don't particularly like. I think if it's useful, it's useful.
If it gives me food, I love it. If it gives me food, I love it.
So you just like celebrations. Of course, celebration of life. Life is supposed to be one big giant celebration. Like when you watch me, you're having fun. That's a part of life. Life is great. Yes, you can be absolutely fucking miserable. And you could be at your absolute fucking worst. But remember, everything always gets better. You could be at your absolute fucking lowest. But remember, when you're at the absolute bottom, it can only go up. Unless you choose to make it get worse. And there's no way to do that except, you know. So, yeah. Life is a big giant celebration. Have fun with it. It is your life. Do what makes you happy. If it makes you smile at the end of the day, buy it. If it makes you fucking like, I don't know, if it makes you fucking like, I don't know, if it just makes you happy, do it. If it makes you fucking wanna like sing, do it. I don't know, just fucking do it. Just stay alive, be happy, and do your best. Life is great. Even if, like, I don't know, just stay alive. Living is more fun than doing anything.
You can't do anything if you're dead. So don't die. You're not allowed to die. No one on this train is allowed to die. You're on this train till death takes you naturally.
I do things that make me happy now. Those things smart. Hell fucking no. Exactly. It doesn't have to be fucking smart. Just fucking have fun. As long as you're not, like, I don't know, doing, like, I don't know, you know, like, bad stuff. Don't do bad stuff.
No bad stuff. Like me.
We're watching me read about dating pigeons, for God's sakes. You think I'm a serious person? Don't be Shu. Listen, I would date Shu. I can fix him. I can fix him. Listen, I can fix that man. I can fix him. He is a fixable man, and he is hot. I can fix him. He just chooses to be gay. It is not my fault. He chooses to be gay. And be all fucking sad and espresso over his ex-boyfriend. He could choose to move on. He chose to move on and decided to decapitate me and put my head in a fucking jar. That is not my fault.
Get the flip-flop. No, not the flip-flop.
Messaging people dumb shit is a pastime. My answers would agree with
No.
Nah, listen. That's when you message scammers and you waste their time, but you don't download anything, but you say, "Oh, I totally downloaded it. What do I do? Oh, no." You totally waste their time and then, like, joke about, like, sending them feet pics and shit, and that shit, like, makes them laugh. Like, fucking blocks you. Like, block you. Like, straight up block you. This shit's amazing. Yeah, now tell me that Amazon card. I'm almost there. Exactly. You understand. Which is why, like, my throne is full of fucking plushies and comics and dumb shit because it makes me happy. Fucking love and want everything. Also, speaking of, thrones, Mousie's birthday's coming up soon. Y'all should be checking out her throne. You should be checking out her throne later. I don't know if it's been updated, but yeah. Nah, Mousie's birthday's coming. I know mine's coming, but Mousie's is first. Mousie's is August 5th. Y'all should totally, yeah. Y'all should definitely put that down on your calendars. Put that down on your calendars, chat.
Mousie's birthday's coming up. We gotta celebrate it. Even though I probably won't be here to celebrate it, but that doesn't stop you and all of y'all from having fun and being in the Power World server. And oh yeah, speaking of which, we do have a Power World server. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention. If you haven't joined it already, we have a Power Worlds community server. So make sure you join, because we're definitely probably gonna keep it up for a while. We'll probably, if it doesn't get funded this month, it'll probably have to come out of our pockets. And I'm a little broke right now, so if you want to help, that help would be appreciated. Help funding would be appreciative. It's gonna be kind of more expensive. But yeah, nah, y'all should have fun. And Mousie's birthday's coming. Yeah, Mousie, fix your throne. There's like nothing here. Mousie. Put more shit on here. There's only a video game, an anime book thingy, and Made in Abyss that's unavailable. Fix your shit.
Okay.
What?
I don't think half the people who play the Power server right now can live without it, so that's kind of
It'll send my bank account into the negatives.
probably. People gonna explode?
Yeah. Explosion! Alright. Who's ready for the last chapter? I'm ready for the last chapter.
I'm assuming this is the last chapter, but we also have the radio to listen to, but I hope I don't have to read that shit. Oh god, what is happening? Yesterday? Yesterday? Me. Oh. What? What? You. Me. You is me? Please enter your name. Uh-oh.
You is me?
Woo! I almost just doxed myself! I totally just almost wrote out my real life name.
The hell?
Is Chicken more clever? Okay. Yes.
Clever's like, sure, you can have my name.
At last, the day is come! The days of my... Go fuck yourself, you fucking hot-ass bird! You are fucking a piece of shit! Fucking get off my screen! I swear to God, if I have to see you one more fucking time!
I told you it was coming.
The day of my final victory over you, Isa Soma. I know you are here tonight. My heart flutters just imagining uncannily form prostrating itself in fear before my new weapon. Look up at the night sky. The stars, the moon, they all give me their blessings in this my decisive moment of artistry. He does not look bald. That's his hair. Look at him. Never mind. It seems to have clouded over. Can't the weather try to read the atmosphere at least a little? Come on, you ninnies. The star player has arrived at last. Show a little enthusiasm. Bah! It is no matter. Nothing can overshadow my day of glory now. Prepare yourself for the end, Isasoma. Nishikish Koji Tori, the artist, the one and only, has arrived. Tremble before me, pitiful fools. Wait, no. Give applause for the glory you are about to witness. Tonight I unveil my... Didn't I just ask for applause? What is this silliness? This is my grand entrance. You must... Oh, shit. We're all asleep. What? What on earth is going on? Ah, good Mr. Editor-in-Chief. I'm afraid we were in the middle of a sexy and gradual process at the moment. Could it wait? You two are? Nishiki Koji Tori, right? As you can see, we're a little busy. We don't really need more problems right now, so you just sit tight and hold it, kiddo. Actually, I suppose you're not that young anymore. How rude! I still have my youthful vigor. More importantly, what's going on? This is entirely too strange. Could you fill me in a little, please? Would that we could. If any birdie here does know what's going on, please speak up. Everyone gathered here to see the total lunar eclipse, and the eclipse started. So far, everything is fine, just a normal school outing. But then things went wrong. When the last corner of the moon was hidden, everyone here fell asleep. Asleep? The brain activity is normal. They're all experiencing an extended period of REM sleep. REM sleep? So then, they're dreaming? It would seem so.
What's the problem then? You can just wake them up. We can't, and that's the problem. REM sleep is when the body sleeps, but the brain remains awake. Normally, you can wake someone experiencing it up quite easily, but we can slap their faces and shout in their ears all we want, but they don't wake up. An entire astronomical observation group falling asleep at once. It's strange, but not unheard of. I suppose it's a form of mass hysteria. I've heard that in past cases, birds involved have woken up by themselves when the moon becomes visible again. Unfortunately for us, the eclipse ended a while ago and they're still asleep. Do you suppose the clouds have something to do with it? Quite possibly. They gathered right before the eclipse ended, so we haven't seen the moon since before it started. It's awfully hard to believe. How could one looking at the moon cause something like... Coming through! You really need to tailor your speech to the occasion. You really are completely lacking in grace and quite rude. The people here are the ones being rude. There is something wrong with the place where dawn doesn't follow pre-dawn. Nagaki and I came to this dream country, the Holiday Star, and the night train. We got to run errands, and for Mr. Forward King, we got to see our friends, and it all seemed like good fun, but when morning was coming, we thought we were going to wake up, but morning didn't come. Who are you talking to? The camera, of course. These episodes weren't all released at once, so people have probably forgotten what happened last time. Being so directly aware of the camera seems a little unprofessional to me. Whatever. It's better to give the readers a hand. Wait, so people had to wait for these chapters? Are you telling me that these things didn't come out... These things didn't come out one at a time? This was released in succession of, like, Undertale or fucking Deltarune? More like Deltarune. You're telling me this game came out like Deltarune? Which is why I'm totally waiting to play it, by the way, because I don't want to, you know, wait on the chapters. I just want to play it all at once.
That's funny.
So I can just play it in order, like, every day or something. Because then I'll forget what happened the last time and stuff. And we're very close to, like, the next chapter release or something like that. I think it already happened, actually, now that I think about it, but... That's fine. Mr. King, are you in here? I'm gonna give you a piece of my mind. His Royal Highness the King. Hello, I am the King. Mr. King, you wretched little blob of lemon yogurt. The King is very scared because the human girl had come with a scary face and a fierce voice. He's shrinking, Miss Shikamori. Control yourself before he disappears entirely. What kind of a wimp is he? Something isn't right here, Mr. King. The night isn't ending. We aren't waking up. The night does not end. You do not wake from the dream. What are you talking about? Night is followed by a new morning, and after that, a new day. The King said, the holiday does not end on the Holiday Star. The holiday is forever. The King asked if a new day were to come, would the holiday not have to end? Would that not be strange? We seem to have arrived at riddles. Common sense makes a very poor weapon in debates here. Well, in that case... How can we get home? The King said there is no returning from the journey you have taken. You should know this well. The dead can never return to life. What the fuck? Where did that come from? What do you mean, Mr. King? This isn't just some happy dream theme park or something? The King said this is the land of dreams. This is where birds who have died wait dreaming for the end of eternity. Oh shit, I called this shit. I said we were fucking dead. I said we were dead. Did anyone agree with me? Nah, y'all didn't know. I'm kidding, you probably all agreed with me, but... What the fuck? That would make sense for me, but... Your Majesty, not all birds here are dead. And there's a living human right here! We didn't do anything aside from watching the eclipse, right? Maybe we got hit by a gigantic meteor? If we died that suddenly, we might arrive in the land of the dead while still alive? Sometimes, not often, but sometimes, someone arrives here a little early.
But the king is kind and is always happy to entertain those who need to wait for proper citizenship. No, thank you. Let's leave already, Nagaki. Do you think we should? This does not seem like the place for me. Let's go back to the school. You don't need some pushy king who forces people to staying into his country either. Indeed. I can't say I like it much. We can get back to school on the train we took to get here, right? We'll go home whether you want us to or not. Don't bother to see us off. The king said the train will not come. Why not? The night will not end. There is no station. And the train will not come. I don't follow the logic. Is that really surprising given who's talking to you? I've had enough. We're finding a way out on our own. Well, that sounded really cool, but how are we going to get out now? The station we arrived at was right around... There's nothing here. It's gone. Seems so. Maybe it stops at a different platform when it's going the other way. But I don't see any platform anywhere. Excuse me? Citizens of this land? Yes, miss? We're perfectly normal tourists and we came here to sightsee. Oh, how wonderful. This is a very nice place. You're welcome to move in. No, we're here to sightsee. We don't want to stay. Is that right? Have you thought about staying permanently then? Stop repeating yourself. What should we do, Nagaki? This is like verbal dodgeball. I think we have to find our own way out, like you said. And now we need to figure out what to do. Can't you just wait for it to clear up again, even if it doesn't? Thus, shouldn't sunlight work just as well? No, we can't. We've got a time limit, you see. What do you mean? Avarian brains are unstable things, barely out of a period of a rapid unnatural development, and right now, every birdie on the ground here is suffering from a disconnect between their brains and their bodies. If we leave them for too long, they won't be able to wake up again. They'll be stuck dreaming until they die. That said, I don't know what will happen with the human. What? So they'll just become vegetables? Isa, Soma, you cretin! Wake up! If you're going to slip into an eternal dream, at least do it after being appropriately awed by my artistry. I want to head back in. Do I have your permission? Do you understand what you're saying, Sakazaki Yuya? Head in? Into the world of dreams? I'm a messenger of dreams. Sounds pretty romantic, doesn't it? One of the victims, Shirogane Sakuya, is a relative of Sakazaki's. Sakazaki can synchronize with his brainwaves and access his dreams if he follows the right procedure. It's a very strange thing. Everyone here is seeing the exact same dream, almost like a field trip of the soul. Last time I went in, I confirmed a few of them aside from Sakuya, and I suspect that if I can spur them into action directly, we can get them out of there. Your job here isn't to take a hit for your younger brother. Can you promise me that you'll act with discretion? Yes, sir. I can. Understood. Your orders, Sakazaki, are to enter the dream through the Shirogane's... Oh, wait, that's dude, not fucking Bird Boy. I looked at Bird Boy and my brain switched. Understood. Your orders, Sakazaki, are to enter the dream through Shirogane Sakuya, extract the people inside, and pull out. This will only be a success if everyone comes out alive. And that includes you, Sakazaki Yuya. Yes, sir. Whoa, wait just a minute. What's in that bottle? Is that stuff legal? Are those sleeping pills? Yes. He's about to enter someone else's dream. If he wants to get in, he doesn't have much of a choice. This isn't something to do on a whim. Gah! This can't possibly be good for you. Don't come crying to me if you start experiencing embarrassingly personal side effects. Everything has a price. If you've got a goal in mind, you better be able to pay up. Here are the electrodes. I'll be keeping an eye on the monitor. You ready, Sakazaki Yuya? Yes, sir. Jeez. Fine, I get it. I'll help too. Why are you so angry all of a sudden? I'm not angry! I just can't stand being here with you two stealing all the dramatic roles. Let me do something too. You want to get rid of those clouds, yes? Can you do something about them? Just who do you think I am? I am the man once known as the Crawler, the former head of the 2nd Optical Ordnance Division. Ordnance? And now I go by the champion bad guy. I am the greatest advisor in the artistic research sector, Nishiki Kojitori. Do you think my new weapon can't handle a few puny clouds? I see. Certainly sounds impressive. How soon can you be ready? Wind speed, air temperature, humidity. Once I collected some meteorologist data, my calculations will be simple. Give me 20 minutes and I shall unveil my masterpiece. So you'll be cracking the dream from the outside while I go at it from the inside? Sounds good. I'm going under. Adieu. This is the place where he was having that tea party. Looks like it isn't easy to plug a hole in here once it's open. Can't let myself get forcibly ejected again. Time to find everyone and convince them to say goodbye to Dreamland. And as for the people he's trying to rescue... Please, take it easy. This kingdom is a wonderful place. Just take it easy.
Ugh, double take it easy combo.
Doesn't look like anyone's changing their minds. They just keep asking us to move in. We're not going to learn anything from them. Time to break their line and find the egress.
Let's go, Nagaki. Anywhere, as long as we get out of here.
That doesn't sound like too much of a plan. Excellent, mon ami. Your reckless energy is a sight for sore eyes indeed.
Floppy Dove Man! I thought you'd be stuck in a mysterious land getting sued for inappropriate behavior by the Queen of Hearts by now.
I'm so glad you're okay. A real hero always saves his good moves for the final scene, after all. Which is to say, we've got an emergency. I can't risk sticking around too long and getting hammered again, so I'll keep this quick. This place is not real. We have to leave quickly.
Yes, I know. I shouldn't even be here.
But we don't know how to get out. Meaning it's not just enough to be aware and want to wake up. What's going on, Yuya?
Will we be okay? Please tell us what you know.
Well, alright, stay calm and listen. I'll fill you in on what's going on in the real world.
And if we stay like this for too long, we'll turn into pawheads?
Not pawheads, Miss Shikamori. Vegetables. Exactly, and that's why I'm here to find you all, wake you up, and end the dream. What's going on?
What's that light?
A flare? Is this some sort of super mission signal? The ground's shaking. I don't think that's a flare. That was pretty fast. I guess he's got more than a big mouth after all. Angle, set, power. Set, back up, set, perfection. Ah, pure, perilous moonlight, shine on my beautiful figure. A night as artistic as this needs no plain, ugly clouds. Allow me to introduce the pinnacle of my efforts in the field of optics. Nishiki Koji Masterpiece X792 Point Light Weapon System AC Vortex. Yuya? What's going on? Is this some sort of natural disaster? A friendly bird is giving us a hand. He's going to break the stream from the outside. The sky's getting brighter. Is it morning again? I can't say I'd be unhappy if the moonlight alone fixed everything, but... well, we'll see.
What do you think you're doing? Yes, what do you think you're doing? Why are you trying to break down our beautiful castle?
The king will not let you leave! The clouds are parting. Good work. But of course! Have I ever failed? Oh, how beautiful, full moon! Show us your lovely form! The king said, don't leave me. Don't leave me behind. What is this? This must be some sort of joke. I am not dreaming. Is this not reality? It is. What you and I are seeing should be real anyway. What is that hideous thing doing up there? Oh, shit. The king made an egg. A giant, enormous egg. A giant black egg to hide the kingdom away. Is Miss Shikamori... Miss Shikamori?
What a crazy dream, huh?
It's a little early to say that. The nightmare isn't over yet, mon ami.
I knew it wouldn't be that easy. Not after you said all that flag-raising stuff, Yuya.
Things certainly look a little different, at least. It's pitch dark all around us and quiet. There's no sound apart from our voices. It got bright and there was that earthquake, and then the king showed up out of nowhere. What happened? Not entirely sure myself. I think we can safely say the king fellow doesn't want us leaving, though. I think he shut us in. This is kidnapping!
Hey! Mr. King!
What kind of VIP treatment is this? I don't want any of it. There's no reply. It's just a cold, dark abyss. What do we do? Nagaki? Yuya? Are the others okay? The king doesn't seem to want to let any of us go, so he's probably trapped the others in here too. Of course. We can't see anything. So we can't. I can just barely make out Nagaki and Yuya, but if they step back even just a little, I think I'd lose them. I can't see what's a wall and what's a corridor. We'll never find any. Hey, there! In a bit of a bind, eh? Oh! Mr. Migrant Bird. It's good to get stuck like this. Be troubled as much as you can while you're still young. Now isn't the time for friendly old man wisdom? You know him? Well, we've bumped into him a few times. He's just a hungry old man. A hungry old man. That's a depressing way of putting it. Professor Nanaki and the doctor are the only two adults asleep on the roof. What's going on here? You're a migrant, right, mister? Do you know how to get out of here? I haven't the slightest idea. If you're going to show up right when we're stuck, can you at least be useful? I've never been good at sticking to a goal. I just wait for the wind to blow and head wherever it smells like tender grasses. There's no need for you young folks to be in such a hurry either. Why not take a break for a change? We appreciate the thought, but alas, we're a little short on time right now. We're one step away from permanent vegetative state after all. We're still alive. We shouldn't be here. Well, I may have come here naturally. Oh, is that right? I thought there was something odd about you. So you came here early by mistake. I like living fast. Yes, that does sound like a problem. Are only dead birds supposed to come here? No, that's not it. Don't look so down, you weren't far off. Really, this star isn't a place anyone should come to. What do you mean? So, it's not where we end up when we die? Birds who pass their names to the stars wander the night sky. There are any number of places to see, but there are also stars like this, stars which aren't stars. It's a bit like a Hipmantophid's light, if you see what I mean. A Hipmantophid? A lure for prey, or something like that. It's a real problem. If I get stuck on a fake star like this, I can't continue my journey. Gotta find a way out. I'll go take a look around. It's not very bright. Oh, it's not very bright, but I can see some starlight now. There are tiny stars everywhere. I hadn't noticed them before. Your eyes are getting used to the darkness. See that? See, a little break now and then can help too. He's right, my eyes are getting used to it now. We're standing in the center of a large round room with 2 doors? Maybe everyone else is through those? Though we can't tell where they lead. Oh, don't you have your map with you? We just got shut in here. We didn't get to bring a strategy guide along. But doesn't the Morning Dove have a planisphere? Yes, I have it. There's your map. Nagaki's planisphere? It's a very nice planisphere, but I will be studying constellations now, really? Oh yeah, we lost a star, didn't we? So we can't make proper constellations. An egg? Looks a little like a dark nebula. That's a bad egg. When an egg turns black, it's rotten. Black is the color of a poor chick who died before hatching. We're just a bit above the very bottom now. Stars' lights are bird souls, burning bright and happy even in a dead egg. So you want to get out of here? My job is to find everyone else and get out, yes. I think I'm ready to go home. And I want to see tomorrow. Look, we're one step closer to hatching. Chicks grow teeth to help them tear out of their shells into the new world. We only need them that once. With them, we can break out of the shell and by our own strength. No matter how tough the shell is, it will eventually break. If the chick is alive, it can break free. This is a false star. It wasn't a real light you saw, that was the lighthouse. Luring wanderers in from the Milky Way. False star is a dangerous thing. Once you're in, it can be hard to get out.
scary. Break the shell and burn down the false light. A mourning dove there can do that. After all, he's got all the answers. Answers? I see, so this is all fake. Do you have a plan, Nagaki? No, not really. I just know what the king was thinking when he made this place. I know why he took one of our stars. I know why only one. Why only I can break it. If I can, that is, somehow. Well, good luck.
Wait, can you explain that a little more? Too late. He's gone. Jeez, no one likes a key character who just shows up with a whole bunch of gnomic advice and doesn't actually say anything useful.
Now, mon ami. At least he gave us some hints, right? And some cause for optimism. He said that I could do it. At least the gnomic and hungry old man gave Nagaki some clear reassurance.
Your planisphere is sure turning out to be useful, Nagaki.
A little above the very bottom. So we're right here? And there are 2 stars nearby. And if the stars are what he said,
we should be able to find everyone else if we aim for the stars?
Let's hope so.
And there are 2 suspicious stars up at the top.
The false lighthouse. That must be the light where we saw from the plaza.
And from what he said, we just need to break it?
Alright. Now then. We'll need to head up both sides. This looks like a good time to split up, don't you think?
Happens all the time in longer dungeons and RPGs. I'm ready to roll.
Protecting the ladies is always my first priority. I'd like to go with you, mon ami, but I'll go alone. He'll be safer if you've got the map with you, after all. Take care of her, alright? Right.
Well, the king very kindly trapped us all in a gigantic evil doom egg. Will we escape from the dream with our lives? Of course we will. After all, this place is crazy. What kind of place doesn't have morning radio aerobics? And so we split up. Nagaki and me going through one door, Yuya through the other. We'll wake everyone up from this dream and smash this rotten egg from the inside. Yuya's off and already getting stuff done. We better move along too.
Right.
Yuya does seem pretty professional sometimes. He even had a real gun during that time at Christmas. Maybe he really is with the FBI or something?
I'm opening the door. Are you ready?
Bring it on!
The Lying Picture book.
Once there was an Oko-san. There was something the Oko-san wanted to find no matter what. So he ran to the ends of the earth. The Oko-san was very fast. He could run anywhere. He ran everywhere. At the end of the earth there was a giant hole in the ground. And Oko-san fell into the hole. No one remembers the Oko-san now. Poor Oko-san. Poor Oko-san. Cool! Oko-san is the pudding god! Oko-san is the god of Mount Pudding! Oko-san! Hostage confirmed. Moving to secure. Oko-san, let's get out of here, okay? Cool! Oko-san used wing attack! It's super effective. Ow, ow! Oko-san, that hurts! Calm down and listen to me. Cool! Oko-san is not Oko-san! Oko-san is the god of Mount Pudding!
You're not being a particularly benevolent god either way.
Yeah, Oko-san, a god has to listen to the voices of the downtrodden common people. Cool? Really?
Yes.
Cool! In that case, Oko-san will listen for 3 centimeters. Oko-san, this pudding isn't real. You have to kiss it goodbye and come back to reality. Cool! Silence! So 3 centimeters is about 10 seconds. Looks like it. Oko-san, calm down. This crummy thing isn't the pudding you've been searching for all these years. Cool! Pudding is pudding! What does Clover know about pudding? I don't know anything about pudding. Think about it, Oko-san. Is the pudding you seek something I could understand? Of course it's not. It's not something above and beyond. It's something beyond and above. Something completely outside my comprehension. Whenever you talk about pudding, it's like the meaning of the universe, or the final secret of the earth, or some cult deity. No matter how hard you've tried to explain it, I just don't get it. I still don't know what the pudding you're looking for is. But I do understand that it's not something you can just find like that. Cool! Of course not! The pudding is an amazing treasure! Doesn't this strike you as odd then? How could you have just found that amazing treasure without doing anything? Cool. What have you been training for all these years? Haven't you been training so you could find the pudding which sleeps at the forgotten ends of the earth? You couldn't have possibly found a treasure like that this easily. It's a trap, Oko-san! A fake! You have to remember, Oko-san. Remember the pudding you seek. Go! Go! Oh god, we're in Kingdom Hearts now. And before we know it, we're standing in a room just like the one where we started. Was everything we saw in here before just an illusion created by the king? Probably, yes. He was hoping to hold us back. Go! Oko-san has remembered! True pudding is the universe itself! Cool! But it cannot be found in this universe. It is infinite. I don't think I follow. Don't worry, I don't either. Cool! Oko-san must return to Earth and seek the true pudding. The wall cracked. Must be breaking the shell like the migrants said. Oh, I get it. When someone starts thinking I want to go home, the egg cracks a little. Doesn't look like it'll crack anymore, though. We probably couldn't break it by hand. We'll need to keep going forward. Cool! Oko-san is going home! Oko-san, wait! Oko-san gallops off into the darkness, snorting and cooing with excitement. Well, he can probably take care of himself just fine. Probably. My eyes are getting used to the darkness again, and I can make out another door opposite from where we came in. Who will we find in the next room? The enclosed picture book. There once was a chrysalis. The chrysalis was all alone. Didn't know how to grow up, so it stayed a chrysalis forever. One day a butterfly came along. The butterfly said, "Let's be friends. I can show you how to become a beautiful butterfly like me." The lonely chrysalis was happy because it wasn't alone anymore. But its friend the butterfly disappeared soon after. The lonely chrysalis was alone again. It didn't know where to go anymore. It didn't know what it wanted to do anymore. The lonely chrysalis shrank and hardened. Nothing will ever come out of it now. Poor chrysalis. Poor chrysalis. Yep, I knew it was Shu. I knew they were talking about Shu. Merry Christmas! It's the Christmas junkies, and here I was expecting some emotionally charged, heart-wrenching scene. You shouldn't judge by appearances. Maybe these creatures have some sort of deep internal conflict as well. Well, we did find out that they did have a tragic backstory. Miru, Kaku, we need to get out of here. If we stay here too long, we won't be able to go home anymore. Oh, wait, we're actually coming for them? Merry Christmas? What? This place is called the Holiday Star, but it's not Christmas, is it? If we don't get out of here, we'll never be able to celebrate Christmas again. Merry Christmas! Shock 10 times to the 6. I suppose that is an expression of surprise? They do appear to be moved. Merry Christmas! That would be bad, really bad. Merry Christmas! Miru and Kaku want to start preparing for the next Christmas. Zoom! The two of them run off into the darkness. That was a lot easier than Oko-san. But there aren't any cracks in the shell. There must be still someone here. I guess so. We just went through this plain corridor a little while ago anyway. We already know who will find it through that door. An enormous enemy is approaching. Keep your dignity, Nagaki. I'm already dead, so I think I'll be safe no matter what, but do be careful, Miss Shikamori. Coming through. Huh? There's no reply. It's just a kitchen. Miss Shikamori, watch out! What? What? What happened? Nagaki slams into me from behind. I go rolling across the floor. Nagaki! And here I thought you were such a good gentleman. I'm as surprised as you are. Complain to whoever attached that thing to the ceiling. A gigantic bear trap is lying on the floor where I stood a moment ago. Did that fall from the ceiling? Oh. Do forgive me. It appears to have fallen a little more slowly than I calculated for. Do not fear. I will use more exact measurements next time. What do you mean, do not fear, you Peoplexidal partridge proprietor? You're supposed to lay bear traps on the ground anyway? Hanging it from the ceiling? Really? I swear, kids these days can't do anything right.
I was planning to modify it such that it would seize the victim's head and then lift them back up into the ceiling. It would help with desanguination, you see? I see you weren't planning to close after all. My neck hurts just thinking about it.
Fluffy heretic chief?
Chef? Not chief. Chef?
Fluffy heretic chef? I mean, Dr. Iwamin? Your dark fantasy affectionations. And now. You've noticed too, right? This place isn't normal. We've been shut in. If we stay here for too long, we'll
enter a persistent vegetative state? What do you mean he already knows? I read a report on a similar phenomenon where a number of people shared a dream a few years ago now. I suspect we are all under the effects of something not unlike a mass hypnosis caused by the eclipse. If that is not the case, you should not be here.
Well, at least I don't have to explain it to you. Let's escape together, Doctor.
No, thank you. Rejected at the speed of light. Are you more comfortable here then? Who knows? I haven't even been here for half a day. I haven't quite decided.
But didn't you say yourself that you're one of those sad people who only love research, Doctor? Your brains will rot and drip out of your ears if you stay in this eternal holiday kingdom with its happy-go-lucky king.
It is as you say. If I have my fill of research, I cannot complain. The term vegetative is not entirely accurate. The brain relinquishes control over the body and sinks into a state of pure, unadulterated thought. Is this not so? You did say that our brains were disconnected from our bodies, so I guess so? To cast away all functions but conscious thought. What a pure state of being. It fascinates me.
But, do you really want to stay in this dream forever, Doctor?
Since when were you the dreamy type? Dreams are not such rigid things as you seem to think. The activity of the brain is no different while dreaming than while waking.
But there isn't anything here to use for your favorite diabolical experiments.
No, we cannot be so sure about that. The king of this star seems to have absorbed the knowledge and experiences of all who washed ashore here, and blended them into a capable of being of conscious action, after all. You've lost me. To put it in another way, the birds on this star hold within themselves the capability to replay any number of past events. The star is practically overflowing with material for study. I have no worries there. This isn't the sort of thing that happens every day, after all. Since I have the chance to experience it, I want to stay and take advantage of it.
Are you really sure about that, sir? No matter what you study, no matter what you discover, you'll never be able to announce it to the world.
I seek knowledge and knowledge alone. I'm not doing this for someone else's sake, or for some earthly goal. Given the chance to engage in unadulterated thought without outside disturbance, I am happy to accept it. Go on ahead. We have nothing more to talk about.
The show cracked. Well, it did crack, but it looks a little subpar. Those cracks must be from Miru and Kaku. Probably. We don't have much time, so we'll go rescue the others. Please reconsider while we're gone, Doctor.
Well, we shall see.
This is no time for a ho-ho-ho, Fluffatic. I do hope he decides to help us. The infirmary would be awfully lonely without the murderous Fluffatic around.
Miss Shikamori?
Yes?
We've got company.
Greetings, travelers. Geez, we've already decided to go home. No one likes a host who tries to lock you in their house and makes you stay forever. How many of these vague see-through citizens are there anyway? You should all try talking to the king too. Only a tyrant would try to stop visitors from leaving, right?
Have you all been here with that king forever?
No, we haven't. We are the same as you.
So you came from the outside?
You must have been the same. We were very afraid when we came here.
Afraid? Nagaki and I
Had a nice time coming here on a comfortable train with a friendly conductor. I don't remember being afraid of anything. If you came from outside, you have homes to return to, right? Why are you staying here? Because we don't have to worry about anything. Because there's nothing scary here. The king said the king is all, and all are the king. Soon you guess from the away will be the king too. All are the king. So there is nothing scary here. Everyone is together. Let's be together. The king is waiting on his royal throne. But the king glances nervously at Nagaki. The king does not want to be friends with that mourning dove. You don't have to come. That's not very nice of you. The king commanded, and you shall stay away. The king fades into the darkness, leaving their selfish command behind. My Nagaki, from the look on his face, I bet the king is changing his royal underwear right now. He's a bit of a crybaby. I don't think scaring him is very hard. I do wonder about it, though. Why was he so afraid of Nagaki? The migrant said something about that, too. Maybe you're the king's natural enemy? Let's hope so. And those vague citizens turned into the king and disappeared. What if they said is true? Perhaps everyone who stays here ends up turning into the king? That's a bit much. What is this, a horror movie? At least it sounds like he's waiting for us. We've got to go and find the others, and then teach him a thing or two about international travel laws. Not much variety in the decor here. I must say I'm getting a little sick of it. Wonder how things are going on the roof. I can probably trust Mr. Leon, rather, to keep my body from spontaneously combusting or anything like that. That artistic scientist fellow's probably cleared the clouds away. But the king of this place blocked the moonlight. A search and rescue mission in a zone of total surrealism, eh? This is new even to me. The decorated picture book. There was once a beautiful piano. This is Sakuya. The piano was decorated with gemstones in all the colors of the rainbow. Oh, how it sparkled and glittered. Everyone told it was beautiful. What a beautiful piano. No one had ever seen such a wonderful piano before. The piano's owner was very pleased and decorated the piano even more. Everyone in all the land praised the piano's beauty. No one from anywhere wanted to hear its voice. But the gemstones were heavy, so heavy, and one day they crushed the piano flat. Poor piano. Poor piano. What is this I hiccuped. What is this trash? There is no limit to its vulgarity. The composition is poor, the story juvenile, and the art messy. I opened the door to find a fantail angrily beating a book on the floor. Salutations, Yuya. Yuya. Salutations, Sakuya. I'm glad to see you're still yourself. What? Is there no getting rid of you? What now? The tea party's already over. Is it? That's too bad. I was really looking forward to drinking some of your tea, too. I wouldn't have given you anything if you had showed up on time. Don't get full of yourself, mongrel. I'll be expecting an invitation card next time, too. Sakuya sticks his beak in the air and coos irritatedly. By the way, what were you reading just now? I pick up a book which Sakuya had thrown on the floor. I haven't the slightest. Do you remember where you found it? Do not treat me like a child. The king gave it to me. I do not mean to insult a gift of royalty, but that thing is amazing. It is like the scribbles of a deranged child. A picture book, eh? So this little flirtation from the king, or rather an invitation to stay here, I suppose it's meant to paint reality on a poor light to flatter the world of dreams. Alas, its message appears to have been lost on Sakuya. Something is wrong with someone who dresses as a musical instrument up like a Christmas tree. Instruments come in their own beauty already built in. Gaudiness is hardly the deciding factor in an instrument's value. Indeed, an instrument covered in sparkly gewgaws to impress uncultured fools is the epitome of crassness. Decorating an instrument to the detriment of its tone is absurd, ludicrous. If the author of this drivel was here, I would sit him down and lecture him for 3 days, without break. He continues on, angrily expounding on the qualities of his musical timbre. I wonder if he realizes just how much he cares about music. As his brother, I can only hope to see the real magnificent blooming of that enthusiasm one day, in the real world. Very true, visual flair is hardly what an instrument is there for. The piano in here should have been used for his voice to let everyone know before he got crushed. I wasn't created to be decorated. Let me sing something like that. Why are you smirking like that? What a distasteful cretin you are! I love how thick-headed you are, Sakuya. It'll save me a lot of trouble. What is this? Do you mock me? No, quite the opposite. That was praise. I doubt it. Your ridiculous facial expression is proof of your deceit. Forgive me, I was born with it. For what am I to do? Now then, I can't spend too much time here. I doubt whoever I run into will be as easy as you after all. I knew you didn't just wander in here by chance. Tell me what it is happening. You're always good at keeping things moving. You're always good at keeping things moving. Thanks, Sakuya. What? You do not jest! It's hard to believe, but unfortunately it's true. You and I are hooked together in a whole pile of electrical wires right now. You cad! Without my permission? You weren't exactly being responsive. And it's an emergency anyway. Easier to ask forgiveness than approval, right? Ugh! Now then, Sakuya, will you spend eternity having tea here with that cheerful, artistically challenged king? Inconceivable! I will not stand for it! Just who do you think I am? I am Shirogane Sakuya Label. It is completely out of the question. It is completely out of the question. I demand to see the man responsible for this idiocracy at once. I shall have recompense for his gross discourtesy towards me. Sakuya runs off into the darkness, an aura of unusual proactivity about him. No one gets the better of my little brother. Now then, who's next? A black and white picture book. Once upon a time there lived a little white dove and a black dove. The white dove loved the sunflower. The black dove loved the sunflower too. This is about Nagaki and the teacher, I believe. Hitori. What a beautiful sunflower it was. It was as warm and bright as the sun itself. The flower would go out and play with the doves all day long. But one day the sunflower made friends with a star, and after that the sunflower always went out at night. Without the sunflower as bright as the sun to light them, the day became dark. The white dove knew how nice the night star was, and became sad, and more sad, and cried. The black dove thought the night star should turn into a shooting star and go disappear somewhere far away. Things would be better then. In the end, both doves froze in the darkness and died. Poor doves. Poor doves. This one's just as bad as the last one. Not my style at all. What did you think of it? Kawara Ryota. Oh, it's Ryota. The king said you have done nothing wrong. You were the one who found the treasure first. That doesn't mean anything. How I feel doesn't matter. Looks like he's more interested in talking to the king than me. I guess I'm still just not charming enough. The king said that mourning dove is a bad, bad bird. That mourning dove wants to steal something precious from the king. And from you. You must know already. That mourning dove is an evil, evil demon. Nagaki is a ghost, but he's not evil. I guess he can be scary if you make a mess out of the library books, but... It's weird, I feel like I'm hearing noises behind me, but there's nobody here. Like, awake, that is. The king said, but you were very afraid of him, are you not? Because you can't tell that your greatest treasure will be taken far, far away. If you join the king, you will not be afraid of anything anymore. The evil demon will be gone then. The king is waiting for you. A lot of marmy babbling, the king disappears. Salutations, O troubled young pigeon. Mind if I join you for a bit? Oh. Yuya! So you ended up here too? I thought it was just us. Well, I wasn't exactly invited. You know how that is. I'm here to rescue you all. Blah, blah, blah. Please decide to bust out of here and come home with me as soon as possible. I see. So we're all in the same dream after all. So it's not just something I'm imagining all by myself. By all indications, yes. The king there is the host and creator of this charade, and you're all guests. And I'm crashing the party. Everyone dreaming the same dream beneath the starry night sky. Very romantic. So you're caught up in this dream? I don't know. I don't know what I want anymore. It's very painful. And when I wake up, it might just end up even more painful. From what I saw of the king's solicitations, I guess pretty easily from what he means. And I'm a bit of a specialist in that area. You know by now what it is that's causing you pain, right? I haven't done... Talk to me, Ryota. I'm here for you and I can help you. What's bothering you? What are you afraid of? Once you put it into words, you'll know exactly what you need to do. That's what I think anyway. It's why I talk all the time. Seems reasonable, doesn't it? At this rate, you'll rot from the inside. Quite literally at that. Be brave, Ryota. I'm afraid of... Oh. Clover not being with me, even in this dream. I always worry too much. At first I thought this dream was just me being scared and that someday she'll leave me behind. But I guess that's not it. The Clover I saw here is the real Clover. His eyes flickered about nervously. What he says is true. Even though this is a dream, Clover is acting of her own accord. Clover has been with me ever since we were children. We've been together so long somewhere along the line I just started thinking it would stay like that forever. But it won't. It never would. It was all just my imagination. All of it. His eyes glistened with tears. How brightly his innocence shines to one as worldly and jaded as myself. He probably hasn't even realized what he's feeling is love. I took it all for granted. I thought it would last forever. But that's not possible. I know Clover better than anyone. I know what she loves and what she hates. What she's good at and what she isn't. I know everything about her, but I don't anymore. Nagaki. Nagaki knows a Clover that I don't. And not just in this dream. She spends more time in the library every day. If someday I stop being special to her, for that matter, maybe I just thought I was special to her. All this time to her I've been nothing but... Well, what a pickle. I've been reading the signs right. Nagaki and Clover aren't quite to the point where Ryota should be worrying. But his fears are going to get more and more likely by the day. I need to pick my words carefully. How can I coax this young man's heart back into the real world without breaking it? Persuasion to the maximum. What is special? Believe in Clover. I'm gonna say... If he's already fucking like... I don't know what to choose. Oh god. Because he already believes that Nagaki's stealing Clover away from him. And technically, canonically, if Hiyoko was allowed to pick, she would have always picked Nagaki. That's the really fucked up part about this story. 9 times out of 10, she'll always pick Nagaki. She never picks like anyone else. Usually. She usually always picks Nagaki. I don't know why that is though. But apparently that's the case. What is special? Believe in Clover. I guess believe in Clover. Believe in Clover, Ryota. You're just jumping at shadows. What do you mean? They aren't really a couple. I've had 1,000 loves and I could tell at a glance. I'd like to think that, but he looks just as troubled as before. Shoot. That wasn't what was worrying him. What I'm trying to say is, you're clearly her favorite, Ryota. What do you know about Clover, Yuya? Do you think you understand every woman in the world just because you always skip class to go around town hitting on girls? That's a little harsh, isn't it? Not that I can exactly explain myself now. It would take too long. A casual here today, gone tomorrow. Bird like you can't even comprehend the depths of my relationship with Clover. We've been together forever. I know Clover better than anyone, and the same goes for her. She knows me better than anyone else in the entire world. We have always been one, and two, and I won't let that end now. Shit. His Royal Highness the King! There is no way back to your old home. Your home is the Holiday Star now. Everyone's home is the Holiday Star. Fuck. Welcome, my new friends, my new kings. Happily ever after. Fuck. We gotta redo this fucking chapter all over again, motherfucking son of a bitch. I should have saved. I forgot to save. I forgot we could save. Oh, that was sad though. Fuck. Oh my god. I'm glad this gives me a time to breathe though. That's fucking depressing. Oh my god. I didn't know. I guess the correct answer was always what is special, but I just thought believe in Clover. Like, I don't know. He is literally jumping at shadows, though. It is really sad, though. Ugh. Man, that makes me so sad. I don't really know what to think about though, like... Why wasn't Ryota on our, like, path? That's kind of interesting that we got, like, Shu and Oko-san, but we didn't get Ryota. So it's kind of interesting that, he was on Yuya's path. It's very fascinating to me. I am so hungry, chat. Ugh. I'm craving tacos, man. I don't... Wait, I do have stuff to make tacos. I could do that tomorrow. I guess I'm making tacos tomorrow. I hope the sour cream's still good. Need it after this roller coaster, right, bro? Oh my god. Ugh. This is sad. Like, I don't understand, like, how fucking Hatoful boyfriend can be so fucking depressing when it's a fucking silly game about pigeons. Ugh, I want tacos so bad, bro. I want tacos. I want like Taco Bell. 3 a.m. tacos sound fucking amazing right now.
No, no, no. Could try and make Papa de Renos again. Papa de Renos are really good. I tried making them before and I failed. I failed horribly. I do need to use my potatoes. Could try and make Papa de Renos. Last time I didn't seal them correctly and they like fell apart. If you've never had Papa de Renos, they're like a potato, like, ball. They're like a meatball. A stuffed meatball, but with potatoes. They're very good. I really like them. They are very good. I've made them once and I failed. I failed that time. So I definitely want to try again. I'll probably do that tomorrow. I think I'll do that tomorrow. Gotta clean the kitchen so I can do that. Well, I mean today. It's already like 2 in the morning for me. So today in quotation marks. I'm gonna have to mash up all the potatoes. Potatoes. Oh boy, we're here. Oh boy. What a sad fucking story this is so far. I'm not looking. I want tacos, man. I'm craving tacos. I need Taco Bell. What a time to not have Taco Bell right now. What is special? What exactly do you mean by special? Something irreplaceable? I don't really understand myself. But at the very least, to me, Clover's Clover, and no one can ever take her place. So that's it? What? What were you ever afraid of then? No one can ever be replaced, Ryota. You will never stop being special to Clover in that respect. It's as simple as that. You don't think I'm trying to fool you or anything, do you? That's true, I guess, but that's not it. I'm scared I won't be with her as much as any. Of course not. You can't stay children forever. Feel like writing me off as a heartless bastard yet? But ignoring me won't change anything. Time will pass and places will change. The first flowers of spring, a shooting star, the rainbow right after a storm, all beautiful, and none can be captured and held forever. No matter how fair the flower, it will rot and fall to pieces if you never let it go. But memories will never hurt you. The flower withers, the star falls, the rainbow fades away, but you will always remember their beauty. Are you telling me to go on alone with nothing but my memories? That's a little pessimistic. What I'm saying is, don't let your fears for tomorrow cloud the memories you're making today. That's a little too abstract for me. I don't think I understand. How long is he going to keep floundering around? I'll have to be a little more clear. Maybe you'll be an unrequited lover. Or maybe you'll live and have a family with Clover. Or maybe you'll go your own separate ways. But whatever happens, all the time you spent with her, all the joy you've had, will still be yours. That just makes it even worse. How can I live without the sun now that I'm so used to its warmth and light? I'm scared, Yuya. I don't want to see everything I know just collapse around me. This is pretty bad. I've been taking him for a quiet metrosexual, but what the fuck is a quiet metrosexual? What the fuck is a metrosexual? What is... What the fuck? A term for a man who is especially meticulous about his personal style, grooming, and appearance. Huh. But maybe he's really into the whole total monopolization thing? As far as I can tell, Miss Clover herself hasn't gotten the slightest idea all this is going on. What a sinfully negligent lady. Everything changes, Ryota. Time is like that, inconvenience and rude to everyone. Even if you stand still, everything else will leave you behind.
No matter how hard you try to prevent change, it will still come. The world and your friends will still change. If what you really want is undisturbed peace for the rest of your days, you'll have to cut all your ties. Leave everyone behind and become a hermit in the mountains. No, I don't want that. I didn't think you did. Are you planning to ask someone else to stay with you then? That wouldn't be right. I couldn't ask for something like that. It would be too selfish. So you think it would be selfish? Aren't you wishing someone would do that for you just a little bit deep inside? I don't know. Maybe I am? Or maybe you aren't. Right. Are you afraid, Yuya? Everything around us is changing, and so are we. We don't even know what's ahead. Doesn't that scare you? There are things that scare even me, yes. Even a hero of justice has his weaknesses. What's waiting for me at the other end of this night? The best day of my life. Or the very worst? No one knows, and that's why all who we cannot see tomorrow, can do is put on our bravest smiles and march boldly into the new day. Isn't that called bluffing? I suppose it is. All this time I've just been trying to look cool so no one would realize what's going on inside, but what's wrong with putting on a little show? I have a question for you. There are only two choices. We are running a little low on time, you see. Kawara Ryuta. What do you want? You could accept the king's invitation and stay here. Nagaki would be removed. You would spend eternity celebrating the endless holiday with Clover, and tomorrow would never come. Nothing would change. Nothing would hurt you ever again. Or you could refuse the king's invitation and return to the real world. Your relationship with Clover will change sooner or later, for better or for worse, and a new day will come. Now choose. I won't try to force you either way. You alone can decide what your salvation will be. And in any case, it won't do us any good unless he decides to break free himself. Now then, if I can remember Nagaki's map right, I should be near the throne room. But something's bothering me. I've been looking as hard as I can, but I still haven't found it. There was another star below and to the right of the room where we started. Someone else must be here. I went to the right, and if that map is correct, there should be a route to that star here somewhere. But where?
We don't have to worry about getting lost, but this corridor is way too long.
It is connecting two stars. There really isn't any way it could not be that long.
Stop pointing out how futile my complaints are.
We're almost there anyway. Beyond that should be
the king's chamber?
Nagaki stares at the extravagant door at the end of the hallway and nods.
Alright, let's get in there and with a bang and take the king out with a clang and knock down the lighthouse with a crash.
Looks like you two cleared out your half just fine.
Yuya!
We went through two rooms. We talked to Okusan, Miru Ukaku, and Dr. Iwamin. And we made lots of cracks in the shell. Though I don't think the doctor is really with us. Two rooms after all. Yep, just like on the map. I didn't take any shortcuts, but I've only been through two rooms as well, so I'm afraid I have to go back, mon ami.
But we were just a few steps from the king.
We're still one short. I must have missed a room somewhere. No doubt it's the quail. I'll go find the last room as quickly as I can. My mission here is to get everyone out alive, after all. And your status as a hero of justice does give you a better chance to spot checks than either of us.
Yuya will finish his search and rescue. I'll clobber some sense into the king, and Nagaki will destroy the lighthouse. It's the perfect plan.
Try not to hurt him too badly, Miss Shikamori.
He started it.
I was hoping to enjoy our reunion a little more, but we'll have plenty of time for that after we wake up. The king isn't going to be like anything you've fought before, mon ami. He certainly won't be eager to let you pass. But we're low on time. This is the best way. Don't worry, Yuya.
Nothing can stand before Nagaki and me. Ours is a march of destruction, and no tender grasses sprout in the charred trail we leave.
Speak for yourself.
Mr. Sakazaki.
Mr. Sakazaki. Hitori is blind, and if he is alone, he may be scared. Please help him. Of course. Leave it to me. Back to the mission, then. Adieu.
As for us, into the hall of the king. Coming through. Stormtrooper Captain Clover has arrived.
You've invited us here, and we have come.
We want to talk. His Royal Highness the King. Hello, I am the King.
You rotten royal rapscallion. Your silly fanfare and informal greeting won't help you now.
The King asked, why do you look so angry? The King is scared. The King does not understand. The King does not understand. The King does not understand, and he thinks he may cry. Your Majesty, we didn't come here to make you cry. Please, listen to what we have to say. You won't get anywhere talking to him.
Nagaki, he belongs in a mental institution. He hasn't listened to anything we've said so far anyway. Come on, let's beat him up already.
Miss Shikamori, please. Nagaki glares at me. I guess he's right. Our opponent is the undead lord of of a dead kingdom. Maybe if we talk for a bit, we'll find something useful. Who are you? The King is the King. I know that, and it's not what I'm asking. The migrants said that this is a place where the souls of the dead wash up. And the souls of the dead who have gone astray, that is. He said that this is a false star grown by attracting those with its light. Were you the one who created the star? If you did, why? Why do you try to trap more people here? Because it is safe here. Safe? This place is fake. It's a sham. This place is the danger. I don't think the King is evil.
Sometimes he doesn't seem like anything but evil.
No. The King just thinks a little differently than we do. He's doing all this because he thinks he's helping people. Isn't that right? Of course. The King always acts with the good of the people in his at heart. His idea of what's good is too far away from ours, Nagaki. That may be true, but I still want to figure out his motives. It's not very likely, but we can persuade him without using force. We should. Tell me, Your Majesty, where did you come from? It was already dark out when I awoke. What time is it? It must be past 6. I feel like I had a report due today. Which one was it? Classics? Or maybe German Lit. Whatever. I gave up both of them ages ago. I don't want to go out. Where did I go wrong? Was it when I took the gap year? Or when I settled for safety school? No. It must have been a long time ago before that. The days go by and I do nothing. I wrap myself up in blankets and never go outside. I hate myself, and the night is here. Sleep until morning, sleep until noon, doze through the evening, and wake up at night. So I became a NEET. At first I would write every day. Not quite a journal, not quite a poetry, but writing. I didn't hate writing. But one day, even that was too much trouble. My life was always boring. I never had friends. Nothing good ever happened to me. Whenever I would go outside, every birdie else would just sneer and laugh at me. The world turned its thorny, unkind back on me. I can't do anything. I'm useless. I'm trash. I've never really taken care of myself. I'd be useless at work if I had a job. I have no redeeming qualities. I think I would be better off dead. My bed is a cocoon protecting me. I want to go back to the shell I hatched from. I want to go back to when I was a yolk floating around in an egg so I can rot and die before I hatch. I want to die. I want to die. I want to die. I can't take this anymore. Why do I have to live and study and work? Why do I have to deal with other people? Working hard has never gotten me anything. Birds had it so much better decades ago. They were born, ate, flew, slept, and never had to think about any of this. I want to die. I want to die. I want to die. But I don't have the courage. I don't like pain. I don't want to suffer. Someone help me. And just when it was the most painful, when I had sunk so deep into my depression that I could sink no further, the gods heard my wish and granted it. A friend, my only friend. I was so useless to myself and everyone else, but the gods still showed kindness to me. Your plumage is so nice. It's bright and cheerful, unlike mine. And it wasn't our coloration. He was my opposite in every way. He was earnest and smart. He didn't mumble when he talked, but despite all that, he understood me more than anyone else in the world. It must be hard for you. I know how it feels. It's painful. It's not your fault. Society is always telling us what to do, and do this, do that. It's not like it's like we're held at gunpoint. I hate it all too. Just like you, right? He alone understood me, and I alone understood him. We were alone, the two of us in the world.
The time we had together was the warmest and the sweetest time of my life. If only it would go on forever. And then one day he said to me, Let's make it go on forever. Come, let's die together. It won't be scary if we're together. Are you serious? Of course I am. I never lied to you, have I? He was kind to me right until the end. One night he came home with a bag full of medicine. Medicine to wash us away without pain, forever. Let's go somewhere far away. Somewhere where we're completely alone, just the two of us. Where no one could bother us and no one will find us. We left on our final journey and we took the medicine. Ah, I'm getting tired. Feels so peaceful, holding your wing like this. We should have done this a long time ago. My pulse and breathing are dropping steadily. We're almost to the end. Yes, just us. At the end of the world. Time to say goodbye to this awful world, together. I guess you're right. I was thinking about time I said goodbye to you. He softly stands up. His warm wing leaves mine. He steps calmly away. He reaches into my bag. He takes out the key to room 701. My wallet. My ID. What? I reach out. I can't move. Goodbye. This is as far as I take you. But you said you'd leave this awful world behind with me. Yes, what an awful world it is, but I still have things I need to do in it. No, I don't. I don't want to die. I don't want to. I don't. It's too late for that now. How many times have you told me you want to die? You never really wanted to die, but you had to. People like you are just a bother, hanging around, complaining, and getting in the way. What an awful world. It wasn't my fault. Why do you have to kill me? Come on, please, this isn't right. You're right. I never really did want to die. It wasn't me. It was society did this to me. It wasn't me. It was everyone around me. Society, you say? Help me, please. Call an ambulance. Come on, please. They will come. This is the end of the world, and it belongs to you and me alone. I don't want to die. I'm scared. I'm scared. Why are you doing this to me? You wished for death, and I helped you to it. That is all there is to say. Please try not to throw up. It will just hurt you more. Someone help me. The King's Picture Book. Once there was a poor little quail. One day the quail was tricked by a bad bird and killed. The quail was put onto the train through the night sky along with the other birds who had died. Where is the train going? There must be a terrible place at the end of the line. The quail was so scared and so afraid. It thought its little heart would burst. But the train stopped for a little while. Apparently even galactic trains have to wait for signals. The quail was too scared to stay on the train, so it jumped off. There was a dark room there. There was nothing in it but a chair and a little candle. There was no one else there. The quail sat on the chair and cried. Why did this happen? It was betrayed by its friend and forced onto a strange train. What would happen next? The quail thought and made a station. Maybe if there's a station, someone will come to play. The quail made a station and lit the candle and waited. Time passed. Birds came. The dark room became a beautiful kingdom. The candle became a grand lighthouse. The chair became a royal throne. And the quail became a king. Those who came to the kingdom become one with the king. The king is all and all are the king. No one is hurt and no one has any sad thoughts. The birds of the holiday star live happily ever after. How nice. How very nice. Happiness is here. Happiness and nothing else. Damn, that was fucking deep and sad. What the fuck? Hatoful boyfriend, come on. The king thought, if everyone is one, none will be afraid. So little by little, the king absorbed everyone on the holiday star, and now we are one. I don't feel like I understand you at all, even after that huge monologue. He's lonely, so he wants friends. But he doesn't want his friends to quarrel, so he absorbs them all. You're quite a storyteller, Your Highness, to use a few hundred lines to express what I just did in 3. In other words, this whole place is basically a cult of loneliness and a crazy peer pressure. What's good about having everyone together, Mr. King? No one gets to play their own part.
If Oko-san were here, he'd say something like, everyone is different and everyone is good, Mr. King. And then he'd slap you.
Even now that you're the king, you're still just a small, frightened quail. You ran and hid in your shell, and now you're safe in your own private kingdom. I suppose you are right. If everyone is one, no one gets hurt. But there's no one on this fake star but you, your majesty. As long as you stay here, you'll be alone. The king said it's not the king's fault. The king was not the only one who wished for this. Ah, is that our boy? All who came here accepted it gladly. Even the ones like you who were angry at first. In 2 days, you will be the king's best friends. You are the ones who are wrong. It is you who are wrong. You are not right. The king and that king and this king and all these kings are so happy. But you want to hurt the king and this king and that king. Everyone has been good on the star. If we are not one, then someone will surely hurt someone else. The king said, let us become happy together. I've rechecked everywhere I went, but I haven't seen any other doors. It's one hallway from start to finish. Looks like this path must be hidden too well for the naked eye to see. The last room should be somewhere where I'll find Professor Nanaki. Or wait, didn't Clover say he was Hitori ni Nemo in this world? Anyway, there should be a quail here somewhere. He's been signaled out for poor treatment. Did you really have to hide him away like this, Your Majesty? Or... A voice echoes faintly in the dark corridor. One of the king's underlings? I don't see it anywhere. Do your... Zaki... Leon? I can... Stay connected for very long. Listen up. The teacher here, Nanaki Kazuaki, is starting to show abnormal brain activity. He's probably falling into a coma. I'm trying to find him right now, but it looks like the man behind all of this has hidden him somewhere. Thought just as much. Nanaki's brain activity is dropping. He may not be able to regain consciousness, meaning he alone is proceeding more rapidly into the disconnect of mind and body. Unfortunately. I'm going to administer psychotropics to you and Nanaki in 60 seconds. In small amounts. It would look brilliant if you failed the mission because I overdosed you. So my job is to concentrate and find the professor while the high lasts. Exactly. You should have about 2 minutes. Good luck. Neon fades away like a puff of smoke. This isn't the first solo search rescue I've had to do, but all the same, it's reassuring to see that the unshakable cockatiel's face, even for just a minute. It's almost time. The planisphere was just right. The path down the last star is between Sakuya and Ryota's room. That magnificent artist did get rid of the clouds just for us. It'd be a waste if we didn't get to let any of the nice moonlight in here. The boost should last 2 minutes. At least the area is pretty small. Let's hope that the king can't beat me at my own game. So the officers are just willing to use illegal substances as ground operatives? I can't believe it. There's something very wrong with the Dove Party. We are like cogwheels. We serve as parts of a machine far larger and more important than ourselves. You should know it as well as I do. Unfortunately, I cannot even begin to comprehend such groveling ideas. I am not here for the system. The system is here for me. Anyway, I administered the amounts you said to your underling and the quail there. Thanks. All we can do now is brightly and massively prevent the victim's body from losing too much heat, and wait to see how everything turns out. The drugs acting in my physical body are having more of an effect on my dream consciousness than I had expected. Every sensation deepens and expands. If only I could enter this state at will. He's high! I can see a crack in the wall. I hadn't noticed it before, but light is seeping through. That must be the light from a bird's soul, like the migrant was talking about. The wall should be fragile here. It's just like Sakuya's tea party. Break it open and be on my way. I can't let you do that, traveler. You were not even invited here. Please stop doing such terrible things. Well, hello there, yokels. What's with the long faces? I'm just here to pick up a friend. He's gotten stuck in here by mistake, you see? I'm not going to do anything to hurt you. Mind letting me by? Why do you do such terrible things? You must not open this until everyone is won. No room for negotiation, then? I was hoping this would go more smoothly, but oh well. If you don't move, I'm going to make you move. That's mean. The king is scared of birds like you. The king asked, "Are you trying to break another egg?" The citizens who appear to have morphed into the king address me accusingly. What a mean thing to do. You break eggs and think nothing of it. So many, so many, so many eggs. I wonder what the children inside were like. Those lives that couldn't live. Poor, poor eggs. Don't you feel sorry for them? The king knows. The king knows that long ago you broke an egg out of your own selfishness. So this is how the king fights back. I don't know how he figured out my secret, but in any case, it's a very precise attack. The king himself is on his throne. The citizens should be small parts of the whole, but maybe they share his consciousness and abilities. This is my job. I'm here to rescue everyone from the school. You've trapped one inside this wall, so I'm breaking this wall. Any questions? That poor chick who could never hatch. Please try not to get distracted. My past has nothing to do with that fact that you're in my way. You poor, poor bird. The king thought you should not have to suffer anymore. Suddenly the king is carrying more eggs and dropping them at my feet. Before I know it, there's nowhere left to stand but on the broken eggs. The king said that the king can lift the burden from your shoulders. The king can take away your pain. So come, become one with the king. How much does he know? He's aware of the guilt I've carried with me ever since I broke my brother's egg, anyway. But he seems... No thanks. You're asking me to hand my guilt over to some complete stranger? Tell me you're joking. The king said, "Do you like pain?" The king does not understand. Yeah, I didn't think you would. I don't think you ever will. Like you said, I dirtied my hands with a crime and I can never take it back. A life lost will never return. The past does not change. The least I can do is remember. I will always carry this with me. This pain of mine. And you can't have it. You know well what it means to suffer, but if you break the king's egg, you will only suffer more. Suffering, indeed. I don't think you understand. This pain is part of me. Your egg is already rotten. Isn't it a little much for you to ask me to accept your sympathy? He shot them. The king's shadow disappears like a morning fog in the sun, and I can see the stairway to the bottom of the maze. A friendly and considerate man. I imagine an eternity spent with him would be full of happy days. My sentimentality is dying down in contrast with the high from the drugs in my bloodstream. Picture book. You lied to me. Oh yeah, because he's angry at Shu. I forgot about that. The others weren't exactly masterpieces, but I think this one goes in a class of its own. Professor Nanaki! I mean, Hitori. I'm here to take you home. You'll get moody if you sit around dozing in here. Oh, hello. Looks like he's still alive. Do you mind if I tell you something? I feel very strange. I was just sleeping just fine until a few moments ago. You woke up all of a sudden? Yes, that's right. I woke up. So he really doesn't have eyes. I hope this doesn't have anything to do with his actual body. But now I'm starting to get sleepy again. Please stay awake. I need your help to break this egg, Hitori. I'm very, very sleepy. The king did tell me I could nap for as long as I liked in here. There's nothing wrong with naps, but if you sleep right now, you'll never wake up. Really? That would be bad. Don't sleep! Come on, let's get out of here. The drugs must be wearing off. This guy is quite something. Not every birdie can doze off in their sleep. I think I would rather stay here and sleep. So please. He steps unsteadily forward, his wings stretched out in front. Is he looking for me? I'm right here. There you go. Ah, yes, thank you. He smiles happily, feels for my neck and closes his wing around it. Hey, wait, just a minute. Are you planning to strangle me? You noticed. Oopsies. What do you mean, oopsies? I jumped back reflexively. I've been nearly crushed while trying to rescue drowning swimmers, but I've never had a hostage try to strangle me before. Oh, you're pretty calm. Sorry, did I scare you? I'm here to help. Come on, take a deep breath. After me. Inhale. Inhale. Exhale. Exhale. So it's not you. I feel like there's something I forgot to do, even though I thought I already finished it a long time ago. It wasn't you, sorry. Did you mistake me for someone else? Looks like he looks gentle enough on the outside, but I think he's pretty messed up on the inside. Did the king do something to you? No, all the king did was close the door. Apparently I shouldn't go outside. Birds might hurt people who try to stay inside. That's pretty stupid. No birdie can live without hurting anyone else. Are you going to follow his orders just because he's the king, Hitori? The king is the most important person here, so apparently I have to. Think for yourself for a minute. Do you want to be dragged along with whatever he wants? He says I need to be punished. Apparently I did something very bad. I think I know what it was. I wouldn't have expected it from the professor I know, but maybe he did something long ago that the king was able to drag up, just like with me. I don't know what he did. I don't know what you did, but it won't go away if you stand here moping. Yes, I know that. Professor, I mean Hitori, there are still few things you have left to do in the real world, right? Yes, there are. I think so. In that case, let's get out of here, okay? A few things left to do. Oh, right, there is something I need to do. Let's get out of this dark hole then. Can't keep a lady waiting after all. But that would be hard. I ate my eyes, so I can't go anyway. I can't see anything. Don't worry, I'll guide you. This rotten egg should have a few cracks from everyone now. And I don't want to leave Clover and Naegi in danger for long. Better hurry to the throne room. Meanwhile, Naegi and I are fighting for our lives with a very physical, revolting incarnation of the king. The king said, become one with us.
No, thank you.
It's no good. He isn't getting hurt at all. I thought he'd die if we hit him enough, but I don't feel like we're doing enough damage at all. If only I'd brought a halberd or something. There's definitely something wrong if he's completely unfazed by your punches, Miss Shikamori. It's not like they're doing it. Nothing, though. He's just recovering very quickly. Who gave this chump a regen buff? What do we do, Nagaki? Perhaps it would be best to wait for Mr. Sakazaki. Maybe so, but I'm getting awfully tired of the king's incessant invitations. Couldn't I take him out if I bypassed his regeneration by throwing all my hunter-gatherer strength into a single attack? There's always a chance, right? I should. I save. Motherfucker. I'm gonna play it safe. Nagaki's right, we probably can't get through with force alone. We'll have to buy time and wait for backup.
Me. King making tricks. Bad.
Look out! Nagaki, are you okay? Yes. Sorry. It's okay. The king has been targeting Nagaki this whole time. Looks like maybe Nagaki is his natural enemy, the migrant said. I'm slowing you down, Miss Shikamori. At least if we split up, I wouldn't be in your way. Don't worry about it. I need you to burn the lighthouse after all. I'll protect you, Nagaki. Miss Shikamori! Ugh, I got hit bad, boss. This king is a real nasty man. Batting the heroine of a dating sim around like that? Not in all my days and travels as a hunter-gatherer have I fought a creature like this, but even so, I need to get Nagaki past him somehow, and even if it means sacrificing myself. Hey, wait, Nagaki, what are you doing? While I was reeling on the floor from the last attack, Nagaki got up and placed himself between me and the king. You're pushing yourself too hard, Miss Shikamori. It won't be enough for me to go on alone. I will send you home safe, Miss Shikamori. To reality, to the school. Because you have a future, Miss Shikamori.
Nagaki should die in a fire.
The king slowly draws closer to Nagaki. He's gotten heavier and keeps sprouting more heads. There's no way Nagaki could take a hit from him. Your Majesty, please don't hurt Miss Shikamori anymore.
You must not. You must not.
Nagaki! Well, shit. Cool! The interfering Oko-san arrives! Coolly! Oko-san! Oko-san, dashing out of nowhere, sweeps Nagaki up in his wings and skids into a corner, sparks flying from his claws. I'm dizzy. You really are quite fast. Cool! What did you expect? Oko-san's legs are pure muscly gold!
Boy. Oko-san. He rich and he runs, but he never fights anything.
Cool! Spare us the foolishness! Cool! True pudding does exist somewhere in the world! Cool! Oko-san will run until he finds real pudding in the world! Oko-san uses body slam on the king. It's super effective. Wait, no, fall in a different direction. Can you get out of the way? But my legs are still... Clover, grab my wing. What a careless lout you are. Hold on tight. Ryota, Sakuya. Sorry we took so long, Clover. Are you okay? Never been better. You're practically in tatters. I expected better than this from my underlings. I am not your underling or your mercenary or anything, Sakuya.
But even if you go back, the world will only keep hurting you.
You're right, sir. There are two birds in my heart. And it's painful. Sometimes I think it's going to tear me apart from the inside. But that pain is another one of the memories I've held so dear all this time. I can't just surrender it up to someone else. If I stopped worrying, if I stopped being in pain, I wouldn't be myself anymore. I don't care. I don't know what tomorrow will bring. I want to go back to the real world and live into the future with everyone. Have you no shame, you pathetic being? And you call yourself a king, but here you are, limp and weak as a boiled frog leg. You fear contact with others? You comfort yourself by forcing everyone into the same mindset as yourself? You despicable coward. A king's duty is not to indulge in sloth and indolence. The future will come, yes, and we do not know what tragedies it will bring, but a king's duty is to stand proudly forth and do battle with them. Cool! Sakuya is cool! Indeed. Sakuya would be a way better king than you. But of course. Sakuya, don't let your guard down. Ugh. How dare you strike at me while I'm speaking, you cad! Are you okay? Did he get you? Merry Christmas! Miru Kaku will take care of all your scraps and bumps with a wink and a twink and a ho ho ho! A familiar pair of white creatures tumble across the room and begin administering emergency care to Sakuya. It's not like I asked for this or anything. Can I borrow that first aid kit for a minute?
Are you okay, Clover?
I'm great. I knew you'd be here, Ryota. Thank you.
Yeah. Let's help each other get out of here. With you and Nagaki and everyone. The king does not understand.
Oko-san, look out! He's coming from above.
Cool? That ungainly dance of yours is hardly something to show in front of a lady, Your Highness. Tell me what's happening. Things have gotten a bit strange, haven't they?
I knew you'd show up looking like a hero, Yuya.
So Hitori was alright? Good. A wink and a twink and a would-be healer. You're late, Sakazaki. Been off gallivanting around while the rest of us have to fight, have you? Do forgive me, dear brother. I was looking for some birdie and was unfortunately delayed. Now then, let's get this idealistic king to step aside so we can get the magic lantern he's hiding behind his throne.
Wow, he's even more of a berserker than I am.
I think we're going to win this. Watch out. Someone's gotten angrier.
A rampaging Oko-san and the heroic Yuya have gained the upper hand.
Or have they? The king is still thrashing an awful lot.
Just a little more. We can win. Just one more.
One more? Of course, I knew I'd forgotten something.
We're still a bird short.
Fascinating. A fine work indeed. Each one possesses a physical, tangible, indistinguishable from the real thing. I'm quite curious about this. How does he produce such a convincing illusion with multiple brains all at once? How has he gathered all these experiences and memories together? How does he project them into the minds of his visitors? I certainly hope there is a better answer than magic.
Hey there. You all by yourself?
You look like you found something real neat. Mind if I have a look? Ah, I see. So this place. That is to say, it seems that individual memories may have resurfaced and manifest by themselves. I'm over here, kiddo. Or were you talking to the floor? Oh, no. Please pay it no mind. More importantly, why did you come here? I saw a faint light while I was wandering around the halls, and it led me here. Nice to meet you. I'm the migrant. But what's your name? I do not have any name to give you. Oh, what's with the scary face? Did I say something wrong? Yes, you did. You are a migrant. Why do you need to know my name when you will be wandering off again? Well, I do wander around a lot, but that doesn't mean I can't make friends, does it? Don't mind me then. Go make some. Oh, come on. I mean, but got a little something to talk to you about. I'm sorry, did I look like I would make good conversation? What a terrible pity. No way, hey, jeez, you're all grown up but you still can't sit long enough for me to finish a sentence? What did you say? Don't talk to me as if you know me, old man. You no longer know anything, do you? Ah, I knew it. I wasn't sure, but I thought I remembered this scent. Hey, listen, you were my friend, right? You must be joking. No. No, nothing of the sort. Funny, isn't it? I made all sorts of excuses, but I suppose I waited here hoping someone would get confused and end up here. Let us consider each other to be complete strangers. How does that sound? Oh, that's too bad. Migrants like myself never remember anything for long, so it's not often we get to meet our friends from before. In any case, we're friends now. Yes, that sounds very nice. This is unfair and I object. Now, I know this is awful sudden, but... Leaving already? And what were you just complaining about me for? Sorry, but that's not what I meant. Don't you want to get out of here? I'd like to go back to my travels, but the king here will throw a tantrum if anyone tries to leave. There are some kids up ahead doing their very best to crack the egg. Maybe you could go give them a hand? I don't even have enough breath left to sigh. You're asking me to help you leave? Won't you? Yes. I suppose I am tired of wasting time obsessing over the past. Very well. Now then, I'll go along with your thick-headed plans.
Death blow! Barbarian uppercut!
I thought with all that excitement earlier we'd taken the advantage, but it doesn't look like that way at all. It would be nice if we could open up even just a little bit of the gap to make it through the tower on my own. I don't think it'll be that easy. He has way too many heads. Only the Fluffitek was here. He can out-cheat anyone, no matter how many heads they have. And I bet he'd love to get his lance set into a creature as creepy as this.
He's completely taken the upper hand. Head, that is. Help us! Help us, Dr. Iwamin!
There's no need to shout. I'm right behind you. And the doctor appearing out of nowhere, there was some chemical-looking thing at the king. It smells extremely unhealthy. I knew you'd come through, Doctor.
And with heroic timing, too.
Looks like you stole my thunder again. Don't act as if you could compare to Dr. Iwamin, mongrel. Doctor, we've awaited your arrival. I think I'm going to sneeze. What was that, sir? Something not unlike what I put in the tranquilizer gun I used for collecting live samples back home.
So, anesthetics?
Confuses the target's gait and paralyzes the central nervous system for a few minutes. Heretical indeed. I'm going on ahead. You weren't heretical enough, Doctor. It was developed with earthly creatures in mind. It seems this is not effective here. Oko-san will use wing attack! Leave this to us! Sans right. We'll keep him occupied so Clover and Nagaki can head past the throne. What if the migrant sent us right? You're the only two who can break us out of here. Go on, do your stuff and do it well. Right. Thank you, everyone.
Alright, let's go. Come on, Nagaki.
Through the door, the king was so eager to stop us from getting to... There is... the lighthouse. The huge, bright lighthouse we saw from the plaza, but... The bridge is broken. He must have destroyed it. He really doesn't want us to leave, does he? What do we do? I don't think I can jump that. I can fly.
Oh, of course. You're a pigeon. I completely forgot about that.
I'll go.
It is the lighthouse. The king has tried to stop us from reaching it at all costs.
What could be waiting inside? I don't want to make Nagaki go alone if I don't have to, but... What? What should we do? The king has multiplied! This is a case of the grossest asexual division! No one told us he was capable of this!
Nagaki, the king's coming after us! Go quickly! I'll break some jawbones and be with you in a flash.
Alone, but... Right. See you later, Miss Shikamori. This is a false star. The souls of lost birds are drawn in by this magical lantern, this lighthouse, and swallowed. They swell up and dream a happy dream. This lighthouse. It is a giant magical lantern. Everything Miss Shikamori and I saw as we walked around this world was a fake, an illusion projected by this lighthouse. Yes, a fake, but it was fun, wasn't it? The king waited here for the dark, tangled jewels which a river of heaven deposited at the foot of his jeweled throne. The king was there when they arrived. It is of no surprise to find him here, in the lighthouse he had tried so hard to prevent us from reaching. This king. Were you drawn in here by the light, or are you the first king?
Suppose it doesn't make a difference either way. You're one of the kings, and the kings are you. The king said, and you will become the king as well. Don't you want to? I'll pass. Thanks. It's just not me. Everyone who came here with me has already refused your offer. It's a little hard to deal with the big king throwing a temper tantrum back there. I'm glad I can talk with you now. Stay away from me. Oops, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. You're trying to break the dream kingdom I built, aren't you? That's mean. I suppose so. Mean! But you've tried to keep us shut in. If you let us, and the others we've captured out of here, we won't break anything. I don't want to. The king said if the king did that, he would be all alone again. You are already done. You are already alone, your majesty. You were afraid of what others might say to you, so you absorbed them into yourself, and now you are the only one here. I was always alone too. I didn't know how to return to the sky. I think I should have gotten on the train like you, but I stayed on Earth. I spent a long time alone, burying myself in a fake world born of books. I had no one to talk to, just like you. It was quiet and peaceful. I had no friends, so no one would hurt me. But one day I started making friends. They're a whole bunch of nutcases. I can never tell what they'll say or do next. They're all loud and active. Just being with them tires me out. But I like them. I'm happy now. The stars on the planisphere glitter. I know what the king is afraid of. That won't do anything anymore. That planisphere isn't any good now. Indeed, you took one of the stars after all. The star you feared the most isn't here. That star is gone. I already absorbed it. So come on, just stop threatening me. You can't do anything. Yes, I can. Oh, it must be that star. The stars on this bird are here to burn through this king's lies. One of them is missing, but all I have to do is replace it. The bird's soul shine like stars. I should have at least one true gemstone with me. Which one should I use? Well, the gem itself is yellow, so it's probably the yellow one. Tori gave me this topaz. The other two I got from you. Be careful with that. Don't you realize what you're doing? Thank you. Hey, Tori. I know what happened. You burned to death, didn't you? Aren't you scared of that? Why are you making yourself go through it all again? Dear Lord, I beg of you, look into my heart and hear my prayer. No, stop! You'll burn everything I've made! In my next life, don't let me waste myself. Let me use my body for the true happiness of everyone in the world. The glittering crystal forest, the warm, friendly plaza, everything will disappear! And then the scorpion burst into flame, a brilliant crimson glow. And by the light of his burning body, he lit up the night forever. I am that scorpion now. I would burn 100 times for my friend's happiness. It's all going bye-bye. Suppose the king's favorite book was When He Was Alive was the same as mine. Antares in the heavens, the light of the scorpion's flame guiding those lost in the dark towards the dawn. So the king's story comes to a close with the story he loved. There's nothing to fear, I've already burned like this once. The scorpion burns with a bright crimson flame and the dream ends. What will happen after I've burned again? I hope the others get out of here safely.
You're coming too, Nagaki! I'm sorry I'm late, Nagaki. I got delayed while I was climbing up.
Miss Shikamori, it's dangerous here. Get back!
Oh, come on. I fought beasts and climbed a lighthouse. Come on, take my hand quickly. We're going home together.
The king stopped.
Watch out, kids. The building's coming down. Sure feels like the final scene now, huh? I don't know exactly how he did it, but Nagaki certainly hasn't cut any corners. So what should we do? I'd rather not get turned into a pancake underneath this castle after coming so far. The room with the chair was all that was here. In the beginning, it won't collapse. We're safe here. Cool? Oko-san is falling! Oko-san is falling! Look, we're heading for the Milky Way. We'll be out soon. What of Shikamori and Fujishiro? Did they make it? They're probably fine. Clover's hunter-gathering instincts will guide her through whatever it takes to get Nagaki out of there. Merry Christmas! It's the great escape! Stop clinging to me, you two. It's uncomfortably warm. Which way is up? Which way is down? I feel so light. Hitori! Oh, is that right? I know, but it's still too soon. That's right. I'll be along soon. I'll catch up with you. Someday. Let's go, Hitori. Nagaki and Hitori untangled from the king's wreckage, and I fall through the stars. We touched down in a field of silver grass. It's like nothing we saw inside the egg or in the beautiful dream kingdom. Clover! Ryota! I'm so glad all of you made it out okay. Yeah. We knew you'd get out just fine, Clover. And you too, Nagaki. You did really well. It must have been hard. I'm fine. Woo! Nagaki is tough. He has the soul of a buff, manly man. I don't want to think about where we'd be if you two hadn't broken through back there. I'm really quite grateful. Thank you, Nagaki. Right. And you call yourself a hero of justice, but you can't even get by without relying on your juniors, can you? Well, that's a little harsh. Never seen anything like this before either. Can't you cut me a little slack? You are too sloppy. You never manage to do anything without slipping up. But I suppose there's no harm in considering there to be some value in your efforts to come rescue us. Why, thank you. That alone makes all this worth it.
Merry Christmas! Miru and Kaku will praise you too! Merry Christmas! Good job! Good job!
Hey there, looks like everybody's together again.
Oh, Mr. Migrant.
Oh, come on. Do you have to look so angry, old friend? Your forehead's gonna end up permanently creased. Wait, you know the doctor? No, we're complete strangers. Ouch. That's cold. Anyway, allow me to introduce my new friends. Over here, guys.
More of the pushy peasants.
I've heard enough of you lot. Don't worry, they're all going back to being migrants like me.
My shoulders are so stiff. That was a long nap, man. I could eat a horse. Wow, what a dream. Wow. I object. Don't go stealing my lines.
The bird the king had absorbed? Yeah, that's them. We're all going back to wander in the night sky. You too, of course. I don't want to. I'm scared. Where'd he come from? Mr. King, you're way too quiet. I didn't even realize you were here. I'm so tiny now. Just leave me alone. That's no good. If we left you on your own, you'd just do the same thing again, wouldn't you? Besides, traveling the stars isn't that bad. You don't need to be scared. You're lying. We don't know where the train will go either, do you? Nope, that's what traveling's about. You made the king cry, mister. You meanie. Wait, you mean me? Since when am I the bad guy? Looks like you are now. Look, I'm sorry, okay? I didn't mean it like that. When we return our names to the stars, we're leaving on a journey into the night. We can make all sorts of memories while we're alive, right? Good ones and bad ones. All that baggage is too heavy. We can't carry it with us into our next lives. So we journey through the night sky, letting our memories go a little bit at a time. I don't want to. Forgetting is scary. But if you keep clinging to your memories, you can never be reborn. They're like stones washing down a river. You might start out a big, jagged lump,
But as you keep washing along, you get worn down until you're round and smooth. Sparks of your corner chips off until you are what makes the star shine. You've journeyed through in the night sky until you can't get any rounder. You'll turn into an egg and fall back into the earth. Back there again? Don't you want to be reborn, Mr. King? No! I don't want to go through all that again. Come on, it won't be that bad. Well, I guess it might be. You never know. You made him cry again! Is Nagaki gonna go with them? Because technically he's dead. The King's Station. The King's Station. Leaving on a journey, heading home. This is the line for you either way. This is the Southern Cross line, that's right. The train to Earth will be coming next. Don't get on the wrong one. It's the train. Come on before it leaves. Come with us, Your Highness. Oh, would you like a caramel? Beautiful scenery, jolly companions. What a wonderful day. Come on, let's go. Oh, right. I completely forgot. Here, come here for a second, old friend. Please don't act so familiar. Let me give you a present before I leave, as proof of our friendship. Give me a minute, what do I have? Sorry, I can never keep things straight. Indeed. You're always picking up useless gewgaws, and can never put them in order. Here we are. Picked this up in Orian's belt. It's a fossil. Look at it. Isn't it cool? It's huge. Are you a child? Hey, geology is fun, too. You should try going on an excavation sometime. I bet you'd love it. I shall. Keep it in mind. And you? Me? Let me give you this amber. Isn't it pretty? Yes, but why are you giving it to me? I actually meant to give it to you a long, long time ago. Sorry, I've got to go. Take care of your mother, okay? Bye. All aboard the Southern Cross. We missing anybody? What about me? Oh. I completely forgot. We fought the king with all we had so we could go home, including Nagaki, but maybe that's not where he needs to go. What do you want to do, Nagaki? I want to stay on Earth a little longer. There's so much I want to see. Maybe this is greedy of me. Maybe I'm being selfish like the king. But there's still important things that I need to remember. I can't release memories into the night if I don't have them. So I want time until I remember everything and replace it with new memories. I don't know, kiddo. We never recommend haunting as a death style choice, you know? Too easy to go all black and bitter. You mean Nagaki could turn into something like the king? I really don't think he would do that. If I start turning bad, I'll get on the same train as the king. Is Nagaki not allowed to stay with us, Mr. Conductor? Like I said, I can't recommend it. But you said you lost your memories? If you don't have any ill will left from your lifetime, you'll probably be okay. And mister, you've burned up your free pass. You don't look like any other tickets, so you'll have to wait until they reissue anyways. So Nagaki can, for now, he can go back to Earth. Alright. Yay! I'm so glad, Nagaki. For better or for worse, I suppose. This is definitely for better. You wanted to go home yourself, after all. And if the conductor had tried to force you on, you would have gotten a taste of my right, straight, and upper left combo anyway. Hey now, I'm not looking for any trouble. What's a human girl doing at the bird station anyway? This is all getting kind of weird. Last call for the Southern Cross. The train's pulling out. The trains climb upward towards the starry sky. I hope the king and the others have a nice trip. Come on, everybody. Let's go home. We released our unhappy memories and are born again. I can't escape mine. I can only go on and make more. But when I touched his wing, And that's all for your sophomore year. Take care, everyone. What? So that's the end of the semester. I guess we have spring break now. But we have to plan ahead for exams, so it's not so exciting. Cool! Release! Oh, glorious release! Also, I'm checking something. That did not seem right. What the fuck? Until we meet again, loyal friends! I wonder what kind of class I'll be in next year. I hope we're all together again. That would promise to be another unpleasantly noisy year. I hope you all have learned to behave yourselves by then. Cool! Oko-san is always behaving himself. You're the worst of the lot. Hey, Clover. Are you doing anything over the weekend? The weekend? Aside from Sunday morning TV? No, why do you ask? I was wondering if we could meet up somewhere. Of course! Gosh, you don't have to be so formal, Ryota. Guess that's true. I'll send you an email, okay? See you. Merry Christmas! Shock. Have you two knocked over another flask? I keep telling you not to go running around the infirmary. Merry Christmas! Miru and Kaku didn't do anything. Huh? I'm sorry, my wing slipped. You're the last one I would have expected to see something, Doctor. I was thinking about things. In any case, I've lost my concentration now. I think it would do well to take a little air. I shall leave early. He seems to be recovering a lot more slowly than me. I wonder if he saw something particularly terrifying in that dream. Anyway, time to clean this up. Could you two get me the broom? Merry Christmas! Last time my grand plans were swept aside by some unrelated and thoroughly ridiculous incident, but today I settle the score. You shall have a front row seat for the second unveiling of my wonderful masterpiece now. Prepare yourself, Isa-soma. The artistic weapon I shall unveil today is... Your target isn't here, not so young, kiddo. What? And hey, what kind of name is that? I am offended. Iwami Shu went home. There's nothing for you to do here. What rotten luck. This is too much! Where does he live? I'll break through his window if I have to. And here comes the commander. Snow Demon Sage falls. Overcome with the anger, the discipline of the violent rose reaches out to the forbidden. Wait, Angel! Didn't the disciple of the Violet Rose go across the border to train himself in the last chapter? Even if the Snow Demon Sage loses, won't it take a while for him to find out? I see. Yes, that is correct, Adabla. It is a terrible contradiction. It stinks of demon spores. These demon spores sure are scary, Angel. Come on, let's think about how the disciple of the Violet Rose should make his fall into the darkness, okay? Very well, in accordance with the contract of old. You two are awfully noisy. Be quiet in the library. The day the night slept after, Finn. And there's one more. Preliminary inspection. The greatest event in a bird's high school career, the field trip. A little before every birdie puffs up their chest with excitement, the professors of St. Pigeon Nations go do a preliminary inspection. Hitori Kazuaki and Shu are walking around Kyoto. It's a pigeon-oriented tour. It's been a while since I traveled like this. Do we go to Kyoto every year? Yes, I believe so. We went abroad once, but traveling has gotten harder with all the efforts being made to prevent the spread of the infection. Airplanes scare me, so I'm glad we don't have to do that anymore. And Kyoto has all kinds of nice food. I can't wait. We're only here for one night and we got a lot of ground to cover. Let's make sure not to waste any time. The group activities for the first day would be lunch after we arrive, then to Rokakudo. After that, 2 hours of free lunch. Or free period. Free time. We'll have to make sure we're prepared for the trip. Apparently there's a shop in the entertainment district called Tsujiri that sells really good parfaits. And after that, Yasaka Shrine. Might be better to have everyone meet up somewhere near the business district instead of going back to Rokakudo. That'll give everyone a little more free time. What do you think, Doctor? Well, then we'll probably go to Kyogoku. That seems reasonable. And there's the cute little candy shop near Kamogawa. Let's confirm where we'll stop the bus and check to see how long it'll take to walk from there. Doesn't look like it's too far, judging by the map. I'll keep track of it this time. Shall we go? I think so. It'll be very helpful to have you along, Professor Uzuni. Ramune is supposed to be really good this time of year, too. I can't wait! Wait, huh? Wait, Uzuni! Iwamin! Don't leave me behind! Walking from Karasuma to Kawahara does take a little while. Horikawa Liquors, Nishiki Koji Dry Goods. Wait, Nishiki Koji Dry Goods. Interesting. These all look pretty old buildings. This is a very secluded neighborhood. We'll have to make sure the students don't get too carried away as we're going through. The whole city like this, aside from the business district. A killing or an abduction or two could happen in any of these streets and no one would ever know. Oh, that was Shu. Let's try to keep the threatening conversations to a minimum while traveling, alright, Doctor? They say all demons are attracted by that sort of thing. Demons? If there are any here, I'd love to take one home to examine. Uzuni, wait. We haven't even been here half a day. Here, have some tea. Ah, thank you, Uzuni. Maybe I should have Iwamin take a look at me and make sure I'm doing okay. I'm prepared for the field trip. I have no obligation to look after you. Uzuni. Yes, yes. Just wait a little longer and we'll stop for lunch, okay? Alright, let's go. Oh, we've walked a long way. The only thing left is to head to the inn. What is it? You sound as if you've ever been having been born. I do think I shouldn't have been born. Uzuni, Iwamini is picking on me again. Oh, yes, it would seem so. Yes. What happened? Spit it out already. You two are being a waste of time. I forgot the reservation slip for the inn. You forgot the slip? Oh, no. And the map was with it? You were the one who said you could carry the lightest things. I'm sorry. What was the inn called? At any rate, I can call ahead and then... There is no need to be alarmed. The reservation is in the school's name. We should be fine if we just show them our IDs. That's true. We can just find it. It is the same place as last year. Do not worry. I remember where it is. Ah, perfect. I'm really, really sorry. I really should just die. Do you want to jump off right here? No! If I did that, I'd die. Uzuni? Uzuni! Uzuni! What is it? Oh, good. You were awake. I wasn't. You just woke me up. Don't talk like that. It's scary. We're friends, aren't we? But this is work. We're at the inn now. It's okay. Anyway, what is it? If you don't go to sleep soon, you won't be able to wake up tomorrow. I need to go. Good night. Uzuni! Go by yourself. There aren't any ghosts here. But this is Kyoto. There are definitely ghosts. Even if there are, they won't eat you or anything. Just don't have any sixth sense. It's fine. Good night. Uzuni! It's time for the St. Pigeonation sightseeing tour. We'll just go for a little while. We have time, right? This episode mentioned by plenty of places from the real world. Since we're here, we'll be introducing a few pigeon-relevant locations in Kyoto. Yay! Uzuni is going to show us around Kyoto. You're going to do some explaining, too. What? You were just here for the preliminary inspection. I can't. All I did was follow you and Iwamin around. The doctor already went home. He said he's busy and doesn't want to do overtime. Oh well. I guess I'll just go on ahead by myself. Wait, don't leave me behind! First Rokakudo. Prince Shotoku bathed here and had the temple built. He bathed here and had it built? That sounds a little strange. If you're interested, try looking it up online. It's a place with a lot of history. You should be able to find plenty of information. Rokakudo is at the center of the city. It's easily accessible from Kyoto and Kawahara stations. Here, let's look at the map.
That's funny. A confusing guide to Rokakudo. It shows you, like, where to go. There we go. This map is confusing. I'd get lost trying to follow it. You would get lost trying to follow a proper map, too. We're introducing Rokakudo because, as you can see, there are lots of pigeons inside the compound. You can even get fortune slips with doves. They'll also sell pigeon hand towels and files and things. Do they have any quails? No. You can buy birdseed too if you want to try touching the doves. My favorite bird? I like seagulls. And then following that, I really, really like cockatiels. I also like crows. And blackbirds. I love anything that can, like, mimicry. I love birds that can mimicry.
What's everyone's favorite? Oh, from the game? Oh. Shoo you want me? My husbando. My nurse husbando. He is my number one.
He can kill me any day. Only he can kill me any day.
Except I wouldn't let him, because I would fix him before he kills me. I can fix him or I die trying. No, not a seagull. I'm a squippy. Because you desired me to be a squibby.
The doves here are used to humans. The doves here are used to humans and very aggressive. They'll charge at you in a flock if they see a bag of seeds. You might want to wear long sleeves if you have delicate skin. Oh, wait, don't just take the whole bag. Come back. Ah! We'll introduce one more place. Oh, I know this one. Your enemy is in Honyonji, right? Yes, this is Honyonji. It's famous for the Honyonji incident where one of Oda Nobunaga's generals forced him to commit suicide in the temple. It's about 20 minutes by foot from Rokakudo. It's a little bit far, so you might want to take the train instead. It's one stop. Are there pigeons here too? This time I'll touch them without having them steal my seeds. No, there are no pigeons. There aren't. Then why are we introducing it? The thing we're introducing is actually this. The Dove Perch Temple? It's called the Kyokudo. It's certainly a very lovely place. What is it? The Kyokudo is a Japanese stationery shop with a history over 300 years long. It's right in front of the Hyonuji. 300 years, that's awfully persistent. I should learn from this. As the name suggests, there are various dove-themed ornaments throughout the interior of the shop. And of course, there's the dove stationery as well. Sometimes they switch it out as a seasonal product, so make sure to check ahead of time. That's all for now. Thanks for sticking around. That was a very pigeon-relevant tour. Kyoto is practically made of historical sites and tourist draws, so there's no real need for us to introduce the famous places. If you look, you'll find plenty of information already available. That's true. And there's lots of wonderful things to see. Star clocks! And don't forget about the Nishiki Koji Starbucks. It's just a 5-minute walk from the Ryakudo. I like how they say Star Clucks and they say Starbucks here. They legit said Starbucks. Did something odd just get inserted in there? Also, this information is all from July 2012. Make sure to get confirmation before planning a trip around it. Alright, I'm going to enjoy Kyoto to the fullest now. I think I have some... I think first I'll get some cider candy. Wait! What is it? Do you want to come too? The store is closed today. Is it? Apparently I'm missing a picture. Apparently I'm missing a lot of pictures. I don't have the bad endings.
Definitely missing something though. Let me do the first and then choose the other option with the library. The one where we go to the library. Because in the first game, you get a secret ending if, like, there's a whole secret chapter if, like, you unlock the entire gallery, I think it was, or something. Keela's not here for my Christmas tree no more. We can put the tree away. We're done with Christmas. Christmas in July. So what's everyone? How's everyone doing tonight? Y'all are up late with me. Oh my goodness. Oh, Keela, you're awake. I'm surprised you're awake. Holy shit. Are you playing Power Worlds? Are y'all playing Power Worlds? Is this why y'all are still awake? Oh my god, we hit 100 messages today! It's been a minute since we've actually had a very active conversation. I've been kind of out, in and out of awakeness feeling. Aww. I guess we could leave the store or stop at the furniture section. We'll do this furniture section first. Wow, what a bed! I'm not sure this would even fit inside my house. Just what kind of mansions does the high society live in? There are humidifiers, hot water bottles, and other thermal frivolities lined up nearby. Winter goods are awfully fancy. Maybe I should indulge in something. A bonfire alone just doesn't say decadent. Hey, Clover? Look over there. Oh. A disturbingly familiar quail is fast asleep on a display bed. Sir, you just can't just crash in a department store. You're a grown-up now. You need to take care of yourself. If it isn't Shikamori and Kawara. Kawara? What is it? Did you want to talk about career plans? Are you fully awake, sir? We're not at school. Oh. Good heavens. So we are not. You might have been here until closing time if we hadn't happened by. Oh, yes. It's been so cold recently, I was thinking maybe I should buy a new bed. It does get very chilly after dark. Make sure not to catch a cold, you two. Mr. Nanaki crawls out of the bed and wobbles off towards a table covered in wool blankets in various dimensions. Blankets. I bet my Casio Mini he'll fall asleep on that too. There's nothing more to find here. Let's look somewhere else. Alright, where to next? The thefts have gotten into the news. If we ask around, we should get some eyewitnesses. And then that's... Oh my gosh, you all are awake. My goodness. Wing, wing. Oh, I need to stretch my legs soon. Burblore and Clover's voice is so nice. Aw, thank you, Kia. Really? I wish the artist was still active. I feel bad that she's not, or they are not. I don't know if they're she or he. I don't know. We'll just go with they, them. Alright, here we go. The library. Ah, it's cold. The library's cold enough to kill someone in the winter. You're looking pale. Oh good, you're here. Did you expect otherwise? I always come to see you around lunch and after school. I wasn't sure you'd be here this early. I'm always here. In the morning and in the evening. And every time between. Is there a problem? Of course not. I'm here to see you after all. Even though you're clearly uncomfortable in here? You've been shivering since you came in. It is really cold in here. They don't turn the heating on until later after all. I think my ears are frozen. Don't you want to do whatever you came here for quickly and go somewhere warm then? Yes. Some thieves broke into the building last night. I was wondering if you saw them? Thieves? Yep, they came in sometime between evening yesterday and morning today. I think. Anyway, they broke into the student council room. I haven't seen anything. The student council room is somewhat removed from here. Okay. Sorry. I guess it can't help. No, don't worry about it. Sorry for bothering you this early, Nagaki. Oh, here, you can have this. It's a disposable pocket warmer. I was going to use it today, but I forgot all about it. Even with your feathers, you shouldn't let it get too cold. Use it if you feel chilly. Alright. Bye! Cold is still cold even with winter plumage after all. Wait. Nagaki doesn't seem anywhere near as fluffy as the others. Even now, am I imagining things? Maybe he's just the slender type. The council room is wrapped in an unusually serious atmosphere. As if a robbery weren't enough, there was even a bombing. Out of the two, the latter is almost certainly more worrisome. Clover! Oh, Ryota, good morning. Okay, so that's where I read that. There's nothing different there. But now I can add the artist to the credits. I'm very excited about that. I can finally have Squibby added. Bum, 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 bum. I will say I'm a little disappointed at the lack of being able to date in this game. I don't know, I'm a little disappointed about that. I didn't know where they were gonna go with the sequel, but I was really excited for it. I didn't hate it. Definitely did not hate it, but it's just more like, huh. We didn't really get a date. It was more like a story. And we were told a story. It's very, very story forward. Which isn't bad. I mean, I love spending time with these birds anyways. They're all fucking chaos and beautiful beings. It's just very, very different. It's a very different take. Especially for a visual novel. Where I was expecting, you know, to be able to flirt and date with my boys. I actually didn't see Azami at all, now that I think about it. She was referenced, but she wasn't, like, actually, like, you know, shown. Oh, my skin's so itchy right now. I took a shower, but it's like itchy. I don't know. Could just be dry skin or something. Maybe the soap I didn't. Maybe my skin's drying out from the soap or something. I need to put lotion on when I shower. After I shower. I kind of forgot to do that this time around. Let's do a mailbox attack this time, I guess. Need some sort of weapon! That will work. Forgive me, Japanese Post Holding Company? LTD? I will apologize properly later. Uproot a nearby post box and take aim at the advancing tank. Take this! Unusually heavy post office stuff with the budgeting vastness of New Year's or Christmas greeting cards. Nothing. It did nothing at all. I'm sorry, Sakuya. I've never tried to hunt an animal made of metal before, so I don't know where its weak points are. Even my elite guards were no match for it. There's nothing a bird or a human could do. And then our boy, Yuya, helps us. But yeah, tell me who your favorite bird is. Who's your favorite bird from here? Y'all know mine. That much is pretty obvious. Ah, there he is, my boy. He's so fucking hot in his human form. It's unfair. Unfucking fair. I get the feeling they toned him down a little bit, though. He wasn't as fucking nutty this time around. But I feel like this is supposed to be like a quote-unquote good ending universe where he doesn't actually actively, like, want to kill us. Which is surprising. Because his whole goal is to, like, kill Hiyoko and then, like, cause the dove experiment to go through. But we graduate. We go to the ending of the school year and we're alive, which means the true ending of the first game never actually happens in this game. So I guess technically our one true pairing is Nagaki. And then when Nagaki moves on, it becomes Ryota. That's what it seems like. That's the vibe I'm getting. I'm pretty sure we're supposed to, like... I'm pretty sure we were supposed to, like, you know, date Nagaki and then... Because, I mean, Sho also kind of gets toned down because he gets 2 fucking kids. 2 little babies. 2 babies. It's still showing that I'm missing something. Picture book. Oh, these are the books that we read. Let's see. I don't know. It's hard to say. Can I do this feather? Albert's secret. Albert is the crow employed as Sakuya's butler. Apparently Yuya doesn't care for him. The super agent is mobilizing all of his resources to investigate this mysterious butler. Apparently this wasn't... I don't remember seeing this one. Maybe it was there. I remember seeing it though. Yes, this is terribly suspicious. A footprint here, another there. I didn't want to consider this possibility, but perhaps... Salutations, Sakuya. Oh my gosh, my phone keeps telling me. Bah! The idiots always come crawling out from the woodworks as soon as the frost melts, and by idiots I mean you. Hush from the get-go as always. Come on, can't you show me one happy springtime smiles? Doesn't your young heart feel joy and gaiety at the turn of the seasons? Why should I smile because it's spring? You're gibberish nonsense as always. What am I supposed to do, be the March hare? Anyway, what do you want? I don't remember inviting you. And, in any case, I am forbidden by father to speak with you. Don't worry, I know. I am going to be moving to college next week. I won't be too far away, but I thought I'd drop by to let you know. Why would I care where you live? Were you hoping for a surprise housewarming? Well, you know, as your brother, I'd really be happy to have you drop by once in a while to hang out. If you feel like it, you know. Do you mean to insult me, mongrel? Hardly. Of course I don't. Anyway, my address is on here. If you need help with anything, just let me know. Even if I ever did, you'd be the last person I'd ask. I'd like to think I'd come in handy in a pinch at least. More like you show up and act completely like you've got everything under control and then end up in the end are completely useless. Why don't you just get your act together already?
Sharp words, oh, such words. Not that I mind. In that case, why don't you give me a call when you're not in trouble? What are you talking about? Do you think I have time to be... Master Sakuya. Ah, Albert. What is it? Your afternoon tea is ready, sir. But you appear to be busy, so shall I serve it later?
No, I should take it now. Pay this imbecile no mind.
Understood, sir.
Right. We're brothers, no need for formalities. That is not what I meant.
Will you be staying for tea, Master Yuya?
Nay, I'll pass. I'm on my way to meet someone. Nice talking to you, Sakuya. Adieu.
Now where in here is that man with the yellow crest? Ah, there he is. Sorry to keep you waiting. Not at all, you're just in time, Sakazaki. Yuya? Sakazaki? Sit down, I'll make this quick. The info you requested came in. I had them do a background check on Albert, the crow working for the Labelle family. That was fast. What did you turn up? It's just as you thought. He's not a butler. Right. Had you already found something out? No, it's just a hunch. I never feel comfortable around him. Or are you poking into his history just because you don't like his personality? Hardly. I'm not that childish. You can feel the tension just by standing next to him. He doesn't feel like a servant at all. Is he a spy? Takes one to know one, as they say. No, but you're not far off. He's an assassin. Who is he targeting? The head of the family, or? Calm down, youngster. He's been with the Labelle family for more than 5 years. If he was after one of them, he'd done it and been gone 5 years ago. But he could be waiting for a signal. Can't really argue with that. Sit back down, Sakazaki. Killing is his job. Confronting him without knowing his target or client is too risky. True. Sorry, let me know if anything turns up. That's better. Know your opponent before you strike. His full name is Albert Allen Alkin. People in the community know him as the Faceless Triple Ace. Sounds like something out of an RPG. His high success rate has earned him a reputation, but he doesn't stick with one client long. Not many people know what he looks like. That's where it comes from. To think he turned up now, of all times. Have you met him before? No, not in person. An old friend and co-worker went up against him in his final mission. That's all. Happens a lot if you stick around long enough. Don't sweat it. Just remember it. Right. Don't give up on anything just because it's him. We'll stay cautious and investigate everyone involved with the Labelle family. I'm going to stake out the mansion. I'll let you know if anything happens. And now I've been standing here for a few days and nothing's happened. What is he up to? Every night he comes out and stands completely still right there. Is he watching for intruders? I can't read him at all. Directly above him is a window. Looks like a bathroom? He wouldn't be standing there for some sick voyeurism, would he? Bathrooms have always been good places to commit the extra messy sort of crimes. Could he be standing here because... A sharp dagger appears in his wing and he takes off. You think I'd let you? Master Yuya? I'm aware that you do not like me. May I ask that you do not interfere with my work all the same? Talk, now. Who hired you? Who's your target? I am not permitted to say. Forgive me. If you won't talk, I'll make you. Unfortunately, it is time for me to go back to work. If you have some business with me, then please call again. Gah! Sakuya! Run! Sakuya! Your successor? Well done! Did you take them alive? They surrendered as soon as they saw my blade. I took them without injuring them, as you directed me. Merry Christmas! No, don't hurt us! I knew it was you, reprobates. You will feel the back of the hand for justice of this. First I shall. Get away from him, Sakuya! What are you doing here, Sakazaki? Albert is after your life. Get out of here. Merry Christmas? What is happening? You seem to have misunderstood. These white things have been infiltrating and making use of my bathroom for the past few days. I asked Albert to capture them in the act. Infiltrating?
Merry Christmas! What a nice bathtub it is! Miru and Kaku's favorite.
That doesn't mean you can just come in and use it.
But, wait, do you not know who he is? What on earth are you talking about? Albert is my butler. Nothing more, nothing less. I saw him with a dagger. I told him he could threaten him into submission if they resisted. Sakuya, he is an assassin. Yes, and? You already knew? Correct. What's going on here? You know who he is, but you keep him around anyway? Yes, that's right. Is there something wrong with that? Of course there is. A professional assassin wouldn't place himself in an aristocrat's household just for fun. He must be after you or your father. There's no other way. I see you've misunderstood terribly and came running to tell me about it. How like the commoner you are.
Merry Christmas! Things are getting complicated. Miru and Kaku don't know what to do. Merry Christmas! Miru and Kaku will sit in here and say nothing until you're finished talking. Please do.
This will take some time. Shall I explain to Master Yuya for you, sir? No, it's fine. I will do it.
Merry Christmas!
Certainly sounds like I'm missing something here. I would love it if you clue me in. What is an assassin doing in the Laybell household? Who is he working for? As you can see, he's working for me. As a butler, and as an assassin. What? Have you sunk that far into the intrigues of nobility, Sakuya? No! Don't lump me with those fools who can't get anything done without sneaking around in the shadows. But you employ an assassin? That's right. An assassin needs a target. Who are you after, Albert? Master Sakuya. What? I knew it. I can't let you live. Good gracious, calm down before someone gets hurt. Let me tell you the story from beginning to end. Then maybe I'll tell you... Maybe you'll understand why I keep him with me. It must have been about 6 years ago now. I was still living in the mansion in southern France. Albert arrived just as the last leaves were falling at the start of winter. Apparently he'd been referred by the head butler, and so he was hired. My first impressions of him were as disturbingly elaborate as a apparatus. He was always businesslike, and after a while I started to doubt that he had emotions of his own. While he was the most capable of our servants, his cold demeanor made him hard to approach. He was a little questionable for a butler. Even the other servants found him distasteful. Felt some respect for his capability, though. He would wake up before anyone else and only go to bed after everyone was asleep. Or maybe he never slept at all. I don't think anyone's ever saw him fall asleep. Good night, Master Sakuya.
What about you, Albert?
What about me, sir?
Aren't you going to sleep? You were out late on an errand for father last night, were you not?
That was nothing, sir. Please do not concern yourself with me. In any case, he worked hard. He never missed a detail. He was strong and he was smart. And if it weren't for his attitude, he would have been the perfect butler. He could have easily handled the work of 10 people. Soon the servants who had trailed after me grew fewer and fewer, till it was just Albert and me. The incident happened on a snowy night in late winter. Father, mother, and the other children had been invited to a party across the border. I was entrusted with the house. The preparations for an assembly we were planning to hold in the mansion soon after. It was a great honor. Father had already singled me out as his favorite for the succession. It was an opportunity to gain some of the experience I would need as the next head of the family. But there were others who didn't think so well of me in the snowy night. That must have seemed the perfect chance to get rid of me once and for all. Let me go. Who are you? Such fine plumage. You're the 4th son of the Laybell family, yes? Who's asking? Unhand me, villain. There are some people who feel that your life places them at a disadvantage. And you're so young. What a pity. But this is my job, and only your blood is to blame. The blade grown cold as ice in the winter air, neatly severs the carotid artery. Brilliant red spreads wildly across the hard floor. But it wasn't coming from me. Albert? This was not the most desirable outcome. The assassin who had pinned me to the floor crumpled silently to the floor. Standing on the other side of the pool of blood was the Black Crow. Albert wiped the blood from his blade and knelt to examine the corpse. I must thank you, Albert. If you had been a few seconds later... Yes. A few seconds later, and I too would have been unable to fulfill my contract. Contract? Albert was leaning over the body, and I couldn't see his face. It was probably as blank as always, anyway. But Unfortunately, it would appear that my client has voided that contract anyway. This is the same paper that was given to me. I won't be removing you now, Master Sakuya. Gruesome intrigues are uncommon as among the powerful elite. It was the first time I'd become involved in one myself. I'd heard of people I'd met at parties or the like disappearing or being murdered or having suspicious accidents of any number of times, but I didn't understand. An assassin was targeting me. Albert killed the assassin, but Albert was also targeting me as well? Was this just a fight over prey? You came here to kill me? Yes, sir. That was my intention. Was? My client has violated the contract, so I no longer have any reason to do so. I have a mountain of questions for you, Albert, and you will answer them. All pacts of confidentiality have been voided by the client's violation. What do you want to know, sir? He remained as distant as ever as while I questioned him. Apparently the circumstances were as followed. There were 5 children, but by different mothers in the Laybell household. An elder sister, an elder brother, twin brothers, and me. The Laybell family had always chosen its heirs on ability, and I, the youngest son, was clearly the favorite. But my stepmother were not going to take that lying down. The mother of the eldest brother had hired Albert to infiltrate the mansion under the guise of a butler and wait for an opportunity to kill me. That night she became impatient. She hired another assassin, independent of Albert. You slipped in as a butler, as you were ordered, but you were never liked, but you were hardly treated as a stranger. If she wanted to kill me, wouldn't it have been more certain to just wait for you to finish me off? I cannot understand why she would bring in another assassin now of all times. I can only guess that the client became impatient. I have been with you for longer than I estimated, so perhaps she feared that her plot had been exposed. It would seem that I did not gain her complete confidence, and that I regret. Do you mean to say that she was afraid of you? That she was afraid that you, having grown close to me, would be unable to carry out your orders? And so she brought an unrelated third party? I am terribly sorry that I was not able to deliver the full value to her. Had she given the signal, I would have been able to complete the contract at any time, but... He was detached as ever, unconcerned that it was his very target that he was speaking to. Perhaps his black feathers really do hide a machine, with no flesh and blood at all. Strangely, his calm was infectious. It was amusing, and at the same time allowed me to remain composed while I considered my own position. The client contracted me to take care of you, Master Sakuya, but at the same time interfered with my work before giving me the signal to act. Had you died, I would be unable to complete the contract. Well, it's true. The only place a man can rest without fear of the assassin's blade is his own grave. Sakuya must remain alive. Master Sakuya must remain alive if he is to be assassinated. I took care of this gentleman here to preserve that state of affair. You mean it wasn't out of your devotion and love for me? You don't mince words, Albert. Indeed, sir. Now then, do you have any more questions, sir? I fear it is time for me to depart. You're leaving our service? As I mentioned, the client annulled our contract by calling in a third party. I shall be returning to my usual world until I am called upon by the next client. Your usual world? Wait, couldn't you be rehired to come after me again? I cannot say. That would depend on who approaches me. I was sure after that night's events of what I had suspected all along. He had probably thrown away whatever emotion he was born with long ago. He followed his own rules with the utmost perfection, and beyond that, nothing. He would leave the mansion as if he were hired to target me again. He would kill me without hesitation or remorse. Wait, Albert. I should not allow you to leave. Stay. I am not a butler, Master Sakuya. This mansion is not the place for me. I will hire you. If you mean as a butler, then I must refuse. If it is an assassination you are after, then we can talk. If I let him out of my sight, he will surely become a threat. I have to keep him here. But I cannot hire him as a butler. A bodyguard? No, he wouldn't accept that either. Meaning? Yes, Albert, I want you as an assassin. And who will I be targeting? Me. You, Master Sakuya? That's right. Is that not allowed? I cannot think of any precedent, but is there no reason it should not be? In that case, I order you to remain in the Laybell household until under the guise of a butler, and await my signal. Understood. Let us write up the contract. In other words, I am Albert's client, and his target as well. Clever, don't you think? Just let you keep him by, provided you don't give that signal. Besides, Albert is excellent. If someone else in the mansion were to make an attempt on my life, he would protect me with his own. After all, he can't kill me if I'm already dead. Indeed, sir. That sounds pretty hair-triggered. That sounds like a pretty hair-triggered kind of relationship. But at the same time, it's a good way of keeping tabs on an otherwise dangerous assassin. I don't know, Sakuya, it still bothers me. Ho ho! Just who do you think I am? Any true aristocrat needs to have a dangerous pawn or two on hand. I don't like you, Albert. But Sakuya seems to have this sorted out. But if you do end up hurting him, I'll hunt you to the ends of the earth and back. Remember that. Understood, Master Yuya.
Merry Christmas! Everybody looks so serious. Miru and Kaku cannot handle this kind of pressure. Merry Christmas! We'll make our escape all the distracted. Hooray!
Get back here, you two. I haven't lectured you two yet.
Merry Christmas!
After them, Albert, catch them and bring them back here. Understood, sir. I'm still missing stuff from the gallery. Probably does imply that there's... I don't really know what... Oh, this one's new. This is what Albert looks like. He's hot. I can see why a zombie likes him. Oh no, this is Leon. Wait, this is who Yuya works with? Holy shit, he's hot too. The fuck? There's so many designs for the humanoids. Like the humanoid forms. I don't know what else could give. There's Oko-san. Chrysalis. Yeah, they really do look good. I also think my throat's done for today. I think that is all I can read, theoretically. The Dove story. So sad.
Yeah, probably. My throat's a little raw, sore.
I don't know if there's like a secret ending though. I'm scared there is. Okay, it doesn't.
Interesting that you get an achievement for that. What the heck? Even though you read it. The only thing we haven't done yet is the radio, but I'll probably do that on my off time. How long is the radio though? It's 5. I could always do that a different stream too. I could always do that a different stream. But yeah. So what did y'all think? Did you all enjoy it? I don't know how to feel about the whole like storytelling thing. I don't know. That's like the one thing I'm like okay about. It's just like, oh, okay. I definitely was hoping for a more like dating sim vibe, but that's okay. We can't always have that. Oh my god, we've been streaming for 9 hours. I think I actually beat, because Hatoful Boyfriend was 12 hours. I think we beat, we actually beat, Hatoful Boyfriend by, I haven't done the radio section, but I mean, that's still, that's extra content. So honestly, that's pretty good. It's a pretty short game. Is it worth $10? I would say so, yeah. This was pretty worth it. I say yes.
Long stream. Thank you for hanging out with me, Mousy and Taro and Keela and Isaac and Beret and Isaac and everyone else that was here earlier. There's so many people here.
Alright. I think I will drop you off with Duprika, who is up late. Actually, they just started streaming. Wow, Duprika's streaming late today. But we love Duprika as well. But yeah. I love this game. This game is really fun.
Also, I hope you all enjoyed seeing Squibby!
This has been a long time coming for a lot of original viewers. This is a very long time coming. Y'all wanted Squibby for a very long time.
Hehe.
And it's been nice being able to finally reveal Squibbers.
Yeah! She will be a, an accessible toggle. So, as long as you want to... If you desire to see Squibby,
I'll have her up every time I stream for a little while until someone hits a desire. And then I will become either One-chan or back to normal or
on nature.
But yeah.
It'll be a lot of fun. Alright, everybody. Thank you all so much for watching. It was a lot of fun. Good night, everybody. Let me set up the raid. Say hi to Duprika. And yeah.
I don't know what Duprika's playing. What is Neverness to Everness? That doesn't look like Neverness to Everness. Oh, I guess it is. Didn't look like it for a second.
That's the raid message. If you are not subscribed, this is the raid message.
But yeah, my voice is sore. I will be definitely probably not streaming tomorrow. Or today.
because it's 4:30 in the morning. I'll probably be way too tired. But yeah, thank you again for coming. Mwah. Sleep well, everybody. Good night. Bye bye. Bye bye.